awaits me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow, way down below, oh, it's a lot of woe. And that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you not to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope you guys are doing great. I hope you're having a fantastic Mike. Guess what day it is? Hump day. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic Wednesday. I started out the day fantastically. I got to sleep in all the way to 6 o'clock. Yay, me! Knowing that I got up at 6 o'clock, how in the actual heck was I still tardy for my own stream? I am so sorry, you guys. I'll tell you why. I was making something for y'all, and it's been a minute since I've had to actually like upload something on this computer, and the paths are a little different, so I couldn't find it, and it was taking me a minute. Sorry about that, but I'm so glad you guys are all here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Before we get started today, I just have a little something that I need to tell you guys. So the last couple of days, everybody's been like, where's Neat? Noodle. And so yesterday, I text her, and Neat's husband, and she gave me permission to say this, Neat's husband is in the hospital, and it's pretty serious. So we need to send all of our love, all of our good juju that we can to Neat Noodle. She'll be back when she can, but I told her that she is loved and she is missed, but to take her time, do what she needs to do, whatever that may be, and that we are all here just waiting for her. And if she needs anything, to please reach out. So that is what I need to tell you guys. So, and she was this is how good of a heart Neat Noodle has. She has the best heart. She said that she was worried that me saying something about what's going on with her would take away from Athena. And she just has the best heart. So let's all be very, very supportive and send all of our love, all of our good juju over to Neat Noodle. She is an amazing human being. She shows up to each and every one of my streams. She has been here from day one of the Athena trial. She mods for all of my streams, and they're long streams. They're not 2-hour long streams. We do a full court day, and she is so supportive. She's always welcoming in chat. I just adore her. So I just wanted to let you guys know what's going on there. Okay, now for what we are going to talk about today. So where we left off yesterday was the forensic psychiatrist who came really to testify about mitigating circumstances. The day ended yesterday with the defense passing the witness. So the day is going to begin today with cross-examination. It is spicy. It is so good. Because you guys know, like, I start watching it, and so I can tell you guys what's going to happen. And I need to be able to, like, plan the stream. Sometimes the audio ain't great, so I got to figure out, you know, where I'm going to stream so that I can give you guys closed captions if you need it. Y'all will not need it. So that's what's going on today, or this morning. That's our first witness. She's back on the stand. And do you guys want to see, before we get started, what I made for y'all? Okay, so remember how Mac had commentary? Mac is now a permanent clip. Here we go. I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? So there you have it. Now, whenever we need, you know, Mac is great for commentary now, and Snoop's face. So there you guys go. All right. So now let's get into what you guys came here for. Let's go. It's going to start abruptly. It always does. Here we go.
Okay. But anything that he said as to what he was thinking or what went on would come directly from him alone.
Yes.
From his report.
Yes.
Now, and so you'll agree with me that from your perspective, it's important to be accurate with what information you reviewed in order to make certain assessments in this case. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so in this particular case, you would agree with me that whatever somebody you're interviewing is telling you, it's of critical importance that they're being truthful with you. Don't you agree?
Not necessarily.
It's not of critical importance that the person you interview is telling you the truth?
Depends on what the question is and what the issue is and what additional information one might have.
So does it concern, I guess I'm trying to figure out, so they can lie about some things and not about others? And that's okay?
It's not okay, but it is what it is. People do lie. It doesn't mean that everything that they're saying is untruthful. And that's where collateral sources, discovery information, all of that comes in to kind of be able to weigh, in my judgment, what is accurate and what's not.
So when you ask somebody a direct question, you don't think it's important that what they're telling you is the truth?
It's not a question of importance when you're doing this kind of evaluation.
Okay, well, I'm confused. If they're lying to you and you're making diagnoses based on their lies.
I'm not making diagnoses based on their lies.
Okay. You're basing it on what they're telling you, right?
No, The diagnoses that I made were based on not only what he told me, but on information from records, educational records, social history, collateral informants, medical records. So in a forensic evaluation, you never just rely on what the person is telling you.
But you told me there are certain things in here that you relied on that were solely within the knowledge of the defendant in this case.
Maybe it would help if you told me exactly what those were and how they were relevant.
Okay, well, I mean, he's telling you certain things.
Right.
And you're telling me that his truthfulness as to those certain things that he's telling you really doesn't matter.
It's not quite that simple. It's clear that he lied on several occasions. What you mentioned before, that he used acid multiple times between the ages of 20 and 29, that came from him. It wasn't really all that relevant to the diagnostic issues that I think were relevant to this particular case.
But if you're making a diagnosis on someone and it's based on what they're telling you and what they're telling you is untrue, how can you rely on that diagnosis?
I think we're probably on a different plane in terms of diagnoses. So, for example, if Mr. Horner had been the only person presenting me with information that he had autism spectrum disorder, I would not have relied on that. I would not have made that diagnosis. It's only because there was collateral information, there were many records, as well as my evaluation of him that indicated that that was a legitimate diagnosis to make.
But let me ask you this, since we're talking about truthfulness, you agree with me that if the person you're interviewing is not telling you the truth about certain things in that you're asking them, doesn't that call into question their truthfulness about other issues as well?
Yes.
So if they lie to you now, probably a liar later.
I wouldn't say that. They could be lying later.
Right, but I think what he's... Hold on a minute, sir. Right, but what he's asking you is... there are things that Tanner Horner told you that happened that there's no corroborating evidence for. And yet you used some of those things, specifically the issue surrounding the precipitating event. So now Tanner Horner has changed his story to the forensic psychiatrist and is telling her that he didn't hit her. He did not hit Athena with the FedEx truck while he was backing up because the FedEx truck had no backup cameras. Okay. He's now changed his story to the reason why he kidnapped and murdered Athena Strand is because she saw him using cocaine. There's zero evidence of that. And so you're talking about, you're making determinations, maybe not a diagnosis, but you are making determinations, i.e. what the precipitating event was. But that precipitating event, how can you rely on that? One, when there's no corroborating evidence to support that, and two, because the person giving you that information is a lying liar face who tells lies. That's the point. That's where he's going with this, lady, which I suspect you know. But keep ducking and dodging. We're all going to watch.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it would be important for you to disclose to us in your report if somebody is being untruthful to you. You believe that's important, right?
It depends.
So how do you pick and choose what you tell us when somebody's being untruthful?
Well, first of all, the report and what needs to be in the report is pretty much dictated by what has to be disclosed in the report. I didn't put the facts of the offense in the report. So that's not there, but I did disclose my notes to you. So you have those.
All right. But what you're saying is, and what I'm trying to get here is that you picked and choose what you put in your report. You left some things in your notes and you put some things in your report. You made those decisions.
I made the decisions about what would go into the report. There was 18 and a half hours of interviewing, and the report was already 38 pages. I didn't put every single thing into the report.
But you dictated what you felt was important for your report and then left out the other things that were not important.
I think the word important is not really accurate. I put in the report what I thought was relevant to making a diagnosis, and there are plenty of things, as you are probably well aware in my notes, that are quite favorable to Mr. Horner that I didn't put in the report. I didn't think that they were necessarily relevant to my diagnoses and opinions.
We didn't talk about your notes yesterday, did we?
I don't recall them being brought up.
So as part of your report, you put a list of information and records and things that you reviewed in preparation for this case.
Correct.
Up to and including today, is that a complete list of every piece of evidence, report, interview, everything that you've reviewed up until today? Is that a complete list?
Except what I mentioned yesterday where I forgot to put the interview that I did with the in-home therapist as one of my collateral informants.
So that's it. You haven't reviewed any additional evidence at any point up until and including today?
I don't believe so.
And I was a little confused yesterday. We talked a little bit about your bill, and you said something about it goes to Ohio State, something like that. It sounds like if we add together today, your bill is close to $100,000. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
What? Close to $100,000? Look, I know expert testimony does not come cheap. Okay. I know she spent a lot of time interviewing not just Tanner Horner, but collateral witnesses, going over records, etc. But I want a refund. I as a Texas taxpayer, I would like a refund, please, because it seems to me that this buffoonery that is occurring right now in the courtroom with this witness, and it's not because I don't doubt her education, and I don't doubt her professionalism, and I don't doubt that these are her findings, that what she's testifying to today she believes to be true. My problem is that I don't understand how she arrived at those conclusions. I don't understand how, when you take in the totality of everything, how you can deter. First of all, I don't believe that Tanner Horner is on the spectrum. I believe that a more accurate diagnosis for him would be fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. That I agree with. I also don't understand how she did not diagnose him with antisocial personality disorder, because I believe that he exhibits enough of the criteria for that diagnosis. Of course, I'm not a professional. I just over here on my YouTube channel talking, and I only possess a good enough diploma, a GED. So maybe that's why. All right, here we go.
All right. So I tried to keep up with it yesterday, but how many actual diagnoses?
Hold on, I want to talk to Chicken Lady. That may have been my favorite overlay. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. I use it frequently. But yeah, I like it. All right, so let's go back and hear this question in full.
Keep up with it yesterday.
Because the shade. I love it.
All right. So I tried to keep up with it yesterday, but how many actual diagnoses did you come up with for the defendant in this case? Was it 6 or 7?
There were 10, actually.
10. I think one of those, and I'm just going to ask you this, one of those is something to do with PTSD. Did you make that diagnosis?
I did.
Have you read the report from Dr. Spence and Imhoff in this case?
I did, yes.
And they indicate he doesn't have PTSD, correct?
I don't recall if they said that he did or he didn't. I got those reports, I believe, after I had completed my evaluation and report.
If they say that he doesn't have PTSD, are you wrong or are they wrong?
I believe I'm correct.
Okay. So Imhoff and Spence are wrong. Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about fetal alcohol. And I know you're not an expert on fetal alcohol. I'm not going to ask you that. But you did give us some information yesterday about fetal alcohol. It's not syndrome. There's something else. It's alcohol exposed. Is that what you said yesterday?
Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, as opposed to fetal alcohol disorder.
I'm going to write that down here. Now, what I'm confused about here is so you're not saying that every woman that doesn't know they're pregnant and parties or drinks a little bit is going to give birth to a child with fetal alcohol syndrome disorder.
Spectrum disorder.
Sorry,
yes.
spectrum disorder. Sorry.
Correct. I'm not saying
You're
that.
not saying that.
No.
So there's not an actual number of drinks or whatever. Some people party a lot and don't give birth to a child that has any type of fetal alcohol problems, correct?
That's correct.
You mentioned something and you made a statement yesterday that your diagnoses went to show how Mr. Horner came to be the person he is. Is that an accurate quote?
Yes.
But in this case, let me just ask you, a lot of stuff that we had in this case was covered by pretty much all the diagnoses you gave. For example, you said he wasn't able to handle stress, right?
He has a great deal of difficulty handling stress.
Because of his autism. That's what you said.
The combination of his autism, his trauma history, PTSD symptomatology.
But that stress we're talking about, that stress, you mentioned that was FedEx causing him that stress because you said they changed his routes.
No, that would be too simple an explanation. I mean, the architecture of his brain is such that these kinds of stressors cause him to become very emotionally dysregulated.
Well, let me ask you again. The stress that you referred to and you listed out was something to do with his work-changing stress, correct?
Yes.
And it was something to do with his girlfriend at the time and whatever was going on with their child.
That was one thing.
So I'm just giving you some examples here. That was something else.
Yes.
Correct? And that essentially that these were all things that were happening in his life, right? These were life stresses for him.
Yes.
And I'm just going to ask you, don't you think that some of those life stresses, for example, the things you were talking about, maybe were caused by doing drugs and partying all the time, some of those life stresses?
I don't think that doing drugs helped the situation, but no, I don't believe that these stressors were, well, they were life stressors that I don't know that they were caused. I mean, they're life stressors that come up, you know, the postpartum depression, the financial distress, but his inability to cope with those is more biologically based.
So you don't think that the fact is he had problems at his work, with his girlfriend, and his life had something to do with potentially work ethic?
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't think it has anything to do with the fact that he's going out and purchasing narcotics and using them and partying on the weekends?
I don't know anything about narcotics, opioids. He used other things, but the drug use, in my opinion, the drug use was an effort to kind of modulate his mood and his anxiety level rather than just wanting to go out and party.
So you're saying he wasn't using drugs just to get high. That's what you're saying?
Well, that was probably part of it. But, for example, the cocaine use was because he was sleep deprived. He was also using those bangs, which have like 300, but very high potency caffeine. He was using those to stay awake. And, of course, to improve his mood because he was very depressed.
Okay. So whatever he had, whatever was going on in his life, that made him use drugs.
That's overly simplified. He did not start to use drugs until he was 18 years old. So that in and of itself is somewhat unusual. I think that definitely the substance use began as part of an effort to fit in with the band and fit in with people that he was hanging out with. So there was a social element to the substance use, yes.
Oh, is that true? Then how come the people that were his friends back then testified that it was Tanner who gave them the drugs? They started using drugs because of and with Tanner. So he was trying to fit in by supplying drugs to people who weren't already doing drugs. Do you hear yourself, lady? All them thoughts up in that head, and these are the ones that escaped?
So again, going through this, you indicated yesterday he wasn't able to handle executive functioning, and what was that because of?
Well, he has poor executive functioning. It's not, he can't handle executive functioning,
Right,
but
so
his brain, again, that frontal lobe, prefrontal cortex, he has trouble, in my opinion, because of the combination of the autism spectrum disorder and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, PTSD, all of these. He has trouble with decision making, judgment, shifting, what we call shifting cognitive sets. You know, when something happens, he has difficulty thinking about alternatives. That's executive function.
okay. And that was, so then you said he had poor impulse control, and that was because of his depression?
No, poor impulse control, that's part of executive functioning, but also he has severe ADHD. He also, those two are the major reasons.
And you said something about it was hard for him to tell the truth, so he had to create this fake person, and what caused that?
I don't think it's as simple as there's something that caused it. As I said yesterday, I think that Zero gave him the ability to confess and distance himself from the horribleness that he had actually done.
And you said something about, you mentioned that he lied a bunch during the investigation, and you attributed that to he was feeling pressured or overwhelmed or something like that. Is that right? And that's why he lied?
That's part of it, yes.
And then you said that if we don't see him showing remorse, it's this thing called alexithymia. Is that what you said yesterday?
That's one of the things.
Okay.
Given his, go ahead.
So let's talk about this. you said you said severe depression.
Yes,
And I think you listed a whole, like a long set of symptoms or something that goes with that, right?
yes,
That's on page 4 of your report,
yes,
right? You said things like he had fatigue and low energy.
yes,
And apparently it has something also to do with ability to concentrate. Right, that's what you said on here as well. That's one of the
that's
two?
one of the criteria
Okay.
of depression that he exhibited or had problems
But I mean, to be honest, ma'am, if he's out doing drugs, staying up all night, and he's fatigued and having all these problems, don't his own life choices cause these same symptoms?
I took those into account, and he wasn't staying out partying all night. That was when he went with his fiance on weekends. But he was having trouble sleeping and was sleep deprived during the week also. So one has to, basically in my judgment, that the sleep deprivation was primarily related to his depression.
It wasn't related to him playing video games all night, doing coke on the weekends, smoking weed, things like that. You don't think that was related to why he's got fatigue and low energy?
I don't believe that was the cause, no.
Now, at the very end of page 4, I think we've already talked about this. You said at the very end of page 4, he says, it led to the use of substances. My vernacular is not that good, but ameliorate means to somehow fix his distress,
Lessen.
his distress. So he had all this distress, and that made him turn to drugs.
Again, that's overly simplified, but he had that distress prior to using drugs.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out, was he just powerless to resist doing coke and smoking weed and doing acid and doing Molly and all that other stuff? Was he just powerless to resist that?
No.
So he made a choice to do that.
Yes.
You talked a little bit about having issues with his job, right? I think you had several paragraphs in here that talk about his work history and his occupation history. I think that's on page 9, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm just going to get a couple examples. There's a lot in here, a couple of examples. You said on page 9, I'll just go to the one about working at Outback, since you mentioned that yesterday. You said that whatever he does not appear to be from lack of motivation. That's what you said, right? Is that on page 9?
Especially as he got older, yes.
Right, doesn't appear lack of motivation. Right? And then let me go to your notes here. How many pages were your notes?
I don't know, I didn't number them.
Okay, you didn't number them. Judge Mount approach?
Yes.
If I told you they were 140 pages, would you disagree with me?
No.
And I'm going to show you. Can you take a look at those and see if that is a representative of your notes?
Yes, they're mine.
Okay, well, hang on to those. We're going to look at this.
Okay.
I did put some tabs on here. Those are not your notes, but I didn't want to have you flipping through all. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, because they weren't page numbered. Okay.
You said in your report working for Outback that he was overwhelmed with the dishes piling up. That's what you say right here?
Yes.
Okay, will you go to number 2 on your records right there?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what he sent a text to his boss at the time? What did he send to his boss before he left?
Job, Outback dishwasher, told boss, F off, extra dishes, go outside a little bit, left.
So
Where are you? What
I'm
are we-
right here in the middle of the page. So he texted his boss or told his boss to F off.
Yes,
Okay. Now I'm looking in your report. Where is that in your report? What page is that on?
I probably didn't put that in my report.
Okay. You did put in here that, about him explaining to you, he was employed at Outback, he was leaving when he became overwhelmed by the dishes piling up. But the rest of the story is, he told his boss to F off and he left, correct?
After he left, he
Right.
told his boss.
Okay. Now, when we start looking at this, you said he had a couple of suicide attempts, and I'm gonna go over this quickly. I think they're in here, I don't remember where they are in your report. You'll agree with me, he had two primary ones, one in 18 and one in the jail in 23, is that right?
No, he had 3.
Okay. Well, two that we know about because we have medical records, and then another one that they explained to you later, at a later time about what he did. The family explained to you what he did.
And him, yes.
Right, and him, yeah. So let's talk about the one in 18. You said that it was something to do about a girl who broke up with him. That was his stress at that time?
Yes.
But yet before he did it, he kind of, I'm going to use just my vernacular, he kind of phoned it in and told her that he was going to do this 10 minutes before, right?
Yes, for her to watch it.
For her to watch it. And then, did you review the JPS records and the notes about what he told the doctors, why he went ahead and did this?
I did review them.
Okay, and the JPS records reflect that he claims he staged his suicide to make his girlfriend mad. Did you read that?
Yes.
Okay. I was looking in your notes in your report. Is that in here?
If it's not in there, then no.
Okay. So he gave a reason of why he did whatever he did, that he staged it to make his girlfriend mad.
That he was going to suicide to make his girlfriend mad, yes.
Right, okay. And then the one in 23, you read the jail records, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you realize on that one, he kind of phoned that one in too, right? He hit the button, and then when did whatever he did, and when they didn't answer, they came to find him. That's what the record reflects.
That he hit the button.
Yeah, he hit the button
Yes,
in there to
yes.
call. And then when he didn't answer, they came running. Right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So he kind of phoned it in again the second time, right?
I don't know that he phoned it in, but I believe he probably began to panic and press the button.
Okay. So I'm going to go through a couple of quotes in your report here. I want to make sure I get this right. On page 5 in your report,
Little Red asks, his brother is incarcerated for what? We don't know. I can only find a record of his father's appeal, but I don't know if that is Tanner Horner's father is named Terry Horner. Terry Horner's brother is named Terry Horner Jr. And there is an appeal for a Terry Horner, no junior or senior indicated. So let me do a little bit of research and find out exactly which Terry Horner they're talking about, because Tanner Horner's father, Terry Horner Sr., is dead, and he died after this, after Tanner was committed this crime, was charged, and all of that. And it's only been, I believe the testimony was, quote, a couple of years ago. So I'm thinking that the Terry Horner that is doing is appealing his conviction is Terry Horner Jr. And if that is the case, then he's appealing his conviction for, it had to do with fleeing from police. Charged with evading arrest or detention with a vehicle. So I'm thinking that this is because this appeal was raised in 2023. So I'm thinking that this has to be the brother. That's all the information I had. No. Hey, Jonah's mom. Good to see you, by the way. And I hope Jonah's recovering after his surgery yesterday. No, the cross is going to be a while.
I want to make sure that this is your quote here.
Hey,
It
ATS
says,
News. Good to see you, babe.
"The cognitive distortion caused by severe depression leading up to the offense contributed to his already precarious ability to solve problems and deal with stress." That's what you were talking about before, about him having problem-solving issues. Is that right?
Problem-solving issues as part of his autism,
Right.
compounded by the cognitive distortion of depression. Yes.
Right. That's one of the things he had a problem, an issue with problem solving. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said, and I think I'm going to get this quote right here. You said his impulsivity combined with the core deficits of autism spectrum disorder, cognitive distortion secondary to clinical depression compromise his ability to deal with stress leading up to and during the offense. Right?
Yes.
And those are those stressors you were talking about the other day with life, work, car, finances, things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. Now those sound like things that most people deal with every day. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And even you, according to you, showing up unannounced, that threw him for a loop and caused him a bunch of stress.
Yes.
So his reaction, due to his autism spectrum, I'm going to get this right here because it's not additive, it's compounding, right? That's the word you use? Am I get that right? Okay. His reaction to his autism plus his depression plus stress, his reaction to that, and plus the drugs, was to kidnap a child. That was his eventual reaction. All those things put together, that was his reaction, was to kidnap Athena Strand.
The precipitant was panicking because she saw him snorting cocaine.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that, when we talk about this,
I'm going to rewind this so you can hear how he starts it out. But at this point, it's going to become, and to me, it sounds more like a roast than a cross-examination. I mean, it is a cross-examination with a bit of roasting. So if I were ever to become an attorney, and I had to do a cross and I had to cross-examine a witness like this under these circumstances, this is how I would do it. All right, so let's rewind it so you guys can hear it from the beginning. All right, here we go.
okay. So that, when we talk about this, that precipitant, that is what you told us yesterday, that's the point of the spear, if you will. That's where this thing begins, according to you.
Yes.
That's where the catastrophe begins.
Yes.
And so, according to you, if there is him, if he doesn't see him, or she see him snorting coke, none of this happens.
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
That's my opinion, yes.
Okay. Now, you said you used a term, and I want to get this correct here, a precarious ability to solve problems. That's what you wrote in here.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but he didn't have any problem solving the issue of how to get rid of the body of the child he just murdered, did he?
No.
He didn't have any problem solving the issue of how he was going to keep access to his crime scene the next day, did he?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, I'll tell you about that. You understand that he manipulated the scene and he manipulated other people so he could keep the van in which he murdered Athena in the next day.
That wouldn't surprise me, but I didn't know about any manipulation.
Well, I mean, you understand that, one, he was in the same truck the next day.
Yes,
And you understand that the reason why he was in the same truck the next day, because he called his boss, lied to his boss, and said he'd thrown up in the truck,
oh, yes,
and he needed that. You remember now?
yes,
Now
So he
it's
manipulated
hold on.
people.
Now it's coming back to her. Oh, and now it's all coming back to her. And this is the problem I've had with the expert witnesses who have testified about his autism, etc. Because it's like, did you not pay attention to the this all comes down to the crime. Okay, that's what you're here to testify about. All right. Nobody gives a rat's fat kneecap about how he was in elementary school, junior high, high school. None of that. It all comes down to what happened on November 30th, 2022. Okay. And it's like all their experts, well, two of them that really have testified about the actual crime itself. Neither one of y'all paid attention to the evidence surrounding the actual crime, which is what resulted in this happening. I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? Okay. Y'all got Mac pressed. All right. Even Mac understands that there's no mitigating circumstances here. All right. Let's keep going. Let me rewind it just a second because I don't like when they're cut off. Here we go.
oh, yes,
And he needed that. You remember now?
yes,
So he manipulated people, his boss, family, and other people to keep his crime scene the next day,
yes,
and drove his crime scene around the next day, correct?
yes,
So he didn't have any problem solving the issue about how he was going to keep access to his crime scene the next day. He didn't have any problem solving issues with that.
correct,
And he didn't have any issue solving the problem about how to create this whole lie about backing into her and all the details about that. He didn't have any problem solving that issue, did he?
I don't know, problem, but he lied about it, yes,
Well, I mean, he created a very detailed scenario of exactly what he did, right?
yes,
To solve the problem and how to explain why she ended up in the truck in the first place, correct?
correct.
So he didn't have any problem solving issues with that, did he?
Well, how he solved the problem was obviously very disturbed and foolish, but that was how he problem solved.
Well, no, let's be clear about this, okay? Just because he did not cover up his crime well, although I have to say, I have seen people who have attempted to cover up their crime do far worse at covering up the crime. So that is not indicative of any type of deficit in the problem solving area. He knew that he had to keep control of the crime scene, which was the FedEx truck. And so he did what he had to do that, which was to make a call to his boss and lie and say that he vomited inside of the truck, right? He knew that he had assaulted Athena and that likely his DNA was going to be on her, and his DNA was on her under her fingernails. So what did he do? He problem solved by putting her in a place where he hoped that the DNA would be washed away. That's why he put her in the river and not in the first place, he told law enforcement, which was the bamboo fields. Stop playing with these people, lady. Stop it.
And did you notice that, whenever he shows up to the truck stop, he was able to manipulate the clerk into giving him free cleaning supplies? Did you hear that?
Yes, but manipulate, he just asked.
Well, in fact, he didn't just ask. He said, do you want me just to kick this out on your concrete, or do you want to give me free cleaning supplies? Mm-hmm. That's what he said.
Uh-huh.
So we manipulated the clerk to give him free things so he wouldn't have to purchase anything.
Okay,
Is that correct?
yes.
And purchasing things leaves a trail, doesn't it?
I didn't think of that, but there were so many things that he did that left a trail, so I wouldn't see that as particularly critical.
And you understand that he's doing these things, these problem-solving type actions, within 10 minutes of him tossing her body in the water.
Yes.
It sounds like, to me, that his problem-solving is working just fine at this point, correct?
I would say it's not.
Well, it sure didn't slow him down, did it?
It did not.
So, now, we talked a little bit about drug use earlier. And if you'll go to number 1 in your notes there, I think it's on that. At the bottom of the page, you highlight something in orange, right?
Yes.
It says there, cocaine 2 weeks before. Is that an up arrow meaning increase? Is that what that means?
Yes.
And then next to it, you write, not ACCU. Is that not accurate?
Yes, that's what it would mean.
Okay, so you didn't believe him when he told you that?
I don't know why I wrote it. I don't remember now.
Now, did you put that in your report somewhere?
I don't know.
Okay. You want to take a look and see if you put it in there?
Are you saying it's not in?
I'm asking you if that particular bit of information about his drug use in the week before is contained within your 38-page report.
I know that I had his use of cocaine prior in the report. I have down Mr. Horner had not used cocaine for about a month prior to the offense, but on the day of the offense, he was exhausted and anxious and used cocaine several times in the hours leading up to the offense. So I'm not sure why I have down not accurate, if it may have been that I had a collateral source that said he didn't have access to it or what. I don't know.
So you don't know and you don't remember?
I don't.
Now, the second thing you said here when you're talking about this cocaine story he told you was that you said where did he tell you he got the coke?
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know that I asked. I don't believe I even asked. I wouldn't have been interested in where he got the coke.
Well, would it surprise you if it's in your notes that he told you that he found the coke at home?
Oh, that's the coke that he used prior to Athena's abduction. I thought you were asking me who his supplier was.
No, I'm asking you, and I'll clarify here, on the day of the offense, what did he tell you where he found the coke on the day of the offense?
He found it somewhere in the shed. He thought that it had been used up by someone else, and then he found it.
All right. This was his story to you about this cocaine thing.
This is what he told me, yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to that, he just said he found a bag of coke in his house, essentially.
Something like that.
Okay. Now, in part of your report, you said that the intoxication on the coke at the time of the offense contributed to his impulsivity and his impaired problem solving. Is that what you said in your report?
Yes.
Does that sound accurate?
Yes,
We've already talked about his problem solving, and you'll agree with me that at or near or after the crime, his problem solving was working just fine. Right?
again, I don't think his problem solving was working just fine, but he was solving problems as he saw fit in the way that he solves problems.
I mean, he was solving problems to cover his tracks.
Yes,
He was solving problems as to how he was going to explain things to everybody else.
I don't know that he was doing that at the time, but clearly that was happening afterward, after he was brought in.
Right. And so you talk about here his impulsivity.
Yes,
I'm going to take a little detour here. You talked a little bit about antisocial personality disorder yesterday. I'm not going to get too deep into that, but isn't impulsive behavior part of antisocial personality disorder?
it can be, yes.
Now, you watched the video of the abduction and the audio. Did you listen to the entire thing, the
Yes.
entire hour?
Yes,
Okay. And you'll agree with me, it wasn't impulsive when he covered up the camera an hour before he arrived at a delivery the day before. That's not impulsive, is it?
no, I wouldn't call that.
And you'll agree with me that his decision to cover up the camera again approximately an hour before he kidnapped Athena, also not impulsive.
No, I wouldn't call that particular act impulsive.
That's planning, is what that is, right?
In that moment, yes.
That's planning and covering it up before you do something.
He was covering it up because he was using cocaine and cannabis, marijuana. That's why he covered the camera.
Oh, that's what he told you.
Yes.
You don't have any collateral source on that, do you?
No, other than he had covered up the camera prior to that also, when he had been using.
Right. So you're
Smoking
making
or
the
whatever.
assumption that that's what he's doing. And you don't have any information to prove that one way or the other.
I don't.
Right, because here's the thing, and this is what I feel, this is why I'm irritated, why this witness has got me to a point where my eyes are rolled so far in the back of my head, I've seen all y'all's brains. Okay. First of all, there's no collateral damage, no collateral evidence to support what he told her. Really, one way or the other. You can't really prove, she doesn't, he's the only one who covered the camera, and she's, but to take his explanation at face value, in my opinion, is preposterous and ridiculous when there is other collateral evidence to support that this was part of the planning. For example, the camera covering occurred at around the same time every single day, with the exception of the 29th. On the 29th, which was the day before Athena's murder, this is the whole recording that we watched where Tanner is using the, I have what did he call it? A Christmas something or other. He didn't want to spoil a Christmas surprise. Okay. But there's girls that are, one of them exactly Athena Strand's age, in the yard playing. Okay. And there is one element of this crime that Tanner Horner absolutely does not want to acknowledge or discuss. And that is the evidence of some type of sexual assault perpetrated on Athena Strand by Tanner Horner. Okay. The autopsy does not show damage or injury to her genitals. So therefore that's why he's not charged with it. However, the audio from inside of that FedEx truck speaks for itself, frankly. And I think that not taking all of those factors into consideration when, determining a person's reason for doing an activity like covering the camera, and chalking it up to he didn't want to be seen doing drugs on video is ridiculous.
And you don't see any other time on the entirety of that where he covered up the camera except those 2 times, an hour before he arrived at the delivery the day before on the same road, and an hour before he arrived at Athena's house on the same road the next day. He's not covering up the camera off and on all day, is he?
I'm not sure.
I mean, you watched the entire video, did you not?
Yes,
Okay, so you don't remember that.
I don't remember.
And if that had happened, you'd have put that in your report, that he was covering up the camera multiple times to do cocaine, and you didn't put that in there.
No, I wouldn't have put it in because I didn't have a section on the actual offense.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about impulsivity here, when he puts her in that vehicle, and the first thing he says is, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you," that's not impulsive.
I would say it's neither impulsive or non-impulsive.
Well, it's a plan and an indication of what somebody wants at that immediate point.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, to counsel testifying.
Yes,
And when he goes to a secluded location to sexually assault her, that's not impulsive. He drove 20 minutes to get over there. Correct?
correct.
And it wasn't impulsive when he calmly tells her and talks to her about her family, school, and other things. That's not impulsive either, is
I
it?
wouldn't call that impulsive.
And you would call that him trying to keep her calm in the vehicle, right?
Yes, and himself calm.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but with regard to her, he's telling her that so she stays calm for what's coming.
That may have been the reason. Not for what's coming. I don't know that I would agree with that. I think he's trying to keep her calm.
Well, you know what happened next, right?
Exactly.
He sexually assaulted her.
Yes.
But that's why he's keeping her calm.
I don't know that that was the reason.
Did you ask him why he was having these calming conversations with her before he sexually assaulted her?
I wouldn't call them calming conversations. I think he was just asking her questions. I don't know what his motivation for certain questions were.
You didn't ask.
No, I did not.
Now, you'll agree with me that what he did in this case, this was intentional, correct?
Yes.
And there was no meltdown, head banging, or anything of that nature during the entirety of this audience, was there?
I think he was emotionally dysregulated, but I didn't see any evidence of head banging or anything like that.
Now you said, and I couldn't spell this word, but catastrophizing.
Yes.
My vernacular doesn't allow me to do that. All right. So basically, this was something that you said when she saw him doing coke, it was all over, and essentially what you're saying is she was dead and she didn't know it yet. That's
Those
what
would
you
not
mean.
be my words.
No, but I mean, you said once that thing happened, it was all a catastrophe.
No, I think that when he saw her having seen him snorting the cocaine, that was when he decided that he needed to do something to stop her from telling anybody. when he put her in the truck, in my opinion, he didn't plan on killing her. It wasn't until he recognized, now it's so much worse because I've put her in the truck, and now what am I going to do? I think it may be in my notes. It was when she asked him, "Are you a kidnapper?" That he thought, now I'm really done, something to that effect. And that's when he made that decision, not when she saw him snorting the cocaine.
So we have the end result, but what you missed was what happened in the middle.
Which
Right.
is what?
Sexual assault. That happened in the middle.
No. I think that maybe I'm misunderstanding your
He
question.
kidnapped her, he sexually assaulted her, then he killed her. That's how this goes together.
Actually, that's not what he told me, and that's not my opinion.
Okay, well, you listened to the audio, right?
Yes,
And at some point you recognize that he said, take off your shirt, take off your clothes.
yes,
That was prior to the time that he's killing her, correct?
yes,
Okay, so in the middle of this, when he's having this catastrophe, in the middle between when he kidnaps her and when he kills her, he takes the time to sexually assault her in the middle.
yes.
So his reaction, okay, we've talked about this, due to all the conditions you've talked about, the litany of things, I think 10 that you had out there, right? Wasn't it 10? 10 things that he has wrong with him?
Yes,
Okay. His reaction to that, because of what's wrong with him, was to go straight to murder with a sexual assault in the middle.
no, those disorders are not causative of what he did to Athena. They, again, contribute to the way that he thinks and the way he behaves. But it's not simple cause and effect. I'm not saying that his autism, PTSD, major depression, and ADHD caused him to do this.
No, you're not. What you're saying is all of those things shaped the way he handled, to put it to your terms, the way that he catastrophized things. The precipitating incident to you, in your opinion, you believe that this is true, was Athena seeing Tanner Horn taking a bump of cocaine. Okay? He catastrophized that into a point where, and that catastrophizing, however you say it, because it doesn't roll off the tongue easily, but him doing the catastrophizing, or whatever it's called, is a result of all of those diagnoses that you just mentioned. So no, you're not saying that that he committed the crime that he committed because he's autistic, because he has PTSD, because he has major depressive disorder. You're not, because he has ADHD. What you're saying is all of those factors are what causes him to catastrophize the situation and react in the way that he did. That's what you're saying. We get what you're saying. Don't play with us, lady. And the jury gets it too.
So let's talk a little bit, you talked a little bit about antisocial personality disorder. You said he doesn't have that.
Correct.
Okay. But that's something that you said it has to be before he's age 15.
No, the criteria are that someone has to meet the criteria for conduct disorder before age 15.
And I think you said some of the things that go with antisocial are callousness, lack of concern, deceitfulness, irresponsibility. I think you said that.
A persistent pattern of that.
But in this case, you have a pattern of him being deceitful, do you not?
Within the context of this crime, yes, but that would not in and of itself qualify for that diagnosis.
Well, you understand that he's also told lies about other things he's done in his past as
Yes.
well. So that's a pattern of deceitfulness.
In my opinion, it was not sufficient, especially understanding why individuals with autism spectrum disorder lie. It's typically fear-based and driven by their cognitive difficulties, and in my opinion, I saw that in the kinds of lies that he had told in the past.
Look, lady, everybody lies out of fear. That's the whole reason for people lying. Fear of getting caught, fear of getting judged, fear of being shamed. Lies are fear-based and avoidance-based. Okay? You lie about a crime that you committed for fear that you are going to be charged and arrested. Stop it. This is ridiculous.
Right. The second thing you said is that there's some form of irresponsibility, right? So deceitful, irresponsible behavior, pattern.
Pattern of that, yes.
Looking through your report and your 140 pages of notes, you'll agree with me that he has a pattern of irresponsible behavior leading up to, before, and after this offense.
I did not think that he had a pattern of irresponsible behavior that would qualify for this diagnosis.
Okay, so, I mean, purchasing drugs and narcotics and things and doing that on the weekends not irresponsible?
Yes, it is irresponsible, but again, doing that in and of itself, or even in combination with certain things, again, it doesn't meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder.
You also said lack of concern. I mean, surely you agree with me that he had lack of concern for Athena.
In the offense, while he was, I think that he was, yes, I will agree with that. But again, it's a persistent pattern, and it's very clear with respect to the diagnosis that these things can't be attributed to some other major mental disorder. And his difficulties with expressing concern and showing concern, in my opinion, are related to his autism.
Now, the last thing on here is some form of, you said, callousness, right?
Yes.
I mean, you'll agree with me that he was extremely callous with the way he treated Athena. I mean, after all, he was singing Jingle Bell Rock during this assault while he's screaming at her. You'll agree with me that that's callous, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, doesn't some form of antisocial personality explain why he has such a clear disdain and lack of regard for this child?
In my opinion, no.
You relate it to these other conditions.
Yes.
Now, you talked a little bit about, I'm going to get the terminology right, pedophilia disorder, pedophilic disorder? What's the right word?
Pedophilia, or either way, pedophilia.
And I'm going to use your word.
I think it's pedophilic disorder in DSM-5, same thing.
Yes, ask her about this. This is what we talked about yesterday, that her testimony was that he is not a pedophile. That's what she said. So,
if I say one or the other, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And so what evidence did you review in this particular case to make that decision?
He does not have a persistent pattern of a sexual interest in prepubescent children, which is what pedophilia is.
Okay. What evidence did you review to make that conclusion?
The discovery information that was sent. Apparently, his cell phone was looked at in terms of what was on there. Of course, information from him, but in and of itself, that would really not be very significant, in my opinion, with respect to the pedophilia. But also, there was no information that I had that indicated that he had any sexual interest in children.
I mean, he sexually assaulted a 7-year-old. 7-year-olds are prepubescent children. So there's that. I do not understand. I cannot follow this line of thinking. I absolutely cannot follow her line of thinking at all. And I had something else I wanted to say, but now I can't remember what it was because I was thinking about it, and then she said this, and then all I could hear was this. Oh, don't you? I would like for him to ask, what does she make of Tanner Horner's really never admitting to the sexual assault of Athena Strand, avoiding that topic pretty much altogether? That is the one element of what he did to Athena that he absolutely does not want to cop to and does not want to discuss. Doesn't that mean something to you? Wouldn't that be important in the context of all of the things? Now, I want to be as fair as I can be, although it's very difficult with this witness. She did state yesterday on direct examination, and I do think that this is an important detail to mention. When conducting a forensic psychiatric interview for the courts, there's a strict procedure that must be followed. And there are criteria that must be met for diagnoses. This is a very different scenario than if you evaluate him in a clinical setting. So is it that part of the reason she was not able to diagnose him, even though he is a glaring pedophile, is because in this process, for court purposes, because there was no literal other collateral evidence other than what happened, other than the crime itself. Is this a court thing is what I'm trying to ask, because I believe 111 billion, million, trillion % just that he is a pedophile. But I'm curious if her not diagnosing him that way is because of the criteria that goes into a forensic psychiatric evaluation for the court.
Now, you understand that there's allegations that in his early to mid-20s, he had sex with 2 16-year-old girls, correct?
Allegations, yes.
Okay. And one of those, I think you put in your reports, something about her being drunk at a party. Is that correct?
What page are you?
So I'm asking you. Do you remember that being?
Yes, I remember that him telling me about that.
Another Amy says, are we in the sentencing phase? Yes. Tanner Horner, on the very first day of trial, pled guilty to what he was charged with, which is capital murder and aggravated kidnapping. And therefore, because the punishment is one of two things, he's either going to get the death penalty or he's going to get life without the possibility of parole, because there was never a plea deal. He straight pled. So what ended up happening is it moved from the guilt or not guilt phase to directly to sentencing. We've been hearing sentencing. We've been hearing penalty, punishment, sentencing for 4 weeks now. We're on week number 4.
And this comes directly from him. There's no other collateral sources. This is just directly from him.
I believe it was directly from him, yes.
All right. And what I'm gonna, let me just guess here. He told you that he didn't know that she was 16. That's what he told you.
The one that he told me about,
Mhm.
yes, he did not know that she was 16.
And then I'm gonna venture to guess that he's telling you he didn't do it, and that he's the good guy in this scenario. Correct?
He didn't say he was the good guy in this scenario.
Well, he said he didn't do it, right?
Yes,
And that when he found out about it, he immediately distanced himself from the situation and didn't want any part of it. That's what he told you.
I know. Can you be more specific?
He said that he got real mad about it.
I mean, his reaction was inappropriate. It was very, I think, typical of the way in which he overreacts to situations.
I mean, did you ask him if he had sex with these two 16-year-old girls?
Yes, I believe that I did.
He denied it.
He told me about one of them, and he denied that he had. He said that she told him that she was 16, and he became really inappropriately irate. And as is typical of his thinking, he had not thought she was 16 because someone had sold her cigarettes, and you're not supposed to sell someone cigarettes under the age of 18.
That was his,
Correct.
what he told you.
Yes.
He didn't tell you that he knew her as far back as the 7th grade, did he?
No. Oh, he didn't tell me that. There were two, but no, he didn't mention that.
He didn't mention that to me.
No.
Okay. You know, there's testimony, and I think you reviewed this as part of your deal, about the allegations of the two victims in this case that were 16 at the time.
My
Did you
deal?
review that in your appendix? I'm sorry, in your appendix.
Yes.
You reviewed that information.
Yes.
And he didn't tell you that one of the victims he's known since she was in the 7th grade.
He did not.
That he would have known if she was 16.
I didn't. He did not tell me that.
Your Honor, can we clarify as to which person the state is asking about? If there are two, we need to differentiate between which allegation he's referring.
I'll let you do that on redirect if you wish.
So you don't, do you think if he indeed is having sex with 16-year-olds in his 20s, is that a problem for you?
Are you asking me if it's a moral problem, or if it is, if I think it's compatible with all of the information that I have?
Well, what I'm asking you is this, is that, you know, you said that some form of pedophile disorder has to be with what kind of children?
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, or I think I know what you're saying. That's not pedophilia.
Okay. Does gratifying himself on a 7-year-old child, that screams pedophilia, doesn't it?
No, it's disgusting, but it's not pedophilia. Again, there has to be a persistent pattern of sexual arousal to children, behavior to children.
I mean, did you read the DNA reports in this case?
I know there was DNA.
Right. And you know where it was found in Athena, right?
Not in Athena. I'm not aware that there was any DNA found in Athena.
You didn't read that they found DNA both in her vagina and her anus?
No, I did not.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Taylor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. So I guess what I'm trying to clarify here, because you say it only happened just the one time, that doesn't relate to pedophilia disorder.
That doesn't in any way meet criteria for pedophilic disorder.
Did you review any testimony or interview the defendant's girlfriend, mother of his child?
There was a deposition that I did review, yes.
And, I mean, wouldn't it be important to talk to her about what Mr. Horner's sexual interests were to making a determination as to whether or not he was into prepubescent children?
I did speak with her.
Okay, and what did she tell you about that?
She told me that they had a normal sex life and that, that there was no interest in children that she was in any way aware of.
Now, I want to make sure I get this accurate here. You indicate that we talked about his difficulty in planning, and I think you also said he had difficulty linking actions to consequences. Is that right? That's what's in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And that he had impaired moral reasoning.
Yes.
But I think we've already talked about, he knew enough about linking actions to consequences to cover up the camera on the day of the murder, right?
Yes.
And he knew enough about linking actions to consequences to cover up the inside camera when he was going to sexually assault her.
I'm not sure why he covered up the camera at that point, but he did.
I mean, objectively, the inside camera, when he covers it up, prevented us from seeing exactly what he was doing, correct?
Yes.
So that's actions and consequences.
Could be. I mean, he covered up the camera before assaulting her.
Same with him cleaning up afterwards, right? That's actions and consequences.
Yes.
So he understands that. Now, when we talk about, I think you said that there's something, I think you used the term moral reasoning. Did you use that term? I feel like you did.
I may have.
Okay. And, I mean, moral reasoning, you've already told us, he has enough moral reasoning to understand it was wrong to do what he did.
Yes.
And what he did to Athena, correct? That was wrong. He knew he had enough moral reason.
Yes.
Right. And when it came to his knowledge of whether it was wrong to sexually assault children, what did he tell you that he did the night after the offense to prove that he wasn't into children? What did he do?
He had sex with his fiancée.
So, what page of your report is that on?
It wouldn't be in my report because I didn't have a section on the offense itself.
And I'm just
Why didn't you have a section on the offense itself? That's what you're here to testify about. Okay. She's here to testify about mitigating circumstances. That's what she's really here. That's why she was hired, okay, retained by the defense. She is who the defense goes to for mitigation evidence, okay? That's what she's here for. However, to not talk about the crime itself, to me, seems, I don't know another way to say this, but just to say it, it seems intentional, it seems purposeful, and it seems like misleading the jury. That's what it feels like to me.
I'm just asking you here, you didn't feel like it was important to have a section in your report on actually what he did to commit the offense?
It wasn't indicated as part of what I needed to do for a report.
So in your notes, if I remember correctly, if you're turning to number 10 in your notes, I think it's towards the back, man. On my little tabs there. Am I right?
Yes,
And it says here that this is in the same conversation, that night he had sex with his girlfriend, I won't use her name, just to prove he wasn't into kids. That's what he told you.
yes. Well, I don't know those were his words. I was pressing him to find out more about any prior interest in kids, and that was something that he told me.
Right. So he had, according to him, plenty of energy after committing this offense to go home and do that.
He had sex with his fiancée, according to him.
Right. Now, we talked a little bit about some of the interrogations. I'm going to go into that just a little bit here. You listened to the report in where he was re-interviewed by his own request by the ranger. Is that correct?
Yes,
That was 5 days after he'd been arrested. Promptly.
yes.
And what I'm getting at here is that at no point during that time did he express any issues with problem solving, moral reasoning, or any of the things you're talking about when he's trying to cut a deal to get out of jail.
Cut a deal?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Meaning that he went to them and he said,
Oh, I see.
let me out and I'll tell you what you want to know, essentially. But I want to see my kid for Christmas. He was fully aware of what he was doing at that point. He didn't have any problems with impulsivity, problem solving, or any of that when he's trying to cut that deal.
Clearly problem solving. I mean, there's absolutely no way that someone who had just done what he did was going to get out on Christmas furlough.
He sure thought he could.
That's the whole problem. Yeah. I mean, his ability to think through in a reasoned way is really impaired.
Now, despite all of this, despite everything that's gone on, despite murder, sexual assault, all that's gone on, I want you to go to page 29 of your report. The top of the page, if you will. What did he tell you about how good he slept his first night in jail?
He said it was his first night of good sleep in over a year.
So would you agree with me? It sounds like his conscience was clear at that point. He could sleep well.
No, not necessarily.
Now, the conditions and the diagnoses you've made in this case, I think you said are permanent, right?
What do you mean?
Is
Permanent?
autism
is, yes, it is a permanent condition.
and all this other stuff we're talking about, the diagnosis you made, these are all, we seem to be permanent conditions according to you.
The autism spectrum disorder, the neurodevelopmental disorder associated with fetal alcohol, yes. Major depressive disorder is episodic, and with treatment improves or even resolves, but you're at increased risk for further depressions. PTSD is chronic, will wax and wane his symptoms. Obviously, the substance use is in remission in a controlled environment. His tic disorder, that's likely permanent, and you see evidence of that under stress.
So essentially what you're saying is the same person who committed these acts is the same person who's sitting here today.
Yes.
Now, talked a little bit about malingering yesterday. And malingering, you'll agree with me, is essentially lying about some things to achieve some kind of benefit, right?
Yes, or exaggerating things, yes.
And I'm sure you go over when you do these interviews with someone the importance of the person you're interviewing telling you the truth and not malingering. You go over that with them, don't you?
Not specifically, because I really want to understand what they're going to tell me without giving them warnings.
And I'm not going to go into all of it, but you knew when you walked into this interview that the defendant in this case had created a multitude of falsehoods and a multitude of stories about how all this went down. You knew that walking into this.
When I first came into the interview, I don't believe that I can't remember what I actually had reviewed, the extent of what I had gotten to review, but I wasn't fully aware of all of the lies.
Well, you know now.
Yes.
Right? The full extent of it. And you knew some of it, right, walking in the door to meet him for the first time.
I knew some of what he had said. I wanted to assess for myself what was lies and what was related to other things.
And again, you put it in your reporting, you concluded that he wasn't malingering. That's what you concluded.
Yes.
That's despite the fact that you knew walking in and after that he had lied to you directly.
Malingering, in terms of the information that I received and the overall evaluation, I do not believe that he was malingering his deficits, his mental disorders. There was plenty of collaboration for that. Do I believe that he lied at times? Absolutely.
So, but when he feeds you this story about him doing coke, right?
When he told me the story, yes.
Yeah, when he told you that, and Athena seeing him, you think that's the truth?
Yes, because it fit with the other information that I had and with collateral sources too, as opposed to these other things that he had said that didn't make any sense really.
Well, it fit his narrative as to why he covered up the camera, correct?
What do you mean it fit it? Well, it made sense that that's why he covered up the camera.
Yeah. It made to you where it explained why he covered up the camera. This new story about this.
Yes.
That's what I mean by it fit his narrative. It made sense with the story he's already told.
Along with other things, yes.
Right. Well, but the other things are things outside of that. It has nothing to do with the vehicle, the truck, anything happened that day, because you said that report of him doing coke, the only place it came from was him.
Yes.
And the only place that story about Athena seeing him doing that is only from him.
That's right.
So you don't even know if that's not another lie, do you?
No.
And it's a good chance it could be just another lie like everything else.
In my opinion, it's not.
So despite all the other massive amounts of untruth, you grab this story and say it's true.
I think that's a little bit of an oversimplification. After all that I reviewed, after spending many hours with him and talking with other people too, I think that is the more, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, I think that is actually what happened.
You really don't know, do you? You don't know. I mean, it's coming from the defendant.
With 100% certainty, no.
So let's talk about this. You asked him at some point what he did to murder Athena, did you not?
Yes.
And again, you said you didn't put that in your report.
No.
We have to go to your notes to find that.
There,
Right.
it's in my notes, yes.
All right. And I want you to go to the little section on there. I think it has a green tab on it. There's several things in that area I want to ask you about. The bottom of that first page has got a little star next to it where it says, "She saw me doing cocaine." That's the beginning of him telling you that story, correct?
Nicole, if they allow cameras in the courtroom, yes, I will stream it. Yeah. I mean, that's what I want to do with this channel is trials. So yeah, that's, if it's allowed, it's allowed, just to, like, let you guys know scheduling. Corey Richens' sentencing hearing is still scheduled for May 13th. So we'll be doing that. There's a trial currently going on at the same time as this one. I think they're in like day 2 or day 3 that I believe it's out of Wisconsin. And I've kind of been sort of keeping my eye on that one. But yeah, there's a lot. So like if there's multiple trials that are scheduled for around the same time, I think the best thing to do would be to put up a poll and ask you guys what you want to watch, what you'd like for me to cover. So that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do.
No, I think earlier on that page, it indicates that there was he put the sticker in front of the camera so she couldn't see it. I guess that's his boss or whatever. Did coke outside the truck to avoid the camera. And then at the bottom, yes.
And I mean, you look at these videos, you don't see him doing coke on any of these videos, do you?
No.
Now, what did he tell you specifically that he did? I think you've already talked a little bit about him trying to strangle her or what have you. What else did he tell you he did to murder Athena?
Can you give me a minute?
I think if you go to number 6.
I think I have them in my notes too. It's more than one page, so I want to make sure that.
And just to clarify, do you have a different set of notes?
No, I have the same notes.
Same notes.
I'm hoping that you copied them exactly. Let's see. Okay.
How marked it is number 6 on mine?
Number 6. It's not the green?
No, I had actually marked the specific section I'm going to ask you about.
Okay, so number 6. 2514. I don't see a 6 tab. I'm sorry.
Well, at the bottom of one of these on here, what does he tell you that he did to murder Athena? Besides strangle her, try to break her neck that you've already talked about.
Okay, he tried to kill her by breaking her neck.
Right?
Then he choked her.
Right?
She was still alive after he choked her. You could hear her breathing. He did another line of coke.
Okay. I'm going to move you to the bottom of that page. Where it says, does it say something like he stopped by her cheek? Was that where that begins at the bottom of that page? Is that your words?
Or creek.
Stop by creek.
I'm not sure.
Could be cheek.
I don't think so. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Okay.
Stop by creek, and he didn't use this term, I did, physical blows to the head with his fist and feet.
Okay. So he told you that he used physical blows, whatever his description was, with his fists and his feet
Yes,
to Athena.
yes.
So what specifically did he say he did with his fists?
I don't know. I don't recall.
I mean, you understand this is the first time he's mentioned and admitted to using his fists and his feet.
I don't know about that.
I mean, you read all the documentation, right?
Yes,
Do you find it anywhere else in there besides right here?
no.
Okay. So with that, did you ask him what he did with his fists?
I don't think I needed to. I don't know if I did or not.
I mean, it's not, you don't think it's important to know what exactly he did with his fists to beat somebody to death?
No, I don't.
I mean, you're making an assessment of all of this stuff and giving us a report, but what he actually did in the offense, I mean, are you telling us that's not important?
I think there's sufficient information to know what he did in the offense.
We know what he's lied about doing in the offense. Right.
So why is it that you don't want to discuss with the actual perpetrator what he did during the offense? And her answer is because that's not what she was asked to do. That's what she meant by the answer. That's not what was required of me to make this report. She was hired simply to testify to mitigating evidence, which would be all of his woe is me childhood, his autism, his ADHD, all the sad and sob stories. This is ridiculous, and it's such a freaking insult to Athena.
Right?
In terms of the interrogation and these other things you mentioned, yes.
We know what he's lied about doing in the offense, right?
In terms of the interrogation and these other things you mentioned, yes.
But you didn't ask him, or you don't remember what he said he did with his fists.
He beat her with his fists.
Okay? Is that what he said?
Yes. That's these are my words.
Okay. Well, what are his words?
I don't recall, but what it came down to was that he beat her with his fists.
Okay. Now, what did he tell you he did with his feet?
Kicked her.
Kicked her. That's what he said?
Yes.
Specifically? You've seen the autopsy photos in this case, have you not?
Yes.
Doesn't that explain why we have a tread-like pattern on her face?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation and is outside of her expertise.
Sustained.
So he kicked her and he beat her to death. Right?
Yes.
You listened to the audio, did you not?
Yes.
Did you hear the bangs in the audio?
Yes.
Did you ask him about whether or not those multiple repeated bangs are him hitting her with his fist or hitting him with his feet?
No, I didn't.
You didn't ask him.
No.
And I just want to make sure here that if we didn't have your notes in this case, we would have never known that from your report. Is that correct?
That's correct. There is not a section on the offense in the report.
And I think that, he also said, if you flip the page to the next page, he admits at that time where he's talking to you about how he wanted to have the same truck. And why did he say he wanted to have the same truck?
Because, well, there were two things. She had lost control of her bowels, and he vomited after the offense.
Okay. And I think your notes say wanted the same truck because there was blood, urine, and feces in the truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Goes back to what I asked you about planning. That sounds like planning, doesn't it?
What does? The truck, getting the
Keeping
same truck.
Keeping the same truck.
Yes.
Now, let me just ask you this from an objective perspective. Other than him telling you that he did coke, you don't have any objective watching all the video to say that that's true, do you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, you witnessed him go back down the same road the next day. You watched that video, didn't you?
Yes,
And you witnessed him talking to people and finding out what's going on, right?
yes.
What did he say when you asked him about that?
I didn't ask him about that.
I mean, don't you think that that's relevant to his problem-solving skills?
Not necessarily. I didn't have, number one, I didn't have that. I don't believe I had that at the time that I interviewed him, and I don't think that that's not incompatible with his autism combined with his trauma history.
Jonah's mom says, do we have proof that he vomited? He couldn't have been too upset, so he smoked a cigarette afterwards. We do not have proof that he vomited. And in fact, I think that the line of questioning, particularly with this witness on cross-examination, actually indicates that the story about vomiting was simply a lie told to his employer because he wanted to be able to have the same truck the following day at work. So I actually think and believe that he did not vomit. I believe it was exactly what I've always said. It was a lie. It was a ruse.
Doesn't that explain his knowledge of the consequences?
With his autism combined with his trauma history.
I mean, doesn't that explain his knowledge of the consequences of this particular act? Driving back through the crime scene?
Oh, I don't know why he drove back through the crime scene.
Oh, you didn't ask?
No.
You said something about his strategic criminal thinking. Is that your words you used yesterday?
I don't remember.
Strategic criminal thinking, does that sound like something you would say?
I don't know.
I wrote it down. I think that's accurate. But if I use that term, strategic criminal thinking, you would agree with me that prior to the offense, during the offense, and after the offense, including the day after, his criminal thinking is working very well at that time.
I would disagree with that.
I mean, he planned for it. You agree with me with that, correct?
He didn't plan for it over a lengthy period of time. After it happened, he began to, as I said, kind of catastrophize and had very poor problem solving and planning.
Let's talk about sexual assault in this case.
Hold on. Before we talk about that, let me just say this. Obviously, see, you have to, this is where the problem is and the disconnect with this witness, in my opinion, lies. There is no proof that he did cocaine or that Athena, on the day of the murder, and that Athena caught him, because there are cameras outside of that vehicle. So, and you don't hear him doing anything. There's no, and I feel like this would have been mentioned. Of course, we did not hear the audio from inside of the truck when he murdered Athena. That was not played for the public, like for the media. Okay. But I feel like if there was any type of snorting, that it would have been mentioned by the reporters who've reported what was on that audio. So this is where the whole thing, in my opinion, her whole testimony falls apart, because if you're going on the supposition that what he's telling you about what the precipitating factor is or was, if that's a lie, which it is a lie, then everything else that you're talking about with respect to what he did and why he did it, in the very limited, for the very limited information, because you don't actually ask him about the crime. So how can the jury believe or give your testimony any weight? They can't.
You heard him, and I think you mentioned it in here, where he told her to take off her shirt. Did you hear
Yes.
that? You heard him say, take off your clothes.
Yes.
What did he tell you did with her clothes?
His clothes or her
Her
clothes?
clothes.
I can't remember what he told me he did with with her clothes.
So up until this point, and including with you, he denied doing anything sexual to her multiple times.
I don't know about multiple times, at least once he denied it.
And now I think if you go to number 7, I think it's number 7 on my notes here. In your notes, you indicate 7. Actually, yeah, 7. Sorry about my handwriting on the notes there. And he says to you, I guess is to explain the reason why she seems like she's gagging, he tells you he's trying to put a pill in her mouth. That's what he tells you.
Yes.
You don't believe that, do you?
Well, I don't believe that's all of what happened.
Okay. What do you believe all of what happened?
I believe that he was attempting to have her perform oral sex.
Anything to do with that comes from him again, does it not?
Partly from him, but more from my interpretation of the video and what I heard.
And so you've told us a couple of times, so this information he gave you about the pill and the other thing, that's only found in your notes and not in the report.
That's right. There is no section on the actual offense.
So he says to you in your report, he exposed himself to her,
Yes.
and that he also masturbated as well at the time,
He attempted to.
according to him.
Yes.
And when you challenged him with all that and said, hey, I don't believe you, what did he say?
I don't remember exactly what he said in that moment. At some point, he admitted to what he had done.
But his statement is he tried, but he didn't actually do anything.
He couldn't get an erection.
What did you ask to follow up with that?
I don't remember.
Now, you had a little bit, you talked about future danger yesterday. Remember talking about that?
Yes.
I mean, when we talk about prison is really the definition of chaos, isn't it?
It can be.
And prison's really the definition of stress.
It can be. It depends, especially, obviously for a neurotypical person, it would be very stressful.
And change in prison is not determined by the inmate. It's determined by the prison system, correct?
Change.
Any changes as far as location, cellmate, any of that is all determined outside of the inmate's consent.
Yes,
And ma'am, let me just ask you, you don't really think that there's no drugs in prison, do you?
no,
And in this particular case, you do realize that prison, I think you said, offers some structure. They eliminate certain weapons and things like that in prison, right?
yes,
But in this case, you'll agree with me that Mr. Horner, he carries his preferred weapons with him everywhere he goes, doesn't he?
his preferred weapons,
Well, he beat her to death with his fists. Those go with him, don't they?
he will be having his fists with him in prison.
And his other weapon of choice to murder Athena was his feet. Those go with him, don't they?
Yes,
And you don't disagree with me that Mr. Horner has the capacity for extreme violence.
in that situation, that was the only situation that I'm aware of that he exhibited extreme violence.
So he has the capacity for it. You
Yes.
just haven't seen it again.
Yes,
And he also has the capacity to victimize someone sexually, doesn't he?
a child,
A child.
yes,
Potentially 16-year-old girls as well.
I don't know that he victimized 16-year-old girls.
Okay, so the Sharp family Switchblade asks, the Ward case studies, when he was arrested, did he have any cocaine in his system or on his person? Someone as disorganized as Tanner Horner would surely leave a trail. When he was arrested in, and in his, I think it was his backpack, was a cellophane with marijuana in it. Now, when that marijuana, when the contents of the backpack and the contents were photographed by Wise County crime scene investigator, okay, and he used the word cellophane with marijuana in it. There is a video of them detaining Tanner Horner, and both law enforcement officers remark about the strong smell of weed, is what they said, coming from the car or coming from the truck. Geez, Jen, get it together. So, did they drug test him? If they did, I don't know. We've not heard any evidence about that. We've not heard any testimony about that. So we don't know, which is, I think it's one of those things that if the defense wants the jury to at least buy this BS story about Athena catching him doing a bump, they should probably produce some sort of evidence of him being on cocaine at the time of the crime. I suspect they aren't going to. But, and to be fair, the defense doesn't actually have to prove anything in this case. The state has the burden of proof that the aggravators of the crime call for the death penalty and not life without the possibility of parole. However, they did choose to put on a defense. Okay. So at this point, legally, they're not obligated to prove anything, but the jury is listening and weighing mitigating circumstances versus aggravating circumstance. So you'd think that they would. I don't think they're going to be able to, quite honestly. So yeah, I feel like this is just, oh, Jonah's mom, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. There's another thing I wanted to address. So I made a comment, and I was scrolling the tubes, and there's a video by Hidden True Crime title, and this is the exact title. I copied it word for word. Inside the truck, Dr. John reacts to the audio that shook the Athena Strand trial. I don't know how he could react to the audio. The audio is not public. So what is he react? He's going to be reacting to the exact same thing that I reacted to, that Grizzly True Crime reacted to, that anybody who's watched, followed, and covered this trial is reacting to. And that is, he would be relying on what the reporters from inside the courtroom said about what was on that audio, what it contained. There's one piece of testimony that came out with respect to the audio from inside that FedEx truck that none of the reporters that I've watched spoke about. And that is that he called Athena a bitch. It's so disgusting. So I find that title, I'm just going to say it, it's misleading AF. It is. How can he possibly, it sounds like he's going to react to the actual audio. The way that it's written. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I will say that in Dr. John's professional capacity, he evaluated prisoners for their likelihood, sex offenders, for the likelihood of them to reoffend. That was his, if I remember correctly, that is or was his job in his professional capacity.
I mean, you would agree with me that having sex with a 16-year-old girl with a 23-year-old male is illegal.
Yes.
Now, you talked about Mr. Horner's trigger being stress, chaos, with all the conditions you talked about, right?
Yes.
And in this case, his trigger in this case, the end result was a kidnapping and a murder. Correct?
Correct.
But you still say you believe he's going to be prey, not predator.
Yes.
Now, if I'd asked you that question the day before the murder, you'd have said the same thing, right?
Yes.
You'd have been wrong.
No.
Objection, Your Honor, that's improper question.
Sustained.
You would have said November 29, 2022, that he was not at a risk of committing violence at that time.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Or a letter answer.
Could you rephrase the question?
On November 29, 2022, the day before the murder, you would have come in and said that he's not a risk to murder someone, correct?
I would say he was at low risk. Correct. No one is at no risk under
Right.
proper, if you want to call them that, conditions.
And you would have never concluded that he would sexually violate a child the day before the murder.
That's correct.
Because you said he doesn't have these interests.
Correct.
That assessment, if you made that November 29, 2022, would have been incorrect based on the facts of this case, wouldn't it?
If I made a prediction that he would not sexually assault a child, yes, that would have been correct.
Same thing with any prediction you would have made about him committing a murder. That would have been incorrect, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to make sure I'm clear with this. The entirety of your report about him catastrophizing, did I get that word right again? Catastrophizing?
Yes.
Is based on the presumption of this single act of him seeing Athena, or Athena seeing him doing coke. The entirety of your assessment is based upon that particular act.
I wouldn't simplify it like that.
Well, let me help you. In this case, anything that has to do with a catastrophe starts with that one single thing. In this case, his belief, somebody had seen him doing cocaine.
And everything else that would follow from that.
Right. But if that act, what he's telling you, the story he's telling you about her seeing him is untrue, and that is false, then everything below that is also false, correct?
I don't know that everything below that would be false, but it would certainly change things.
The entirety of your theory that he catastrophized, if that particular story he told you is untrue, like all the other lies he told you, then the whole thing about catastrophizing, all of that fails as well.
No, not about catastrophizing. No, that is something that he has exhibited long before the offense. So the
But
fact
in
that he
this
does,
case, your theory in this case, though, about what happened on the day of the event is dependent upon that one event.
that set it off.
Now, part of this, and this is where I'm going to finish up now. Thank you for working with me here. You noted in your report in several places where Tanner wanted to be famous, didn't he?
Yes,
Wanted to be a rock star.
yes,
And in fact, you said that was he told you it was his only goal in life.
yes.
And I think you said you listened to some jail call. Did you listen to the jail call where he's talking about telling his story to maybe make some money? You listened to that.
To get out of, I think it was, again, completely unrealistic and evidence of extremely poor thinking, irrational, that somehow he would sell his story to get bailed out, get enough money to be bailed out.
Well, that's what he's telling me.
Yes, that's what he said on the phone.
Number 11 here, what does he tell you about what he thinks his situation is like? It's on number 11 here. I think he compares it to a movie, does he not?
All right, we're gonna take 10 minutes, and we're in the break, but we're gonna finish with this witness. 10 minutes.
You know, just that last bit of testimony made me think about something. So basically, what we're at this point, what all the witnesses are supposed to be doing is either testifying to the aggravating circumstances or the mitigating circumstances, right? So let's just, for the sake of discussion and argument currently, who in the actual F is he waving at? Let's just say, for the sake of argument and discussion, that every diagnosis, every conclusion that Dr. Ryan, I think that's her last name, his mother did, cray, accepted his calls. Let's say that all of those are accurate. It's still not evidence of a mitigating circumstance, because for the purposes of protecting society would be the other prisoners in prison. So if he has poor problem-solving skills, deficits in communication, all of those factors, right? Prison would actually exacerbate all of those. It would be like the worst environment he could be in, right? So therefore, if his solution to problems due to his deficits, right, is so poor, his problem-solving skills, his communication skills, all those things are so poor, then the death penalty would be right, because he would likely lash out at other inmates, particularly because where he would be housed most likely would be with similarly situated inmates, i.e. inmates who commit the same types of crimes, i.e. they put the chomos with the chomos, okay? So wouldn't then the death penalty be the best for him under, even if you took all of her evidence and conclusions, or testimony, excuse me, and conclusions at face value, believed every single one of them, then wouldn't he need to be on death row to protect the other chomos in the prison? Seems like that's the point, right? That's what she's testified to, right?
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Stakes, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Got a couple of questions, ma'am. Thank you for bearing with us today. Something I wanted to ask you about when it comes to, you made some testimony the other day about future danger in prison. We talked a little bit about that earlier. You would agree with me that there is some probability that the defendant may commit some acts of violence in prison, right?
Yes, there's a probability that anyone will commit acts in prison.
Including the defendant.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just very simple questions. We talked a little bit about pedophilia disorder.
Yes.
That's right. And you've reviewed some information in relation to that recently, correct?
What information?
You've reviewed some information related to your testimony with regard to pedophilic disorder.
I know what pedophilic disorder is.
Okay. And that information that you reviewed recently in that case, did it change your opinion as to whether or not you had pedophilic disorder?
No.
Now let me ask you the last question here that I was getting to before. You still have that page of your notes up?
Which
where I have the
page?
number 11 on there, if my
Okay.
is correct.
Yes.
We're talking about the owner's desire to be famous. What did he tell you and relate this situation to as far as the movie? Would you read that last paragraph on that for us?
Wonders if he made a deal with the devil for fame, money, power, like the movie American Satan.
House witness, Your Honor. Read it right.
Mr. Ryan. Dr. Ryan, when you were retained in this case, were you asked to give an opinion on the offense itself?
I don't know what you mean.
When you were retained, were you asked to do an insanity evaluation?
No, that was not what I was retained for.
What was the purpose of your evaluation?
It was a mitigation evaluation.
In a mitigation evaluation, do you focus more on the facts of the offense or the history of the person you're evaluating?
The person you're evaluating.
And the facts of the offense are important,
Yes.
but are those things that you would put in your report?
It would depend on what I was asked to put in my report. I mean, in terms of what I was asked to focus on, and if I was asked to not describe the offense in the report, I wouldn't. It's not an insanity evaluation.
Y'all want to hear that again? Because I think that was a Freudian slip that she then caught and is now trying to walk back. Yes, I believe we shall hear that again. But first, we will be hearing from, what does Mac think about all of this? Mac? I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? All right, here we go. I just love that clip. He's so clear and like you can tell he's annoyed. All right, here we go.
Facts of the offense are important. Mitigation evaluation, do you focus more on the facts of the offense or the history of the person you're evaluating?
The person you're evaluating.
And the facts of the offense are important,
Yes.
but are those things that you would put in your report?
It would depend on what I was asked to put in my report. I mean,
This is inside the doctor's brain right now after she just heard herself give that answer.
Ah, fuck.
All right, let's keep going.
in terms of what I was asked to focus on, and if I was asked to not describe the offense in the report, I wouldn't. It's not an insanity evaluation.
And so for this particular case, your focus was on the history of Tanner?
History, yes. Social development, his mental health.
Dr. Ryan, the prosecutor asked you about self-report. And you had mentioned that self-report was important. But do you rely solely on self-report?
No.
How do you verify these things that you are given to, or given by the person you're evaluating?
Well, in terms of verification, is it maybe not the correct word, but...
Corroborate?
Yes.
We'll go with corroborate. How do you corroborate what has been self-reported?
Just within the context of the evaluation itself, to be able to weigh inconsistencies and what they mean, and what they indicate, and how they fit into what I've already determined or am determining about the person's cognitive abilities, their cognitive status, more or less, their emotional abilities, and then to look at the body of information that I've received, see if things essentially line up, and also to talk with other sources of information.
In this particular case, in reviewing all of the records, in reviewing all of the discovery that you were provided, and the almost 20 hours that you spent with Tanner Horner evaluating him, the collateral witnesses that you interviewed, and you interviewed quite a few of them, did all of that line up with the self-report?
Most of it all of it that was important, and that went into my opinion.
The prosecutor asked you about the suicide attempts, and he used the phrase, phoned it in. With these suicide attempts, were they serious attempts?
Yes.
Were they almost successful?
Yes.
Does that give you an indication that he phoned it in?
I think they were very serious attempts with an intent to die.
The prosecutor also talked to you about Dr. Imhoff's report, and that you did not agree with him on the diagnosis of PTSD. Is it uncommon for different doctors to have different opinions on very specific symptomology?
Well, if the doctors are working with the same body of information, there should be that's called reliability. They should be coming to the same conclusion, but especially in a forensic case, this kind of situation, people have access to different types of information. They may not have met with the person for as long a period of time. They may not have spoken with other collateral sources.
Do symptoms for something such as PTSD, are they present every time you meet with the person you're evaluating?
They're not observable every time.
And so if a person doesn't observe it at that time, does that mean it doesn't exist?
No.
With regards to your report, do you put every detail that you have into the report?
No.
How do you determine what is relevant and what is not?
Well, I think it's important not to cherry pick, for example, and if there's information that goes against my diagnosis, I would indicate why I discounted that, for example. It's important to, I think, in a report that it's very clear why I made the diagnoses that I made and why I came to the conclusions that I came to, why I have the opinions that I do.
And in this case, did you put into your report things that you felt were relevant?
Yes.
Were all the things that you put in your report necessarily helpful to the defense?
No.
Did you feel that it was still important that the jury had that information?
Yes.
So they can make their own determination?
Yes.
There was a lot of talk about problem solving. And I want to go back to, what do you mean by problem solving?
Well, problem solving is different for different situations, right? Some problem solving requires very little executive function on the part of the person making the plan or the problem. So if you have a problem, for example, that you spill coffee on your jacket before going to work, doesn't require a whole lot of executive function to go put something else on. More complicated issues require more executive functioning, better judgment, planning, rational thinking, being able to shift from one thing to another. And then, if you are emotionally dysregulated, that compromises your ability to problem solve. So the more complicated, the more upsetting and distressing a situation is, the more impaired potentially someone with Mr. Horner's deficits are going to be.
But doctor, wouldn't you agree that murder in the legal sense, not the medical sense, or I should say homicide. Let's say homicide, because there's two different homicides. There's the medical examiner, which homicide just means death at the hands of another, or death caused by another, and homicide in the legal sense. So wouldn't you agree, doctor, that homicide, unless it's for self-defense, is an irrational act? And so if everything done after that initial irrational act, if the standard that you're applying is rationality, how does one commit an irrational act and yet be rational in the aftermath of the irrational act? I don't think they could be. So therefore, you saying that everything that Tanner did as a part of the cover-up, concealment, and avoiding getting caught element of the crime, because it didn't work and because all of those things are irrational acts, and you're trying to apply logic to something that's irrational, then isn't your hypothesis and therefore your conclusion flawed from the very beginning?
Well, the prosecutor specifically said it sounds like he was problem solving when he cleaned the truck. Sounds like he was problem solving when he covered up the camera. Sounds like he was problem solving. Based upon your training, your experience, and everything that you've reviewed in this case, what is your opinion about Tanner's ability to problem solve in that situation?
I think it comes down to what's his ability to problem solve in a reasonable way. And on some level you can say, well, it's reasonable to clean up your crime scene, right? But when you look at the totality of his problem solving, you recognize how poor it is.
In what way?
Well, for example, he was aware that his boss has access to these cameras. That's why he covered up the camera when he's snorting cocaine. So it's not good problem solving to think that he's going to get away with this because he cleans out the back of the truck.
You brought up the covering up the cameras. There were a lot of assumptions that were being made about why this may or may have happened. I mean, covering up the cameras. So the question I have is covering up a camera after a kidnapping indicative of planning to kidnap?
No.
Tell me more about that.
Well, I think it's an indication of his poor planning and problem solving. There really wasn't planning involved, right? So if he had planned it, he would, I mean, we talked yesterday about the difference between IQ and some of the other deficits that he has. He would not have done this in the way he did if he had planned to kidnap Athena.
The other thing that the state had asked was about actions and consequences. Would it make sense to uncover a camera while you're trying to clean up the evidence of a crime?
No.
You were also asked about the story of the snorting of the cocaine and him catastrophizing that incident. And you were specifically asked, do you have any evidence that he was snorting cocaine? My question is, do you have any evidence that he wasn't doing what he said he did?
No.
Which brings up the difference between malingering versus lying. Please explain to the jury what the difference is between malingering and lying.
Well, malingering involves lying. Lying doesn't have to involve malingering. So, in my opinion, the lying that Mr. Horner has done has been consistent with the lying that people with autism spectrum disorder do. It's fear-based, basically to avoid getting into trouble. That's the way I would see it, rather than, well, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, continue.
No, I think it's cognitively driven by his poor problem solving and his difficulties with executive functioning. But fear is a major driver, emotional dysregulation by being afraid.
Do you take into account the deficits that a person exhibits when determining whether they are malingering versus lying?
Yes.
And in Tanner's case, did you detect that he was malingering in any way?
No, and malingering has to do with fabricating or grossly exaggerating a disorder, for example, a physical or psychological disorder. So lying isn't the same as malingering. So as I said before, malingerers lie about their disorder, for example, to get into the hospital or to whatever. But you can lie without being a malingerer.
Dr. Ryan, there was a lot of talk about manipulation. When we're talking about, let me back up. The state asked you about antisocial personality disorder
Yes,
and callousness, things like that. Based upon your evaluation, did Tanner meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
no,
Did he exhibit a pervasive pattern in this case?
no.
And I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury, what do we mean by a pervasive pattern?
A pattern over a period of time. And that's in the criteria for antisocial personality disorder, why you have to have met the criteria for conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. Because you would be talking about a persistent pattern over years of behavior that is not only illegal, but is not, defies the rights of others, doesn't take into account the rights of others.
So when we're talking about a pervasive pattern, does that mean that it's, a one and done? Or, if somebody snaps and they do something, does that qualify in and of itself as being a pervasive pattern?
It's not a one and done. It's not even a five and done. I mean, you have to have a persistent pattern of this kind of behavior across antisocial behavior, across numerous realms, I guess.
Now, with regards to the diagnostic criteria for antisocial personality, does one have to fail to conform to societal norms with respect to lawful behaviors?
Yes.
And would that be indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest?
Yes.
Did you find that in this case?
No.
Another part of the criteria relates to deceitfulness, such as using aliases or conning others for personal profit or pleasure.
No.
Did you find that in this case?
No.
With regards to impulsivity and failure to plan, is that something that was present in this incident?
Yes, and he has been impulsive in the past, too.
We talked about irritability and aggression, indicated by repeated fights or assaults. Were you able to determine whether or not Tanner meets that criteria in this case?
Yes, and he doesn't.
What about reckless disregard for the safety of himself or others?
No.
What about consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations?
Before she answers that one, I would propose that because she believes Tanner's telling the truth about his use of cocaine being the precipitating factor or event that caused him to kidnap, sexually assault, and murder Athena Strand, a 7-year-old. This would be abhorrent no matter the age, but it's particularly egregious because of her age. I would propose that doing cocaine while driving, which means you're driving under the influence, which means you're impaired, poses significant risk to the safety of others, something he, according to this doctor anyway, did on a regular basis. So that would be not giving a rat's fat kneecap about the safety and welfare of others, in my opinion.
Again, in the criteria for antisocial personality disorder, those things can't be related to another disorder. He does have the failure to sustain employment, but in my opinion, that's due to his autism spectrum disorder.
What about lack of remorse?
No.
So you mentioned that the criteria for ASPD, it sounds like it can't occur in a vacuum.
I would also propose, while I'm thinking about it, because it's going to bother me and I'll interrupt and have an outburst if I don't say this, so I might as well say it now. I would also propose that writing to the various people he wrote to in those letters after his suicide attempt, that what he wrote in particular to both law enforcement, because we don't really know what was the contents of these other letters. They weren't read the way that these two letters were. So the ones to the law enforcement, where he says that there's a third person who actually killed Athena, and that his family their lives were in danger if he would have told the truth. That letter. And the contents of the letter he wrote to Athena's family, I would say that that is full of lies, manipulation, and I believe that he wrote those because I think that he would get enjoyment out of knowing that after he died, they would read those, and that I think he got a pleasure out of the harm and the distress and stress and anxiety, all of it, that they would derive from reading that letter. So there is evidence of that as well.
That if it can be attributed to something else, you have to consider that something else as well?
Yes, now you can have both antisocial personality disorder and autism spectrum disorder. Mr. Horner doesn't, in my opinion.
Explain to the jury what is meant by differential diagnoses.
It's the procedure by which physicians, for example, would gradually, they would take into account the symptoms that someone comes in with, and then gradually distill it down based on symptoms, lab tests, for example, to what they think is a group of likely diagnoses. For example, if someone comes in with a cough, that could be a lot of different things causing a cough, right? So then the person tells you that they have blood in their sputum. That narrows it down. Could be bronchitis, could be a virus, it could be pneumonia, it could be tuberculosis, it could be cancer. So then you do more interviewing and testing to kind of narrow it down to what you think the diagnosis actually is.
And lastly, Dr. Ryan, the state asked you about the capacity for extreme violence on the part of Mr. Horner. If Mr. Horner were sent to prison, in your opinion, what level of risk of violence would he be assessed?
In my opinion, he'd be assessed as a low risk of violence. I'm not sure what kind of placement he would have based on the crime, but in terms of his actual violence risk, it would be low.
One moment, Your Honor.
Hold on, I want to hear that last question and answer again.
Violence risk.
Risk of violence. If Mr. Horner were sent to prison, in your opinion, what level of risk of violence would he be assessed?
In my opinion, he'd be assessed as a low risk of violence. I'm not sure what kind of placement he would have based on the crime, but in terms of his actual violence risk, it would be low.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, you take that moment, because I can't even believe that you asked that question, given the fact that the very first witness that the jury heard from for your case basically said people are going to people, and there isn't a reliable way to predict a risk of what they will or will not do while in prison. So that was a fantastic question for you to ask your witness when your first witness just told them to basically ignore that. Good job. I believe the reason that she used the term if sent to prison, I think she used it in that way because we're talking about the jury having to determine whether he gets the death penalty or whether he gets life without the possibility of parole. And so in that context, they would be talking about if he's sent to prison for the remainder of his life versus if he receives the death penalty. I think that's why she asked it like that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Stegman?
All I'd like to do, Judge, is offer, I think, a market estates 309.
Karen asked, isn't solitary confinement in the death row in Texas? It's not really, they don't call it solitary confinement. Solitary confinement is something different, that they are housed in a single bed cell and they are confined to that cell, that specific cell, 23 hours a day in Texas on death row. They get out an hour a day. And I believe that the hour can be used either to shower or for rec time. I need to look and see what the visitation is on death row. I know that there is visitation. I just don't know. I know it's no contact, where there's no like room for them to be with their visitor. I think it's done, from behind glass. But I think that hour, that's like what they're out for. They're out for, they either have a visitor or they can have a shower or they can have rec time. But if I remember correctly, rec time consists of they're not out in a yard the way the general population is. They're in another, it's not a cell, but it's basically a cell that is made of fence. Not like wood fence, but chain link fence, like that. So yeah. But they are confined to a single cell for 23 hours a day.
309, the good doctor's notes that you've been talking about in this case.
And you're offering it for all purposes?
Yes.
Any objections?
One moment.
You better not try to object to that. The jury should see all the things, not just the things you want them to see.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 309 will be admitted.
Nothing further.
Will Dr. Ryan be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's got a copy. Yeah.
Who you have next?
She should be in the
Okay.
waiting room.
This is the first one that was listed on y'all's report. Okay.
Is this? Your Honor, if you want me to step out, grab her.
I'm sorry? Okay, that'd be great. Never mind, go get her.
Hey, Pretty Eye. I believe that the family is in support of the death penalty. So, I mean, yes, either way, Sarah, you're right. Either way, you're in prison. But I think that's why she said it the way that she did, because it's because of the context. I mean, yeah, either way. Oh, sorry, you guys. Either way, he's going to be in prison. I mean, he's never going to, regardless of what the sentence is, he is never going to leave the prison under his own power. He will not leave that prison alive, whether he is executed by the state of Texas or he receives life without the possibility of parole and he dies of, disease or old age or whatever, or some other act. He's not ever getting out of prison. Coffee and Skeleton says, my cat just tricked my old ass into getting on the floor to look under my dresser for nothing. She was meowing loudly and looking at me before coming over to me to look at nothing. Fooled. Mac does this thing when he gets in the bed. And he gets comfortable, does the, how they do the wadding, the kneading, or it's not really kneading. They like bunch up the blankie or whatever to make sure it's, comfortable. They're all snuggled up and he'll, get comfy and then lay there for a little while, about 10, 15 minutes. And then he'll abruptly lift his head, sit up, and stare at the wall behind me. I don't know if there is a kukui behind me and he is like, hey, Mom, there's a kukui. You need to pay attention. I don't know what he's doing or if he's just messing with me because I will always be like, what is it, Mac? I can't see whatever you're looking at. Can you just one time, just speak English so I can understand? I think he does it just to mess with me. Maggie May writes, never say never. The legislature could change the law and he could get out. Not likely, but possible. If he were charged with if he had pled guilty to anything other than capital murder, I would agree. But in Texas, capital murder there's nothing that is the most serious charge you can be charged with in the state of Texas. It doesn't necessarily always come with the death penalty. For example, what is his name? I just did a live on him. The guy that killed, why am I having that? Christopher Preciado, the one who murdered Savannah Soto and Matthew Guerra. He was charged with capital murder, and they did not seek the death penalty. But this is in Texas. It's the most serious charge of murder that you can get. Lil Red says, it's your guardian angel. Matt can see it. Now, see, I think it's something negative. Thank you, Lil Red. And here's Lil Red trying to put a little pep in my step. I appreciate that, babe. All right. They're calling Elizabeth somebody. I didn't hear the last name, but whoever it is. We're about to find out.
Okay.
I really need to know who he was. Oh, it's a civilian witness. They've got the blur on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have discussion, once you finish testifying, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except for lawyers. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Gover?
Thank you. Good morning. Good to see you again. For the purpose of this hearing, I'm going to just call you Elizabeth. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Tanner Horn?
Yes.
And how long have you known him?
About 5 or 6 years.
And how do you know him?
We met through one of his ex-girlfriends at a place I used to work at.
Okay. And so you mentioned meeting through one of his ex-girlfriends. Are you familiar with kind of Tanner's relationships?
Yes.
And what type of girlfriends did he gravitate towards?
Very controlling women who treated him badly, I guess would be the most polite way to say it.
Would you consider Tanner to be a leader or a follower?
He was a follower.
Why?
He's more just a go with the flow, not the one to always just sit there and take control. It's easier just to go along with the flow than to go against it.
And did you have an opportunity to see Tanner in social settings? And if so, how was he?
He more kept to himself. He would have the social anxiety, so he would kind of go into himself. He would get really quiet, and he would just lack some certain social skills. So he would just keep to himself a lot of the time.
And you talking about lacking social skills. Can you tell us what that looked like?
It's kind of like I was just kind of just feeling awkward whenever there's a bunch of people around and not. Sorry, it's kind of like how I am right now. It's kind of just feeling awkward. It's just not sure what to say, not sure how to initiate the conversations and stuff. Not really having a fully outgoing personality. You just don't want to say the wrong thing and just make the wrong people upset.
Okay. So kind of like being in the spotlight all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Now, were you able to observe other people? Did other people pick up on his social awkwardness?
Yes. A lot of people took it the wrong way. They thought that he would come across as a lot of people didn't like him at first. They thought that he was just kind of rude and standoffish. But then once they got to actually know him, then they're like, that's just him. You actually have to give him an opportunity to open up, and then you see that he's fine.
What were Tanner's interests as far as you know?
Definitely music. He loved to play the guitar. He liked to sing as well. One of his favorite bands were Linkin Park. He enjoyed video games. He did like to say, he did like reading as well. Mostly talking about movies and music for sure.
Now, in your experience with Tanner, was he ever violent?
No, not at all.
Did Tanner have friends?
Yes. Not many. We shared the very few select friends.
But in your observation and from your opinion, how did he feel about his friends?
How did he feel about his friends? He absolutely adored his friends. He would do anything for them, and he did have some people take advantage of him because of that kindness. He would give somebody the shirt off of his back, but they wouldn't always do the same for him.
Now, did he ever mention mental health or developmental issues to you?
Yes, me and him talked about mental health a lot.
Well, you talked about it, but did you ever observe any behaviors from Tanner that made you think he had mental health or developmental issues?
Yes, whenever it would come to the short attention span with ADHD and with the anxiety as well in high stress situations.
And what we talking about, the short attention span, what, like ADHD?
Oh, yeah,
Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes, getting easily distracted, going off on a tangent, and just having your mind running a certain way, so where he would say something you would think it's completely random, but it's just the ADHD mind connects a lot of things really quickly, and it comes across to a lot of people as random, but that's just how.
Did you ever see Tanner panic?
Yes.
What would cause him to panic?
Sometimes his women would push him to a certain point to where it feels like they would just try to make him crazy. One of his exes did something, and we got to see his reaction to it, and he's just grabbing the sides of his head, just trying to calm himself down, but just freaking out.
So that was directed towards himself?
It's mostly directed towards himself. He wouldn't when he was panicking, he wouldn't lash out at people. If anything, people would be trying to calm him down. He would actually pull himself away.
And you talked about someone doing something intentionally to him, but did it have to be something big or intentional?
No, it can be the littlest of things. If let's say he can't find his favorite hat, he'll freak out and he'll just run around until he finds his hat.
And you mentioned his anxiety a couple times. What sort of things would trigger that?
Really, just thinking you did something wrong. If he thought that he said something wrong or upset somebody. If something happened at work, something happened with one of his exes, it varies with everybody, really.
Did you ever believe that Tanner was depressed?
Yes.
And why is that?
He's been through a lot, and I've seen him be put through a lot. And that would make any normal person depressed. He's been cheated on. He's been let go from jobs. He's dealt with a lot.
And to your knowledge, was Tanner ever on medication?
He wasn't, but that was because he didn't have the resources to start to get on medication. And it's a couple of months before everything happened, he had actually started seeing someone. He had actually started to get on medication. He was on it for about, I want to say, maybe 2 to 3 weeks, but he was starting to get on medication.
Do you know if anything, or did you see anything that helped with his anxiety and depression?
Music definitely helped. Having some sort of outlet, whether it's just writing, reading, something that could seem so simple to somebody else, can be the thing that you look forward to the most.
How did Tanner react to fatherhood?
Honestly, words can't describe how excited and proud he was to be a father. He didn't know, in my opinion, he didn't know how bad he wanted to be a father until he was a father. And then everything just changed.
No, without telling me what he said, did Tanner ever speak to you about his parents?
Yes.
Did he ever talk to you about aspiring to be a better parent to his son?
Yes, but but it wasn't a conversation that came up much. It was something that he didn't always like to talk about.
Now, in this case, you're aware that Tanner has pled guilty to kidnapping and murdering Athena Strand.
Yes.
Just have 1 second.
Yes.
Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Appreciate it. Ma'am, you said you've known Tanner for 5 or 6 years?
Yes.
What was the situation in which you know him? Do y'all hang out? What's the situation?
And do you mean like how I met him?
No, like what did y'all do together?
We would hang out after work with his ex at the time. Sometimes we would go out to the bar and just hang out, dancing. We've gone out to a festival a time or two. But a lot of our work schedules were really conflicting with each other, so we didn't get out much. Sometimes we would hang out at a mutual friend's house as well.
This time that you hung out with him, going to festivals, over that time that you knew him, how many times do you think you actually did that?
I couldn't say.
You don't have an estimate?
I just don't have an exact number.
Was it every single weekend?
No, I don't think so.
Once a month?
I would say maybe every other weekend would be my best guess.
And you said you knew what he pled guilty to. Do you know what he actually did in this case?
Not, I haven't really been following all the articles and videos. I've just been kind of avoiding anything with it. I don't know exactly.
Redirect.
And nothing further.
Okay, this would be finally excused.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who you have?
Lee, Your Honor, but can we approach for one? Sure.
All right, let's see if we get another witness or yeah, we do.
Weird. Like, it's fun.
Good morning. Come up, please. Good morning.
I swear or affirm testimony in this case is the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
I do.
There's a rule of evidence in effect that you cannot be in court unless you testify, and once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anyone else except the lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Watch yourself in that chair. Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. For the purpose of this hearing, I'm going to, it's good to see you again, by the way. For the purpose of this hearing, I'm going to call you Lee.
Okay.
All right. So, Lee, how did you first meet Tanner?
Through a friend.
Okay. And you remember where that was at?
And that would be Electric Cowboy.
And how would you describe Tanner?
He was fun. Got along with everybody.
Was there anything unusual about the way Tanner behaved?
He just wasn't good at closing jokes. Just a little different. I don't really know how to describe it.
Okay. Just one of the things that you noticed that it's tough to put into words?
Right. Yeah, it's just a little different.
Well, and you said he struggled to tell a joke.
Like, if he was telling a joke and like the timing when you finish it, the laugh, everything, it would be like an awkward pause. Didn't quite finish off. It kind of leave a weird, silent awkwardness.
And do you ever know him to kind of be lacking in common sense sometimes?
Yes.
Now, did you have a chance to actually work with Tanner?
Yes.
Was that at a glass company?
Yes.
And how long have you been in the glass business?
35 years. 33, sorry.
What was Tanner's job title at the glass company?
Installer.
And what does that mean? What would the job be?
They would be out there in the job field, residential, installing mirrors, showers, anything that needs to be done on the job site.
And was that like mostly manual labor, or
Yes, sir.
is there any kind of specialized training or a class that's required to do that?
Not to start out, but you develop that as you go.
And how long does it typically take someone to learn that trade?
You're always learning, but to go from like a helper, as I hate to say that, to a lead man, usually a year and a half.
Okay, he would have started out as the helper, and in a year and a half, you'd expect him to work his way up to a lead man?
Yes, sir.
And how was Tanner's work performance?
A little bit slower than most. He did show up on time. He just was retaining stuff was hard for him.
Like retaining
Knowledge.
the knowledge, the skills. How did he get along with his coworkers?
Good.
And what about his supervisors?
Good.
Did you ever, while at work, witness Tanner have an emotional outburst or some sort of unusual reaction?
Yes.
And what was that?
He had carried in some equipment. Got sat down. Door got open. It was just behind the door. We couldn't find it. Something so simple, but he just kind of lost control. Freaked out. Like he couldn't handle himself. It's kind of like not really screaming, but almost crying, and slapped himself in the head and such.
So that was kind of directed towards himself.
Yes.
And was it expensive equipment or just
No, it's just simple stuff. But you just couldn't do the job without it.
And did you also have social interactions with Tanner? You said you met
Yes.
the Electric Cowboy. What
Yes.
is that?
It was just a nightclub.
Okay. And did you have a chance to observe his interactions with people in that social setting?
Yes, sir.
Was that in any way unusual?
Hadn't been, no.
Was it easy for him to make friends? And you said he was a little awkward on jokes. Was there other awkwardness?
No, it's just, he seemed like he could make friends. He didn't really go inside much. He more or less stayed outside. Smoking cigarettes and such.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're aware that he has pled guilty to kidnapping and killing Athena Strand, correct?
Yeah, I guess so, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sir,
Yes, sir.
Lee, if you
Yes,
will. How long ago was this that you knew Tanner?
Job-wise or friend-wise,
Well, let's start from the very beginning to the last time you saw him.
I would say 2000. No, not 2000, sorry. 2019. This is probably when I first met him. Last time I'd seen him would probably be right there around 2021, 22.
Okay. And was it during that time that he worked for your business?
Yes, sir.
And how long did he work for your business?
From November 21, no, November 20 to December 21.
And you said at that time he was a helper.
Yes, sir.
This wasn't the first helper you had that didn't get the job and you had to let go.
Oh, no, there's been many.
Now, with regard to the social interaction, you said this was at a bar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how frequently would you see him at the bar?
Maybe once every week or two.
Now, at some point, Tanner told you he couldn't go to the bar anymore. Is that right?
He may have, I don't remember.
Did he tell you why he couldn't go to the bar?
I don't remember the conversation.
Did he have an altercation with the bouncer?
Now, he did say,
Hearsay.
Sustained.
What did Tanner tell you?
he was not
There's your
allowed.
hearsay.
Well, he's answered the question, go ahead.
He was not allowed in that bar. He's banned.
Not allowed in that bar.
Sir?
Not allowed in that bar.
Yes.
But you don't remember why he told you why?
No.
That's what I'm sure.
Redirect.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you about Tanner losing the job. Did you have to let him go at some point?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many months into it was?
We told him just because he wasn't catching on, but the homeowner was present when he lost control of himself. And the message that's sent and so forth like that, we just couldn't have that.
Okay. Now, did he get his Christmas bonus that year?
Yes.
And did he really earn it? Or?
We do our best for everybody.
And did you, even after that, did you remain friends with Tanner?
We didn't see each other too much, no. But, we crossed paths sometimes. It was a while.
But that wasn't kind of the,
No.
you didn't cut him off because he didn't do that job?
No, sir.
Absolutely, Sean.
Mr. State,
Nothing wrong. Thank you.
may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Sean.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Appreciate you coming in. Next witness up on the list.
Yes. Give me one second, that's the same as
Okay.
May we approach?
Yes.
Why do you need to approach? Always with the dadgum approach. Hold on, Alice is on my lap, so it's making it a little hard to scroll. Excuse me, ma'am, I need to, pardon me. I need to push play. I don't understand why they need to approach all the time. What's up there? What do you need to discuss, lady? So it's just a big waste of time, I think. Maybe scheduling. I'm sure you're right. I'm just annoyed. Sarah always being logical while I'm over here having an outburst. Yeah, Jonah's mom. I'd like to sit here and be like, if I were subpoenaed, I do what I'm supposed to do. But if it were a case like this, I think I'd take the bench warrant. They're getting the next witness, so we'll
I
just
would
be
like to be
patient.
finished with this witness, and then we'll break for lunch. Okay?
That sounds like a great idea, Your Honor. I agree. You're sitting on my phone. Are you blocking people?
Raise your right hand for me.
Okay, good.
Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, have a seat. There's a rule of evidence in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying.
Let me turn this up for y'all.
Discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, Your
All right, very good. Ms. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, how are you doing today?
Okay, thank you.
We have agreed to refer to you just as Jason for these proceedings. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right, so Jason, if you'll just go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name's Jason. I was a contractor at FedEx.
Okay, pull that microphone a little bit closer to the silver.
The silver.
Uh-huh. Okay.
All right, Jason, you said that you were a contractor over at FedEx. What does that mean?
I owned a business where I owned delivery trucks that were contracted to FedEx to provide service to them through various zip codes.
Oh, was Tanner Horner one of your employees?
He was.
How long did he work for you at your company?
I believe it was about 5-6 months.
When you had said that you had a company that contracted with FedEx, explain to the jury, what does that mean?
Yes, so FedEx contracts areas for service providers such as myself to deliver packages to their areas, to their customers.
Now, Jason, you had just said that Tanner had worked with you about 5 or 6 months. At some point, was he transferred from your company to a different company?
He was.
Okay, so hey, Lil D, good to see you. Just to refresh everyone's recollection, this person who's testifying, Jason, owned the company that essentially sold Tanner's contract to Big Top Spin. Okay, so that's who this is. All right, just to remind everybody.
After he was transferred to this different company, did you still have interactions with him?
There were some, yes.
And at the time of this offense, which company was he with?
He was with the other contractor.
Jason, I want to talk to you a little bit about the routines that FedEx drivers have when they get to their facility. What do you call the facility where they have all of the packages and where they load all the trucks?
We call it the terminal.
The terminal? All right, so I want to talk to you about the terminal. What time do drivers normally arrive at the terminal before their shift?
Typically, they arrive between 7 and 7:30 in the morning.
What time do they leave the terminal?
They leave the terminal, depends on the route, depends on the day, but typically they'll leave somewhere around 5.
What time do they leave the terminal to go out on the routes?
Oh, to go on the routes, apologies. The trucks will typically dispatch for that terminal around 8:30 in the morning.
Do you recall Tanner's, I guess for lack of better words, his work ethic at the time?
He had a solid work ethic.
Did he always show up on time?
He would show up a little bit later than the average driver, but maybe by 20-30 minutes.
So he was consistently late for his job?
I wouldn't consider him late. He's still within the window to dispatch for the day at a decent time.
Would he leave at the same time as the other drivers, or would he leave later?
A little bit later, about 20 minutes later.
Jason, when a driver arrives at the terminal, are his or her trucks already loaded?
They are loaded, yes.
Who loads them?
The loaders employed by FedEx.
How are they loaded?
They're loaded in sequence. We have what's called sequence numbers. So all of the packages on the truck usually range in sequence numbers from, say, 1,000 to 8,000. So your first deliveries will be in the 1,000s. Your final deliveries for the day typically are in the 8,000 range.
So how, I know that they're loaded by sequence numbers, but are they grouped in a specific way?
They'll be grouped by their sequence number, which is typically the way the route will run. So you'll have your 1,000s will be your first deliveries, your 2,000s will be your next deliveries, and so on until you get to about the 8,000s.
Do The drivers typically organize their own packages once they've been loaded onto the truck?
Sometimes the load quality on the trucks can vary, depends on staffing. If the station was having staffing issues, the trucks maybe wouldn't be fully loaded. The drivers would have to step in and just do quality checks to make sure their routes are loaded correctly so they don't have any hiccups along the way.
If a truck is not sufficiently organized, how can that affect how quickly packages would be delivered?
When you're making a delivery, typically you want to know exactly where the package is on every truck. So when you come out of your driver's seat, you enter into the back of the truck to locate the package for your current delivery. You want to know where it is. You don't want to be rifling through the truck. And if that's an all-day thing, you'll never get finished.
Jason, to your knowledge, did Tanner organize his own truck?
The trucks are mostly organized, but there are quality checks that you would double check to make sure your stops are in a decent order.
You mentioned the stops. How does a driver know in what order to make these deliveries?
So we used a navigation system called Ground Cloud, and Ground Cloud is synced in with the sequence numbers that I mentioned before. So your 1000s on the package, there's a little label where it has it labeled as, say, 1000. On Ground Cloud, it'll be labeled as number 1. So number 1, say you have 100 deliveries for the day, your Ground Cloud will show, say, 1 through 100.
Does the Ground Cloud app?
Uh-oh, that's them, not me. Just want you to know. It'll be back. Give me. I don't want to skip because it's usually back in less time than a skip takes.
First, before delivering package 3.
Here.
Would that be
There we
noted in the
go.
Ground Cloud app?
No.
While on their routes, are the drivers their own bosses?
They pretty much manage their own days, yes.
Well, who's responsible for the time management of these drivers?
That would be myself or other managers.
And while they're on the route, who actually determines how long it takes to get from point A to point B?
The routes, I would time them myself. So I would just go out on these routes and I would deliver it at a normal pace. I'm not running, I'm just walking as if I have somewhere to be. Carefully navigating through the deliveries, for example, like 1 through 100. And that sort of estimate of time would be more or less what we would use to judge whether a driver was way ahead of schedule or way late for the day.
But at the end of the day, is the driver responsible for making sure that all the packages get delivered?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, make sure you point that out to the jury because we all just heard, 7 years worth of testimony about how he had all of these deficits and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, make sure that you reiterate to the jury defense that basic time management really is up to the driver, i.e. Tanner Horner.
And what happens if a driver isn't able to complete his route?
If there's some issues during the day, the driver would notify either myself or management.
Did this happen with Tanner, where he wasn't able to complete his route?
He did have an instance where he wasn't able to complete his route, yes.
Just one?
That I recall.
Was it possible that he had more than one time that he was not able to complete his route?
It's possible.
Jason, when is the peak delivery season for FedEx?
So the peak season would revert to the Christmas holiday season. Peak season usually starts around late November and it runs all the way to pretty much Christmas Eve.
What is the atmosphere like at the terminal during this peak season?
The terminal's a busy place during peak season. The volume almost doubles for the building. Lots of extra loaders, lots of extra trucks, and lots of extra drivers.
So you have extra trucks, extra drivers, extra loaders, it sounds like you have a lot of extra noise as well.
A lot of extra noise, yes, yes.
During this time period, because it's so busy, can it get overwhelming for a driver if he's just not ready for it?
Absolutely.
Can it get overwhelming for a driver if he is ready for it?
Typically, if a driver is ready for peak season, they'll be okay.
When you have these busy days during peak season, is it preferable for a driver to have a route that he is familiar with or one that is new to him?
Preferable with something they're familiar with.
Why's that?
Just route knowledge. You want to know where all the deliveries are. The average vehicle will also see an increase in their volume for the day. So every day is a little bit busier. Route knowledge comes into play. Their areas do shrink during peak season because the volume is so heavy. So they wouldn't normally cover the same amount of mileage that they normally would outside of peak season.
So do the routes change a little bit during peak season?
Yes, they do.
While
Yeah, they change, but they're smaller. That's how they change. They don't have a wider area of that they deliver to. They have the area that they're responsible for is decreased. So it balances out. Shut up, lady. I need a nap. She's making me crabby.
Tanner was with your company, did he stay on the same route the entire time?
No, not the entire time.
How often was his route changed?
I wouldn't say very often. There would be times to where we would have to rotate routes a little bit. Someone puts in for vacation. Also, flu season comes around, people get sick, so we would have to shuffle the routes around a little bit to make up for that absence.
But for the most part, would you agree that he stayed on the same route?
Yes.
You had mentioned about why it's important to have a route that people know during peak season. Is it important to have a route that you know during non-peak season?
It's comforting to know what you have in front of you every day when you come to work.
Now, when Tanner was transferred to this other service provider, was he kept on the same route that you had him on?
I don't know.
Was he switched from switched to the Paradise route?
Eventually, yes.
Jason, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the difference between an urban delivery route and a rural delivery route. Are they the same?
No, not necessarily. They have their differences for sure. Rural routes usually have less deliveries to make because they have more mileage to cover, whereas urban routes they have less mileage and more density within the route, so they would have more packages to deliver because they have less mileage to cover.
Well, Jason, do you believe that you should put a city driver on a rural route?
No, it wouldn't be advisable, but it does happen.
Why is it not advisable?
That's not what they're used to. There's big differences. You wouldn't want to take a rural driver that doesn't face rush hour traffic and things like that and then place them in, say, a route that's having issues with rush hour and school zones and all those.
And Jason, the last thing I want to talk to you about is your relationship with Tanner Horner.
Yes.
When Tanner was working for you, did you get to know him at all?
I did. I was there quite frequently, 5, 6, sometimes 7 days a week. I made sure to touch base with everybody, get to know them, their personal lives. They are driving my vehicle, but it's labeled with another company's name, and it's full of other people's property. So I wanted to get to know the drivers for sure.
During the time that Tanner worked with you, did he talk to you about his life?
He did.
And Based upon your interactions with Tanner, and again, without telling us what may have been said, did you get the feeling that he was struggling with things at home?
Financially, yes.
Did you know whether or not he had just become a new father?
I did know that, yes.
Now, you mentioned the financial difficulties. Did you try to help Tanner with his financial difficulties?
Yes, ma'am. I gave him a loan.
Do you remember how much of a loan you gave him?
I believe I gave him about $1,100 to help him with his family, his living situation. He had car troubles. I just wanted to help him. He needed help. He didn't have anyone else to go to. And he seemed like a good enough person.
Jason, do you remember a time in May of 2022 when Tanner had to take a leave of absence?
I do.
Do you recall how long he was gone?
He was gone for approximately 1 week.
And to your recollection, was that due to a medical issue?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, quickly. All these, it sounds to me like, Jason, that, and just given your statements today, that you seem to get to know all your workers. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's true.
And I get the vibe from you, just talking with you today, that you loan money to just about anyone if they need it. Am I right?
If they needed help, I was in a position to help, and I would do so.
Right. And I'm betting your employees appreciate that and value that in you as a boss, don't they?
They do.
Now, in this particular case, you only knew Tanner 5 or 6 months, right?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, with all the other drivers that are going on, how many other drivers do you have at that time?
At that time, I had close to 20 delivery routes.
All right. Each route has a driver, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
And then you probably have a couple of extra to help out.
I do.
And in that particular situation, the routes for all the drivers can change at different times, can't they?
It happens sometimes, yes.
It's not preferred, obviously, but it does happen.
It does happen.
And those drivers, they understand that that's part of working for you and getting paid, is that sometimes they might have to go on a little different route.
Yes, sir.
All right. And also, when they go on these different routes, you talked about peak season. Even during peak season, do you make accommodations to provide help or assistance? In other words, would you yourself actually go out and help one of your drivers deliver packages?
Yes, I was on the road just as much as the drivers would be.
So even during peak season, the drivers during that time, those that are behind, would you have the other ones who are maybe ahead go help them?
Yes, sir. During peak season, the holiday Christmas season, we would set up buddy plans. So you would have a route, and the route closest to it would be their buddy. So sometimes I would have to ask the buddy to go help out another route, and otherwise I would be on the road myself.
Right. And during this time, this 5 or 6 months that you had Tanner to work with you, he was able to do all of that, wasn't he?
He was, sir.
He was able to manage the GPS and manage his route, wasn't he?
He was.
And was able to communicate with you when he needed help or additional help delivering packages?
He would have been able to communicate. I don't remember an instance where I would specifically have to go and help him, except for the one day when he had to leave early and go take care of a personal issue.
Right. But you didn't have any problem with him doing all the things that you needed him to do during that time that he worked for you?
I did not.
That's the witness.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused. Any objection?
Not for me, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, your lunch is here, and we'll see you at 1:15. gentlemen may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goble.
Yes, sir.
Cray, I need you to get right directly out of my head. Or if you're going to be up in my head, could you straighten up in there? Don't really like move any of the files. Just, straighten up. I got a very, I have a system. Cray said, did he get paid back? The minute I heard him say that he loaned him $1,100, that's the first thing I wondered. Did he get paid back? Something tells me the answer to that question is no. No in all caps, underline, bold font.
Good afternoon, Chris.
I would also like to say hi to everybody just coming in. Hey, Lisa Corinne. Hey, Pointer Lover. Hey, Lil D. Good to see everybody. And glad you guys are here for the afternoon session. Here we go.
For the purpose of hearing, I'm just going to call you by that one name. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming in.
Yes, sir.
To start with, you are a convicted felon,
Yes, sir.
and your charges include assault, family member, eating, breathing, engaged in organized crime, escape while arrested or confined, failure to ID a fugitive, intent to give false info, prohibited substances or items in a correctional facility, and theft of property. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hold on a minute.
When did you first meet Tanner?
Do y'all hear that in the background? Do y'all hear that ruckus in the background? Y'all know that is, yes, Jonah's mom. I would like for you to please, I'm out of 5-hour energy. I need to, I like the watermelon kind, that flavor. I like extra strength, please. That's what I like. Just kidding. I mean, I do need it, but I got to order it myself. There we go.
First met Tanner in May of 2025.
And what was your first impression of him?
Man, this a cool little white dude. Like, that was my first impression. Like we used to sit there and just talk about cartoons all day. That's all we do. Just sit there and talk about anime all day. I just thought it was.
Hold on, let me rewind this because I got so distracted by the noise or whatever that I didn't even get to hear like when he met him or any of the stuff that he's in trouble for. Here we go.
Arrested or confined, failure to ID a few charges include. Good afternoon, Chris. For this purpose of hearing, I'm just going to call you by that one name. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming in.
Yes, sir.
To start with, you are a convicted felon,
Yes, sir.
and your charges include assault, family member, eating, breathing, engaged in organized crime, escape while arrested or confined, failure to ID a fugitive, intent to give false info, prohibited substances or items in a correctional facility, and theft of property. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did you first meet Tanner?
First met Tanner in May of 2025.
And what was your first impression of him?
Okay, so if he met Tanner in May of 2025, now let me just say this, okay? That means that he met Tanner while they were in jail together, okay? I cannot imagine what this person is going to testify to that is going to be helpful to the defense in any way, shape, or form. But if he met him in May of no, I was thinking May of 2020. I know I think May of 2023 is when Tanner had his attempt inside the jail. Yeah. So I cannot imagine what it is that he's going to testify that's going to be helpful to the defense. But obviously, this isn't going to be like, you know, a jail house informant that was, you know, that's testifying for the state. So there's not going to be any questions about if he was promised anything. But how desperate do you need to be for the defense to get somebody from the from the damn jail? They're really scraping the bottom of the barrel, right? The state doesn't even like to bring in jailhouse informants because it's problematic. But these people, the defense team thinks this is a good idea. I can hardly wait. Here we go.
Man, it's a cool little white dude. Like, that was my first impression. Like we used to sit there and just talk about cartoons all day. That's all we do. We sit there and talk about anime all day. I just thought it was like, he was just cool, man. Just a cool vibe, just to get the stress off of being back there 24 hours confined in this cell. You give a dude a laugh.
And
Okay, hang
when
on.
he first,
Hang on. I need you to enunciate a little better, because the court reporter's having a hard time understanding what you're saying, okay?
I mean, I just thought he was a cool gentleman.
yes.
Like, yeah, he just...
Hold on, let him ask you a question.
Let me just clarify what we've already gone over. He said he was a cool little white dude.
Yep.
And you all taught anime and cartoons, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything kind of different or unusual about him when you first saw him?
I mean, like he just didn't get what was going on around him. Like, he just ain't get it.
You didn't get what was going on around him?
Yeah.
Mr. Fellow, I'll let you lead if you need to.
Thank you, sir. So, did you, we talked to some other witnesses, and I don't know if you've seen this or not. Did you see any kind of physical reactions to him being in a new place?
Just speaking from my past experience of being around men in jail, I don't think he gonna be. People will take advantage of time if he don't know no better.
Yeah, people will take advantage of him. Okay. And let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit. You spent already a big chunk of time in prison, right?
Yes, I spent 13 years flat in prison, day for day.
13 years flat.
Yes, sir.
And you've got, you signed already for another how many years?
7 years.
When Tanner found out that you were about to head out, how did he react?
Like, bro, really was like, you could see it in his face. He was like, bro, you gonna leave me? Like, it's like, you know, like how your puppy look?
Yeah.
Like, or like, just like somebody you just lost your friend. Like, he looked at me like, bro, you gonna leave me? And like, we had a long talk that day, and I was just like, really, like, what I call gaming him up, really just talking to him like, hey, bro, just be secluded in yourself. Don't worry about what's going on around you, man. Just stay.
What does gaming him up mean?
Which is like, just really I be talking in my slang. So like, gaming him up, really just talking to him, give him some knowledge. There's some news he can use, what news he can use, like.
There you go. Look, he's helping him out. He was telling him, look, this is how you're going to make, this is what you need to do to make it in here. This is what you don't want to do. That kind of stuff. I'm following what this guy's putting down. I got it.
Hey, man, just stay doing what you're doing. Stay getting on your tablet, man, and stay zoning stuff out.
So you're giving him news he can use and getting him ready for when he goes to prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you said you're afraid that people might take advantage of him. Is there anything about, how does Tanner deal with like social cues and interactions with people?
Like, honestly, when he deal with social cues, like, he'll come to the door and be like, hey, what is they trying to? And I have to tell him, like, hey, bro, like, just sit down, you doing, you know what I'm saying? Just stay out the way. Like, that don't mean you no good, that don't mean you no harm. They taking advantage of your kindness.
Okay. So he would have to ask you what was going on,
Yeah.
how people were treating him, and you explained when they were taking advantage of him.
Yeah.
What about, well, let's talk to you about how, has anyone at the jail given you a hard time for being friends with Tanner?
I'm not gonna stunt. They don't give me no hard time, but like they'll try to use it to be like, you know how like sometimes like a person will try to use like try to like talk down on somebody to get cool with you.
Sure.
And like they'll try to be like, man, look at your boy over there. He be such. And I'll be like, look at you though. You doing such.
So they tried to pick on him to get on your good side, and
Yeah.
you just gave it back to him.
Yeah, I just give it back to him.
Sure.
Like, who is me to judge? He ain't never showed me nothing like that, nothing wrong like that.
Now what, besides cartoons and anime, what do you and Tanner kind of talk about?
Man, we just talk, man, the news, Donald Trump, man, we Bible study. Man, we talk about everything that's not don't pertain to being locked up.
Yeah.
We just keep our mind up out of jail.
Well, let's start with the kind of Bible study. What sort of stuff have you done with that, Tanner?
All right, like, this what we'll do. All right, we got tablets, we got Pando tablets in ourselves we use all day, but like, sometimes we'll do this, like, I'll get the kiosks and they'll open up my slide. We'll get our Bible, I'll be like, man, Tanner, I call him Thorn.
Yeah.
I'll be like, Thorn, man, or he'll call me, look at our chicken. Hey man, let's do Bible study. And we'll get on the run. I got my Bible in the slide. We'll just sit up there like we was reading in the book of Acts. We in the book of Acts chapter 14 right now.
Yeah.
We done read through Luke. We done read through all Matthew. Like, so we in the book of Acts right now, the conversion of Paul. So like.
1 second here. So your nickname for him is Thorn, his nickname for you is Chicken.
Yes, sir.
And you're in two different cells.
Yeah.
But you'll be able to open the slot and sit down and go through the Bible together, and you've worked through Luke, and you're in Acts chapter 14, the conversion of Paul.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And so like we just sit there and break it down, just interpret it, and then like we'll go back and like, man, and just really apply it to our own life. Mm-hmm. And just like Paul, man, like if he able to change and God didn't condemn him, like it's the same thing for us.
Right. So you're taking those lessons and applying to each of your lives.
Yes,
Has
sir.
that been beneficial for you?
Man, it's been beneficial to me. I know it's been beneficial to my friend.
I'll say this, where they're housed, they're locked down. They don't open the cells and let them hang out in the pod. All right. So I don't know what or why the witness is in that type of environment. I know exactly why Tanner is, but yeah.
Because at the same time, like, y'all don't see what I see throwing in their cell 24 hours a day. Like, early in the morning, he ringing his hands. Early in the morning, where I got to tell him, hey, bro, pick your head up. Hey, it's going to be all right. Pick your head up. Hey, how you doing today? Hey, bro, you good? Hey, man, come back, come talk to me, man.
So, like I said, in the morning you wake up, you see him already wringing his hands. Is that kind of a sign that he's anxious?
Yeah, because like he don't see me, I see him though, like I get up and use the restroom, it probably be like 3 o'clock in the morning. He already up pacing his flow.
At 3 a.m. he's already up pacing?
Pacing his flow.
Yeah.
I gotta come to the door, look out, Thorn. Man, sit down, so what? Hey man, come to the door, man, what's up, what the news talking about? Change his mind.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What's up, you want to talk about it? Nah. All right, then. Hey, bro, what's up, man? You remember this such episode? Hey, you remember we were little watching Pokemon, man?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just change.
So you redirect him back to episodes of Pokemon, things like that. You
Yeah.
get him calm back down?
Calm it down, just to try and get his mind off his situation.
And we talked, I know you and I have talked a little bit before, but for the jury, about when he comes back from court. Is that another time when you need to kind of pick him up or distract him?
Man, look, every day I come back from court, every day he come back from court. I look out for him, how today was. Thumbs up or thumbs down. He do me like that, I know not to question him no more.
Yeah.
I'm finna go watch Naruto.
Yeah.
I know he's gonna go watch cartoons and zone it out, get his stress up off of him, lose himself.
Okay. So when he comes back and he's like that non-responsive, he's got to take time and
I
try to
already,
get away. And you mentioned earlier, like the
Hold on. I just want to say this. Shamina, you make me laugh all the time. And listen, that answer, that response, just, I don't know. It just tickled me. And I needed that bit of levity because I was getting so crabby with this test, with the forensic psychiatrist. It's just, I was done. So thank you for the levity. And also, I have to agree with Lil D. Lil D says, I'm in Louisiana. Sounds more like Texas to me. Not sure court reporter could figure New Orleans out. No, when I lived in Frisco, the people that lived next door to me, they were from New Orleans. And it is a twang, but it's a twang, but there's like a spice to it. I don't know how to explain it. It's just, it's different. It is a different, this guy sounds like he's from Texas to me. I agree. He sounds like Texas.
tablet and Pando. Pando is an app on the little computer tablets that
Yes,
you
sir.
all use, right? That's how you all get information now. It's not like the old days where someone would come around with books.
yeah, it ain't the old days.
No.
Nah.
All right. So let me see. What's Tanner's kind of defense mechanism that you've seen?
Man, time to go for it, man. Time to go.
Goofy?
Yeah, man, time to go for it, man.
Is it kind of immature?
Yeah, where you gotta be like, man, did this dude just say, did he just remind me of me being in middle school or something?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Is he ever like a smart aleck or anything?
I mean, I gotta answer it like this. If y'all give me a chance, like to explain it.
Sure.
I gotta answer it like this. Cause we come from two different walks of life, two different places,
Yeah.
right?
Two different walks of life.
So like, if you don't know, you'll think he being sarcastic.
Right.
But like, him being him being what he do being, like it's him. You know what I'm saying? It's just him being funny, him being humor, him being him.
So it's not him being sarcastic or mean, it's just him trying to be funny.
Funny, he's
That's
trying
his
to.
way of telling a
That's,
joke.
you know what I'm saying? That's his way of socializing.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? That's his way of trying to like fit into the environment. That's him trying to find a way of being friendly. So like, if the next person don't know, or like just take the time out to understand him, like they'll think like he being sarcastic or he's being pompous.
And you said you started out with two different walks of life, but you've kind of taken that time to get to know him and like you said, do the Bible study, talk about things he likes to talk about the news,
Yes, sir.
music.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you said before that because you have experience and you realize he's not everyone's cup of tea, right?
Yeah.
That you've tried to explain to him going into prison how he needs to behave.
Basically. And
go ahead.
Basically, like I explained to him, like really try to discredit all, like, cause people have a view of being in prison like it's just this bad, but like you have this side, and this side is just the line you choose to go down. But like, you still have people down there that prey on people.
Yeah.
And me being experienced, I grew up down there. I was a bad individual down there.
Yeah,
so
wait
like,
one second. So you said go down there, everyone thinks that everyone's bad, but it's not that way.
It's not that way.
But there are people that will prey on.
It is people that prey on other people.
Sure.
You got sheep and you got wolves.
Yeah.
And like people that get a man with messed up intentions, or think being a good man, I think because Tanner being a good man, just want to help somebody, they'll confuse that with being green.
Right.
And I don't think he's doing it just being a good person.
And what does being green mean?
Naive.
Naive. Okay. So as between the wolves and the sheep, which one is Tanner?
Tanner, a baby lamb.
Baby lamb, okay.
Yeah.
So, a little worse than a sheep. So,
Yeah.
you're telling this because you're worried about his safety.
Yeah, the past experience with people, us just being in a little vicinity behind them doors back down there. Just back there and on it. Like it's been situations where I had to, hey bro, go on, chill out now, he don't go. Or like just, I'm gonna tell you a situation that just happened, like we had a neighbor over there.
Yeah, you had a neighbor, and what happened?
And he was asking Tanner for some coffee.
Yeah, you asked for coffee,
And basically messed Tanner over. You know what I'm saying? So I'll give you this for this. And basically really jacked him for his coffee. And then
Jacked him for me, basically stole it from him.
he basically stole his coffee. And
Yeah.
like just to make
Okay. Yeah, basically stole. That is exactly what it is. It's not basically stole. If you jack somebody's coffee or jack somebody's anything, it is a theft. It is a stealing. It's not basically. It is. It is a good. I adore all of you guys. You guys all make me laugh. Sarah makes me laugh. Sarah will get me right where I'm having an outburst and saying, why are they going up to the dang? Why is there an approach? Why are they approaching? And here comes Sarah Bellum in the chat. It's probably for scheduling reasons, which is, sometimes I need a bit of redirection. I know I get out of hand. I know. I'm familiar with my own brand. I try to control it as best as I can. This is me controlling it, just so y'all know. Okay. But I appreciate and adore each and every one of you guys. I am not having a hard time at all. I understand and can follow everything this witness is saying. In fact, I can understand and follow everything this witness is saying like 11 billion times better than the forensic psychiatrist. I'm just going to say. Yes, Amber. You mean you can need redirection without having autism? Yes. Yes. I need it. And y'all redirect me, and I appreciate it because I know how I can be. And y'all stick around anyway, and I appreciate that even more.
it good, just to make it good, I gave it back to Tanner. You know what I'm saying? And let bro know, like, nah, you really out of line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you kind of try to stand up for it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Really, you don't do that, man. Sir, if I can explain, like, sir, you don't do that to no person that's naive. Cause like when you being down there in prison or just man in general, a grown man, you don't bully nobody that don't know no better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So in prison, you're not supposed to bully people that don't know any better. That you were trying to tell that guy that.
Exactly.
And you've also tried to tell Tanner that he tried to teach him
like
not to get taken advantage of.
Yeah, like everybody don't go. Sometimes you gotta say no.
But it's okay to be nice to people.
It's all right to be respectful. I would be respect get you everywhere with a grown man.
I'm gonna part to this, John.
Yes, sir.
I want to show you a copy of the letter that's been marked. That's Exhibit 88.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's my handwriting.
That's your handwriting, and who is that letter to?
That's the form.
Your Honor, I move to admit under Exhibit 88.
Object, John. Defense Exhibit 88 is admitted.
Now, do you remember how long ago you wrote this?
Yeah, probably like last month, a month or two ago.
And obviously, all like mail between inmates is intercepted and copied, right?
Basically.
Good. Would you mind reading that letter for us?
I say, bro, think about it.
Okay, hang on. It might be better if you read it.
Yes.
Okay. No offense.
Yes, sir. My bad, Mr. Galley.
Don't worry, I have access to this. Yeah. All right. Stand up, Steve.
Absolutely.
Bro, think about Jesus, his character, heart, posture. I just want you to know you're loved, forgiven. Bro, I'm serious when I say you taught me so much, bro. You're a light. and you shine bright in this darkness. Fan, you actually make me grow the fuck up, Thorn. I have a messed up view of life that gets the best of me at times. But you know what? When I come to the door, see you, I have to self-check myself. I have to appreciate the gratitude, the faith, the foundation, the peace you show. I can't stress when I see that you wake up and fight so hard for sanity that for sure I know I wouldn't have the way you believe, and not doubt God is amazing. Bro, stay solid. Now, Jamaris, have the guards been going out of their way to tell you about Tanner's case?
Did y'all object that calls for hearsay?
He can answer yes or no.
Tell the truth.
Just a yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at this point, you know that Tanner pled guilty to kidnapping and murdering Athena Strand.
I know we pleaded guilty, but I just didn't know the extent of his charge.
Until now, or until?
Until the proceedings and stuff started.
Oh yeah, yes. So you once it started, you knew what it was. Until then, you did.
Yes, sir.
Is Tanner still your friend?
Of course.
Are you still trying to help prepare him?
Man, I talk to Tanner every day about like, hey, bro, when I catch change, man, stay in your lane. Just stay in your little box, man. Don't let nobody interfere, change anything you got going. You was not what they say you is. I keep that on in mind daily.
And in the time that you two have been together over there, Tanner hasn't had any disciplinary issues?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness, John.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, let me ask, so this situation that you guys are in, are y'all in some type of different confinement where you have to talk through the little holes?
All right.
What is that?
Can I use this for example?
Yeah.
All right, look, say this. This my
Put it
cell.
on the rail so that the jury can see it.
This my cell. This Turner cell, and this the room. We have to talk through steel door.
Okay.
To big steel door.
Okay.
I can see Turner through a window this time.
Okay.
We got a beam slot that go about like this big.
Right.
We in there 24 hours a day.
All right, before he continues on, Mr. Goebel, you realize that standing next to Tanner Horner are the guards that escort him every day to and from the jail, right? You don't think they communicate with the guards who work inside the jail? And I don't give a rat's fat kneecap about Tanner. I don't. Sorry, not sorry. But this guy who's up here because the defense called him made him answer that question about the guards, causing him trouble. I agree, Shamina. I don't think this witness knew what his charges really were. I don't think he did either. I think that that he likely was told exactly what Tanner's been telling everybody, which is that he hit Athena with the FedEx truck, and then he killed her because he didn't want her to tell her father. But you're gonna get this witness caught up, Mr. Goebel.
All right. That's where y'all are currently.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you and Tanner been across from each other?
May gonna make a year.
Okay, so for a year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me just ask you, sir, it would appear that you've had a bit of a rough life. Would you agree with me with that?
Yes, sir.
Maybe by some of it your upbringing?
Yes, sir.
Maybe some of it your family?
My family all right, but yes, sir.
Rough family life?
Yes, sir.
Probably some bad choices on your part, would you agree?
Yes, sir.
But I'm looking at your criminal history here. I don't see where you've ever killed anybody.
No, sir.
I don't see where you've ever abused a child or beat a child to death, have you?
No, sir.
So when you're in this cell with Tanner, what did he tell you that he did to this little girl?
All right, before he goes on, now we've just heard that he does assault, family violence can be a pled down domestic violence charge. Okay. Or assault of a family member can be a pled down domestic violence charge. The rest of the stuff where he had contraband, specifically, I think it was narcotics, inside of a prison or a jail, yes, that'll be a felony. Likely what is the situation why he's being housed where he's housed is because he's going back, I think, to prison, and he's awaiting transfer potentially, but he doesn't have the same charges. So I'm not sure why they would put him where he's at, but there is a reason. Oh, the other charge he had was like similar to it was organized crime inside the prison. So that's probably why he is by himself. Okay. So let me rewind like 5 seconds so we can hear the prosecutor's question and get the witness's answer.
No, sir.
So when you're in this cell with Tanner, what did he tell you that he did to this little girl?
He never told me nothing what he did to a little girl.
Okay. You didn't ask? Y'all didn't talk about that?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea what he did?
I mean, like some of the people around me told me.
Mm-hmm.
But that don't change my view. I don't let people dictate my view.
Okay. Even despite that, you still think he's a good man?
He ain't never showed me nothing different. His character good.
Councilman Sherman.
Regret.
Nothing for him.
May he be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Who do you have next?
Dr. Davies.
Dr. Davies.
I like falling in reverse. Hold on. Athena's mom is wearing, Maitland is wearing a falling in reverse shirt, and I like falling in reverse. I do. Shamina says, honestly, Black people tend to befriend people others won't. It's a cultural thing. Well, there you go. And he doesn't, even now, he doesn't actually. Okay. Could he infer based upon what the prosecution asked him about if you ever beat a child to death, if you ever sexually assaulted a child, right? That's likely what Tanner has been charged with and pled guilty to and will be convicted of. Yeah, he could probably infer that. But prior to that, and he's just learned it. So we'll see. And Shamina wants this caveat added. Generally speaking, I don't speak for all Black people, just in general. I feel that on a level like this. There have been times when things have been said that I, as a Mexican, have been offended by. I do not speak for every Mexican. I speak for this Mexican. Oh, Jonah's mom said, so I go on to Amazon if to get a massager for my scar, and I decided that I should get more doggy meatballs. While I was typing in doggy, pools came up, and I wondered if Jonah would like a pool. Of course he would like a pool. Low Red says, Athena's mom makes me want to crawl through the TV and hug her. Yes. And where did I see this? Sharp Family Switchblade says, this witness is the Gandhi of confinement. Really? Amber says, fun fact, Athena loved Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. There are many videos of her singing it. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. He did take a more serious tone after that. And I don't know. Okay. Tanner was charged with aggravated kidnapping and murder. Okay. The charges are the charges. I think what Sarah's talking about is the details. We don't know. We don't know. And, we don't know what he's going to do with the information that he just learned. And I, like Athena, do enjoy a good Rickroll. Not gonna lie. This is important, and I agree with Amber here. Amber said, I don't know what she said all the way, but Amber said, quote, he didn't tell me nothing about no little girl, end quote. He had only heard what other people told him, but no one knew any more than she was hit with a truck. Exactly. They could have. We all wondered right before the prosecution's opening statements how much, if any, of that story was true. We are only learning. This case happened in 2022, November 30th of 2022. Tanner Horner was arrested and charged December 2nd, 2022. We are 2022 to 2026. At the end of this year, it'll be 4 years. Okay, so we're 3 years and some change into the time between the crime and the time between the trial. And we didn't even know the details. He's been in jail with Tanner for a year, and Tanner's been lying his face off. And it's possible that there have been rumors floating around, but nobody could have told that witness anything concrete because nobody would have known. Nobody in the jail would have known, like the other inmates. They could have suspected. he only learned, and he didn't learn it directly. Like the prosecutor asked him 2 questions that would imply that that is what Tanner Horner did, right? We know he did. But to the witness, we're talking about from the witness's perspective. He learned it, and he said, basically, he doesn't judge, and that it didn't change his mind, and that to him, his character is good. In that moment, who knows what, when he goes back to his cell and sits down and thinks about it, what he's going to think about, or if that will change his mind. I don't know. My thing is that, like, I don't have any control, and there's nothing we can do, right, about whether when Tanner Horner goes back to the jail tonight, and then ultimately when he's transferred to prison, we have zero control over what the prisoners think of him. We have no control over whether 99% of the population loathes him and 1% of the population likes him. Or the other way around. We don't have any control over that. To be honest, what I worry about for that witness is the fact that the defense asked him if the jail guards were trying to tell him what happened. And the truth of the matter is, and he answered yes. That's problematic because he is a witness. He is a noticed witness, which means that nobody's really supposed to be talking to him about this trial. Nobody should be talking to him about Tanner or about his testimony. They aren't supposed to, and he basically is saying, yeah, they tried to tell me what he did, which they shouldn't be doing because he's a witness. He's probably going to face some consequences and repercussions for telling the truth. I hope not, but maybe he will. I don't know. That's probably the most concerning thing he said.
Come in, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness is...
But before this witness gets started, I will say that it does give a glimpse into what Tanner will be facing going to prison. We think that every single inmate in there is going to find him as loathsome, foul, and disgusting and abhorrent and stay, as we do, right? But we see now that's not the case.
Previously sworn to testify truthfully. Just have a seat. Absolutely.
Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please? Hi. It's Julian, Julian Davies, Davies. I'm going to hand you a copy of Defense Exhibit 46. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's my CV.
That's already been admitted.
Okay.
Do you recognize Exhibit 87?
Yes, that's my report.
Yeah, I move to admit Defense Exhibit 87.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense 87 is admitted.
Crafting and True Crime, Jacqueline. Good to see you, by the way. It was very good. You definitely need to watch that.
Sure. And that's the PowerPoint.
There, that's the Defense Exhibit. A hard copy of the launch report. I think that's the introduction to the record of it.
Any objections to 85 for purposes of the record?
No, Your Honor.
85 is admitted for purposes of the record.
If we decided I'm going to give this to you.
Sounds good.
We need it.
Great.
Let's go ahead and start with what your profession is.
Sure. I'm a clinical professor of pediatrics, medical doctor.
Okay. And pediatrician. So, can you tell me about your education?
Sure. My undergrad was at Yale. My med school was at the University of California, San Francisco School of Medicine. And then I did my pediatrics residency at Seattle Children's and the University of Washington in Seattle, where I now practice.
And what professional accreditations, licenses, or certificates have you been granted?
I have medical licenses in the state of Washington, which is where I usually work, as well as licenses in California, Florida, and Georgia. And for the purpose of this evaluation, the Texas Medical Board gave me a visiting physician temporary permit.
And do you currently hold any faculty positions?
Yes, I'm a clinical professor at the University of Washington, which basically means that I teach residents and medical students, but I have my own faculty practice. And it's a general pediatric practice with some specialties. I see a lot of kids with histories of adoption or foster care. And then I think most relevant to today is that I'm the pediatrician on a team at the kind of the original fetal alcohol spectrum disorders diagnostic clinic. And so I've been working in that clinic diagnosing children and adults with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders for about 22 years.
And are you giving hospital positions right now?
Hospital, I don't do hospital work. Seattle Children's Hospital has me on staff, but I'm an outpatient guy.
Okay. And do you say your current teaching responsibilities do include fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
Yes, and so at that diagnostic clinic, we do diagnostic evaluations, but we're also a training center. So we have teams coming in from around the country and actually teams from other countries who come in to learn about FASD diagnosis.
And do you have any affiliations or memberships in any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I'm board certified by the American Board of Pediatrics.
And your responsibilities include any organizations that address FASD?
Yes, I'm involved in planning conferences and teaching. There have been some conferences held in Seattle that I've spoken at, if that's what you're asking.
Sure, and on that same vein, have you given presentations on FASD?
Yes.
What about, have you been published in that area?
Yes, as well.
And have you been qualified by courts to give testimony on FASD before?
Yes, in about 9 states I've been qualified as an expert in FASD, including Texas.
And FASD, is that a recognized diagnosis?
It depends who you ask and what country you ask. FASD, or fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, our clinic uses as an umbrella term that describes the full spectrum of birth defects and brain injuries caused by maternal drinking. The diagnoses that we use are under that umbrella term, and there's a couple that you might be diagnosed with if you come to our clinic.
Sure. And there's actually, I'm not going to try to confuse people, but if you look this up, there might be some different terms for diagnoses than what you use, but they're the same category, right?
Yes.
Okay. And familiar with the other doctors too. So
Yep.
let's talk about, but there are generally accepted methods that you rely on to determine if someone has FASD.
Yes, at the University of Washington, we developed something called the 4-digit diagnostic code, and a lot of clinics around the country and the world use that, and it was developed in the mid-90s and is currently in its 4th edition.
Now, did you examine Tanner?
Yes.
And did you review records pertaining to him?
A lot of records, yes.
Did you review reports of other experts?
Yes.
And it's the ones that have been testifying so far, they're coming up?
Yes.
Are you being paid for your work in this case?
Yes.
And what is your hourly rate?
It's $450.
Do you have know approximately how many total hours you anticipate billing in this case?
I think I've already billed about 30 to 40 hours, and I haven't added up my recent work, but it could add another 10 to 20.
Okay. Now, you kind of talked about FASD being an umbrella term, but can you talk about why is prenatal alcohol exposure important?
Sure. Kind of an interesting topic. You'll hear a lot of different things about what amounts of alcohol might be safe and whatnot. So I like to start out before we get to diagnosis about what alcohol can do. So alcohol is a teratogen, and that means it causes birth defects, and in particular can cause brain damage. One thing that's tough about alcohol is that the placenta protects the developing child from many things, but alcohol goes right through it. So the mother's blood alcohol level is the fetus's blood alcohol level. And unfortunately, once it gets in there, the mother has a liver that can detox, but the fetus doesn't have a liver that can detox the alcohol in the same way. So while it's in there, unfortunately, we know that alcohol affects the developing brain on a lot of different levels. It can kill nerve cells. It can send them to the wrong place in the brain. It can make brain structures smaller or deformed. It can really interrupt the really important connections between different parts of your brain. It can affect the signaling, the chemicals between nerve cells. And it can even do lasting damage after the pregnancy by setting up inflammation or locking or unlocking certain genes in the brain. So, yeah.
Does it matter like when during the pregnancy the alcohol is consumed?
It does. There isn't a safe time to drink, but we know that the riskiest time to drink is in that first trimester. In those first 8 to 10 weeks, you're dealing with an embryo, meaning that the organs are being formed and the foundation is being laid. And in those first 8 to 10 weeks, we see more brain damage resulting from alcohol. It's great to stop as soon as you can because there's continued harm in the second and third trimester.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what's under that umbrella of FASD. What specific diagnoses are there?
Sure. The original diagnosis, and this was called out in 1973, is fetal alcohol syndrome, FAS. A lot of folks have heard of that. That's one where you might have physical features that show up. So you might have growth problems. There's this unique set of facial features that those 4 kids have, evidence of brain damage or dysfunction. And that's what goes into FAS. That was the original diagnosis. But we've learned a lot in the past 50 years, and now we know that FAS is just the tip of the iceberg. And a lot more people have the brain injuries, but might not have those facial features. And so there are other diagnoses under that FASD umbrella where you're talking about brain damage from alcohol, but you might not have those physical features.
Can you kind of walk us through those?
This one kind of breaks it down. So we talked about FAS, and again, that's only 11% of the folks we see in clinic. So the next one down is called static encephalopathy, alcohol exposed. That's where the brain damage is essentially the same as FAS. It's just that you don't have all those physical features. That's about 1/3 of the folks we see. But over half of the people we see, and it's the same amount from the animal studies that we did, half of our patients end up with neurodevelopmental disorder / alcohol exposed. And that's where the brain injuries are in the more mild to moderate range, and you have that prenatal alcohol exposure.
And just so the people who are really detail-oriented aren't asking, you've kind of done a ampersand showing a couple of the names for these, correct?
Right. So if you hear those from other experts, it's because there's different diagnostic systems that kind of alphabet soup. People have their preferred terminology. So if you've heard about ARND, alcohol-related neurodevelopmental disorder, or you might have a psychologist that's using the DSM book, and in there they say neurodevelopmental disorder associated with prenatal alcohol exposure, or NDPAE.
Tell me about the diagnostic criteria. What are you looking for when you evaluate someone for FAS?
So essentially, you're looking for those columns. You're looking for evidence of prenatal alcohol. You're looking to see if there's any growth impairments. You're looking for those facial features, and you're looking at the brain. And with the brain, you're looking at brain structure, and you're looking at brain function.
And are there other considerations?
Very much. You know, those are the things that make up an FASD diagnosis. But we also really like to do what's called differential diagnosis. And that's where you're thinking about, okay, but what are the other risk factors, maybe in the family history or other things that went on during pregnancy or problems at birth or things that happened in that person's life that could have led to similar problems.
Now, when you're looking at those other things, is it possible to have what they call, like, I guess it's comorbidity, or to have more than one thing, or is this does this exclude other diagnoses?
No, in fact, we expect other diagnoses, and the research at our clinic suggests that if you come see us for an FASD diagnosis, you're 3 to 7 times more likely to have other major risk factors that could be impacting your brain. And so sometimes we say that FASD is like a adversity magnet, where the hits keep coming, which is that unfortunately we see high rates of other comorbid, meaning co-occurring diagnoses. So it's really common to have more than just an FASD diagnosis.
What type of professionals are involved in diagnosing FASD? Is that an individual or a group, or how does that work?
It can be done as a solo provider sort of thing, but it's better when you have other professionals in the mix. Mm-hmm. And so at our clinic at the University of Washington, there's me, but there's also a psychologist, and sometimes a speech language pathologist, or OT, occupational therapist, sometimes a social worker. So it's best done as a team approach, which in the sort of legal setting usually means that there's other experts like psychologists and speech language pathologists or brain radiology specialists. And so I take what they find and use it to come up with my medical diagnosis.
And your diagnosis, like you said, is medical, from the medical perspective.
Correct.
Let's talk, if you're ready, about prenatal alcohol exposure in Tanner's case.
Sure.
What's your evidence that he experienced significant prenatal alcohol exposure?
Right. So his mother, Melissa, in a sworn affidavit, said that she was 19 when she became pregnant with Mr. Horner. And she was about 8 to 9 weeks along before she knew she was pregnant. Before she learned she was pregnant, she would drink to intoxication on numerous occasions. And she would drink Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola all night. She then said that once she found out she was pregnant, that she stopped drinking alcohol, but she continued to smoke cigarettes and also used some cannabis to manage morning sickness.
And what does that mean for Tanner specifically?
That, unfortunately, is a high-risk prenatal alcohol exposure for the reasons we were talking about. Those first 8 to 9 weeks are when those crucial foundations of your brain architecture are getting formed, when those nerve cells are most vulnerable to alcohol. And that pattern of drinking to intoxication, drinking Jack and Coke all night, that's a high-risk level of alcohol. And so it's this pattern of drinking that the studies show is most likely to cause fetal alcohol impacts. And if you look at the studies for this pattern of drinking, about 40% or more of kids born from a pregnancy like this may have some of those FASD impacts.
Well, can we, let's go back to our diagnostic criteria. You said you got prenatal alcohol exposure. What about growth deficiency? How does that relate to FASD first?
Yeah. So growth is interesting. We see growth problems in about 1 out of 3 folks in clinic. If you see growth deficiency, that person's brain is 2 to 3 times more likely to be impacted by alcohol. So it's meaningful if you see it, but most of our patients don't have growth problems.
Now, what about Tanner? Did he show any growth impairment?
From all the records I reviewed, he did not have growth problems at birth or since. So he did not meet the growth criteria.
And you talked about the original diagnosis, the FAS, with physical facial features. How did they help you diagnose FASD?
For the facial features?
Yes.
Yeah. The facial features are interesting. If you have them, and you have to have all 3 of these pretty subtle facial features, it's pretty much only alcohol that does that. But we know from studies that there's really maybe just 1 or 2 days early in pregnancy where those facial features get created. So most of the folks that come see us in clinic, they don't have those facial features. Less than 10% of them do.
So basically it can matter specifically what day you drank on.
Pretty much. It's day 19 or 20 of a human pregnancy.
And you said, did you already say how common are those facial features among patients you see?
9% have the full face of fetal alcohol syndrome.
And Tanner does not have those?
He does not.
The other criteria we talked about was, I guess the next one. What evidence of brain damage do you look for in an FASD evaluation?
That's where, again, we're looking for, is there any structural evidence of brain damage? And that alone could get you to an FASD diagnosis. But we also really want to look at how the brain is functioning, right? And so when we're looking at the kind of scoring how impacted the brain is, we're looking at structural stuff and we're looking at functional things.
Now, we've talked to other experts about diagnoses being based on deficits. So is your diagnosis based on what's wrong with the brain and not necessarily what it does well?
Yes, it's the same here. In fact, we really expect an uneven pattern in FASD where you can have some deep impairments or deficits, but also some skills that are more normal.
And how do you determine structural evidence of brain damage?
That's where in clinic, the easy way is to take a head circumference. If you have kids, you might remember us doing that when they're young. That tells you how well the brain is growing. That was not present in the records I have for Mr. Horner. Sometimes we have the benefit of neurodiagnostic imaging, and I think you've already heard about that, but like an MRI or a quantitative EEG or a PET scan. These are ways that help us look at the brain structure and function.
Okay, so you said you don't have in his medical history a small head, and there wasn't any like epilepsy or things like that, right?
There wasn't at least any medically confirmed epilepsy. I think there were some seizure-like movements at one time after maybe a head injury, but there wasn't enough to say he has epilepsy for me.
Now, the jury has already heard from Dr. Lewine and Dr. Bigler. You're familiar with both of them, correct?
Yeah.
And familiar with the reports that Lewine testified about?
Yes.
So, did the brain imaging show any abnormalities that matter to your diagnosis?
Yes. What you already heard about is that there are some areas in both his gray matter and white matter that are abnormal. And those are in areas that we see in the fetal alcohol spectrum literature. They're also described in other conditions like autism, ADHD, head injuries, and so on. So they're not unique to FASD, but they are potentially caused by maternal drinking. And so we saw that on the MRI. The quantitative EEG was looking at the brain electrical activity and how coherent it is and how well different parts of the brain are talking to each other. And there were some EEG abnormalities that are also potentially consistent with what we've seen with FASD.
I would just like to say that I don't really have anything of value commentary-wise to add to what the doctor is saying, and I would find this whole testimony a lot more fascinating, and I'd be more interested in hearing it if it wasn't an attempt to prove some type of mitigating circumstances for Tanner Horner. He's a monster, he's a pedophile, and the jury, I don't think, is going to see any mitigating circumstances in this testimony. I just don't. And so at this point, like, this is really the overlay is all I can do. Just, I can't get like, and I feel bad because I think that this doctor is incredibly intelligent, and I would be under other circumstances fully engaged in hearing what he has to say. It's just that because it relates to Tanner Horner, and this is not going to get us closer to understanding why these types of people do these types of things. So therefore, it's not really beneficial. I hate watching trials about the murders of children. Nobody likes it, right? Like, I'm not saying anything profound here. But I watch them in the hope that there's some information that can be gleaned that we can use to save a child. And this is not that case. I'm here strictly to see that justice is served for Athena. That's it. That's all. Let's continue.
So those abnormalities are there, and it usually is one of those conditions you just named.
You're actually leading, Your Honor.
Don't lead your witness.
So the brain abnormalities are real.
Yes.
and you're giving the jury, would you give the jury that list of good things it could be?
Sure. You know, again, on the imaging, there are multiple possible causes, right? So FASD or maternal drinking is one possible cause. But if you look at the literature for autism and ADHD and severe mood disorders and head injury, you can see some of those same areas of the brain being potentially affected.
And that is why you do further work to do your evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. So did you also look at the PET scan performed on Tanner?
Yes.
Did that reveal anything useful to your diagnosis?
He did have abnormal brain metabolism where some areas were working too hard and some areas were not working well enough. And those were areas that support memory and attention and the emotional regulation of your behavior and social understanding. And in fact, a lot of those other areas that we just talked about influence how well you do with those skills too. So what I found striking about the neurodiagnostic evidence was it lined up quite neatly with the things that have been challenging for Mr. Horner in his life and on the sort of functional testing he's had.
Let's move on to that. What functional evidence of brain damage do you look for in an FASD evaluation?
Sure. There are levels. You might remember that there's a severe brain dysfunction and then there's a mild to moderate range. And so what we're looking for when we're looking at scores, and these are when people see a psychologist and have a day or two of testing and get a lot of standardized test scores. If you have scores that are below the third percentile, meaning that like 97% of people do that better than you, we call that a significant impairment. If you have skills that maybe 85% of the population does better than you, we might call that an area of concern. So in our FASD clinic, that's what we're looking for, is how many domains or areas of brain function are significantly impaired, and then how many are more areas of concern, and then to make it a little bit more complicated, sometimes something will be borderline, which is very close to a significant impairment, but not quite.
Also, to the camera operator over there at Fox 4, now come on, you embarrassing us Texans. I know damn right well that there is a slow pan on that camera. Could you please use it? If I wanted to watch the Blair Witch Project, that's what I'd be watching. I'm watching a trial. Slow yo pan roll. Please. It's too much. I think true crime, crafting and true crime with Jacqueline, I think, or crafting and true crime Jacqueline. I think the part of the criteria that the Dr. Davies said that Tanner does not meet is fetal alcohol syndrome. Fetal alcohol syndrome is what a person would be diagnosed with if they have there are physical features that you can observe from the outside of a person who has fetal alcohol syndrome. Tanner doesn't have that. This doctor is saying is that Tanner has fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, I believe is what the testimony is.
Borderline means between severe and mild moderate?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not below it.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so have you identified areas of brain dysfunction for Tanner?
Yes.
Can you tell me about let's start with the brain domains of significant impairment.
The significant impairments, the first one is ADHD. He was diagnosed with it when he was quite young, about age 5, had a lot of visits, was on a lot of medications for ADHD. To me, that's a well-established diagnosis for Mr. Horner. And it sticks out to us because we see a ton of ADHD in our clinic. We know that half of kids born to moms who drink heavily end up with ADHD.
Sarah, this is interesting. Sarah says, unless they are trying to connect the case law that persons with low IQ cannot be put to deletion and that fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is more than autism and that this monster is mentally deficient in a similar manner. See, this is what's interesting. This is what's interesting to me. They continue, okay, we do have a law in the United States that people with intellectual disabilities cannot be sentenced to death. So we do have that law. So what I'm confused about with where the defense is going is what are they claiming? I'm so confused.
It's usually ADHD plus. Kind of ADHD is the first stop on the diagnostic train that sometimes leads folks to come see us. And so ADHD is definitely considered an area of significant impairment for
now,
us.
if you have a patient who's on the FASD under that umbrella and has ADHD, is that more difficult to treat?
Yes, we still use some of the same medications and treatment approaches, but they're not as successful as if you have more garden variety or genetic type of ADHD. And whereas folks with more routine ADHD, often things kind of get better as you get older, with folks with FASD, things often get more challenging in adulthood.
And what other area of significant impairment for Tanner did you identify?
He has a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, and I think you'll be hearing from some experts about that, but he was diagnosed young with that and continues to have it. And so we consider that the domain of social communication. He's also had some testing by a speech-language pathologist who's done testing of his language and found that he also has some severe impairments in his higher level use of language. So I put language and social communication together as an area of significant impairment.
Now we had, I think Dr. Wine and Dr. Bigler both talked on about the neural networks that affect language, and then the jury has heard from Dr. Fritz already too.
Oh, great.
Is that kind of what you're talking
Exactly.
about?
Dr. Fritz's evaluation, yes,
Sure.
led to that.
And would you agree with them that the brain basically controls behavior?
Yes.
Now, what about areas that are borderline?
Right. So one is that on his IQ scores, he has what we call significant splits, which is when you have a big gap between one type of intelligence and another. And in our clinic, if we see an unusual difference between those intelligence skills, we'll sometimes call that an area of significant impairment. And his splits were significant, and they were between his verbal abilities and his nonverbal abilities, as well as his verbal and nonverbal intelligence. And
I have looked it up. The case that Cray Cray is referring to is, yes, but he's not been executed that I know of. I'll see. All right, hold on. Texas death row inmate Andre Thomas removed both of his eyes and ate one of them while incarcerated. Thomas, diagnosed with schizophrenia, gouged out his right eye in 2004 and his left eye in 2008, stating he ate the second eye so the government could not read his thoughts. Case details: in 2004, Thomas murdered his estranged wife, their son, and her daughter in Sherman, Texas. Execution status: while a 2023 execution date was set, it was delayed due to questions regarding his competency to be executed, with attorneys arguing he is too mentally ill. So there's nothing more updated on his execution date other than, let's see, let me look. Let me click this link for you guys. This was written March 8th, 2023 at 4:44 a.m. Andre Thomas had been scheduled to be executed April 5th, sentenced to death for fatally stabbing in March 2004. His estranged wife, Laura Christine Boren, 20, their 4-year-old son, Andre Lee, and her 13-month-old daughter, Leah Marie Hughes, cutting out the hearts of the two children. State District Judge Jim Fallon on Tuesday issued an order withdrawing the execution date. Fallon's decision came after Thomas's lawyer had requested additional time to prepare for a court hearing to review his competency. The Supreme Court has prohibited the death penalty for the intellectually disabled, but not for people with serious mental illness. However, it has ruled that a person must be competent to be executed. So there you go. That's the update on that. And that is the type of stuff that you'll get only at the ward, where if somebody says something like that, like what Cray Cray said in the comment section, it's definitely going to catch my eye, and I'm definitely hitting up the Googles and shall report back immediately any and all results. Let's continue.
His processing speed. So some big gaps there, a very uneven pattern on his IQ. Sometimes in clinic we would call that a significant impairment, but I was cautious and labeled it borderline because I essentially didn't want to double dip, and I knew that his ADHD could affect those gaps, and I also knew that his language impairments might explain some of those splits. So that's why I called it borderline.
Now, the IQ testing, that's not testing that a pediatrician performs either?
No, that's a psychologist.
Okay, and so you relied on data from a neuropsychologist for that?
Yes.
All right. And I just want to clarify too, you put your original report into the record, and then after you received Fritz's report, did you do an addendum?
Yes.
And what did that make the changes you talked about?
You know, it didn't change his overall diagnosis at all, but when I got more evidence for the autism and the language, that moved up to a clear area of impairment. It had been borderline before, and that's when I cautiously moved the splits down to borderline. So they swapped.
Did we have other areas of borderline impairment?
Yes. Tic disorder. He has described certain tics, and I saw some during my evaluation. And I believe Dr. Ryan was just testifying, and she may have mentioned a tic disorder as well. That's significant for us because tics are neurologically based. So when people have a tic disorder, we may give them an area of impairment for that. We know that tic disorders are about 5 times more common in folks with FASDs. And we also know that folks with tics are also more likely to have mood disorders like depression or anger episodes or meltdowns, such as have been described for Mr. Horner.
And I apologize, if you have a slide you wanted to show on the IQ splits first.
It's hard to see here. Is this what you're thinking about?
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
And can you tell us who prepared that slide?
So the neuropsychological testing was done by Dr. Kaufman, and the graphing was done by a colleague, Dr. Connor, who does a lot of FASD psychology work.
And I'm not asking you to go to detail because it's hard to read like you
Yeah.
said, but basically, what does the green line represent there?
Sure. The green line is average for the general population.
And then what's the red line representing?
That represents more than one standard deviation below the mean. That gets you into the area of concern range. That's at about 80, when you're in the 16th percentile or below.
And when you answered before that these kind of vary, is that what you're seeing here?
This is what we call in clinic a very spiky profile. He has some unusual differences in his IQ, which you can see there on the left. And you can see that some areas of brain functioning, he's got some normal things, right next to some areas that are, in the area of concern or significant impairment range. And some things that aren't on this are his diagnosis of ADHD And also Dr. Connor didn't yet have Dr. Fritz's report. So you'd be seeing some lower scores for language there if it were on there.
Now, what other, did we have any other borderline areas of concern?
The IQ splits and the tic disorder are the borderline domain.
And in the other domain, what do we have?
So for areas of concern, and again, that's generally if you're in the bottom 16% of ability. There were some of his executive skills that were lower. He definitely had some learning and memory scores that fell into that area of concern range, particularly short-term memory and facial memory. He had some visual perceptual skills that were in that area of concern range, and his fine motor abilities were also in the area of concern range.
And overall, is Tanner's profile consistent with FASD?
Yes. All the things that we've been talking about, we see all the time in clinic, including that uneven, spiky profile.
And which diagnosis specifically are we talking about for Tanner?
Sure. He has those two areas of significant impairment and two borderline, which means he's very close to the threshold that would get you to that severe brain dysfunction where we require 3 areas of significant impairment. But conservatively, I diagnosed him with moderate dysfunction because I only counted 2 of those as severely impaired, and that brings him to a diagnosis of neurodevelopmental disorder, alcohol exposed. And you can get that for mild to moderate impairments. He's definitely got at least moderate, and he was close to severe, and he was also exposed to alcohol in a high-risk way.
And I think you already touched on this, but NDAE, that's a common diagnosis among people with FASD?
Over half of the people we see have this diagnosis, and over half of the animals, which is not the happiest studies, but at least in those animal studies, you can control for all the other risk factors that humans have. You can kind of eliminate those and just look at what results from a known amount of alcohol. And in those animal studies, over half of the animals had the animal version of this diagnosis.
And what does that mean for Tanner?
Neurodevelopmental disorder, alcohol exposed, is a tough diagnosis to have. You don't have the physical features that might flag the attention of a pediatrician early on, right? So he wasn't tiny at birth. He doesn't have those facial features. So folks who don't have those facial features have later diagnosis. You might also be thinking, well, moderate, that sounds pretty good. He's going to do fine. But when we followed folks with this moderate brain dysfunction over time, we actually find that they're less likely to get appropriate diagnoses. They don't get often the supports they need, especially when they're trying to transition to adulthood and leave the nest and so on. And yet they're people that need those supports. And we've kind of looked at, we generate a lot of recommendations from clinic. And when we look at folks with this diagnosis, they get the same amount of recommendations as folks with more severe brain dysfunction. You also, might think that mild to moderate, that brain's probably okay. But when we do similar imaging studies, like Mr. Horner's had, we see that over 40% of people with this moderate diagnosis do have evidence of brain damage. So it is brain damage, and it does need help. And unfortunately, that help often comes later, if at all, because it gets missed.
Now, we talked about part of your process is the differential diagnosis. Can you explain that again and kind of let's walk through that in this case?
Sure. I think I've got a slide for that. Mr. Horner had a lot of risks and has a lot of diagnoses, and you're probably hearing from a lot of experts, so I appreciate your patience on that.
Thank you for acknowledging that. We're all exhausted at this point. And quite frankly, I think this witness would have been better prior to lunch, but they don't ask me these questions. I looked him up, and I'm going to look into that case. I'm always very interested in an actual innocence claim. And I'm always, when I want somebody to get a new trial, like if I've invested the time and research and all that into a case and I'm wanting a new trial, I want a new trial only if I believe they're actually innocent. I am not a fan. I would never I don't want to say advocate because that's like, that means something that has a connotation to it. I would never talk about a person and say they should be getting a new trial based on some kind of technicality. Letitia Stout, I'm looking at you. Guilty as hell. And now I understand that she's going to get a new trial, and I've accepted that. I've come to terms with it. However, you're not going to hear me, screaming from the rooftops that Letitia Stout deserves a new trial. I think people who have an actual innocence claim and there is proof of actual innocence, I believe those people should be granted a new trial. They should ask me. They should ask me, Lulu Lola. They should ask me because I tell them. I would tell them.
As I said, folks that come to see us in FASD clinic have 3 to 7 times the number of these risks that folks in the general population do. And so when I looked at Mr. Horner's history, a couple of things popped out.
Sure. Tell me about the family history.
So we know that he's got a strong family history of substance use disorders. And that, together with being exposed to substances while you're in the womb, really increases your own risk to have substance use problems when you get to adulthood. We also know that there is a family history of psychiatric disorders and suicidality, and Mr. Horner has suffered from similar things. Because of that family history and because of his autism, I did do some genetic testing because I was curious to see, could we find a difference in his genes that would explain his outcome? And we did pretty comprehensive genetic testing, and we didn't find a clear, aha, it's this gene that caused all of this sort of thing.
Did you talk about other potential prenatal exposures or things like that? Did you consider those in your differential diagnosis?
Not yet. You saw his mother's statement that she smoked and used cannabis as well. And when you look at all the things you could use during pregnancy, unfortunately, alcohol is common and legal, and it's the worst thing you could be exposed to. But those other things have risks too. So if you smoke during pregnancy, it can increase the risk for ADHD or antisocial behaviors. If you use cannabis or weed during pregnancy, it can affect your executive skills like planning and organizing. Also can affect your academic achievement and your risk for using substances yourself. But they are present, but not generally as dangerous as alcohol is here.
And what other differential diagnoses should you consider?
Sure. Another one that really jumped out as a prominent risk factor is that Mr. Horner's, and may I ask, has the jury heard about lead?
Yes, Dr. Speck has testified already, so that they'll be familiar with that. If you just want to
Sure.
act as if you had a conversation about it already.
Right, great. So you heard about lead. You know that his bone lead level was 24 times higher than other folks his age. And if you calculate back to what that would have been when he was a kid, that looks like a level of almost 30. That's really high. The lab flags a level of 3 for me. So his level as a kid is estimated to be about 10 times that. And I can tell you, I've been doing pediatrics for 23 years. I can think of only, and I order a lot of lead levels, I've only seen one result that high, and that was a child adopted internationally where there was a lot more lead. So for me, that was a significant risk factor because that amount of lead can impact your IQ, can impact ADHD-like symptoms, and unfortunately is linked to delinquency, aggression, and explosive tempers. So lead was a significant feature of his history for me.
to talk about the differential diagnosis of childhood trauma. Why does that matter? I think Dr. Bigler mentioned trauma actually affecting the structure of the brain itself, this neural network. Can you tell me about that, please?
It matters because essentially you can be born with genetic risks or impacts from drinking and things like that. So you can be born with a brain that's damaged. But then there's further damage from neglect, abuse, and other adversity or other traumatic experiences in childhood. And we've looked at that because we see so much childhood adversity in our clinic. And we've tried to weigh what does more damage. And what we've found is that alcohol is probably the riskiest thing, but that if you add up a lot of childhood adversity and these other risk factors, then they start to rival alcohol in terms of what does how much damage in terms of brain structure and brain function. And so Mr. Horner's childhood adversity, which was very significant, added additional risk and added additional damage.
Okay, now next I want you to talk about ASD and FASD, because I've asked you about both, and I guess there's different ways of identifying them, different ages they get identified, and maybe different support you could give for those.
You can absolutely have both fetal alcohol spectrum disorder and autism. And we're still learning about how much of a role alcohol might play in developing autism. We know that autism is primarily genetic in terms of the risk factors, but we know that there's other things during pregnancy that can increase the risk that someone's going to have autism. And what I can say is that from our clinic stats, if autism is about 1 to 3% of the population, well, folks that come see us, 10% already have an autism diagnosis, and 10% get referred for further evaluation. So it does seem like there might be some impact of maternal drinking, and there's also certainly some overlap in symptoms between autism and FASD.
Did you also look at potential brain injuries in Tanner's case?
Yes.
And how did you factor that into your differential diagnosis?
He's definitely had some head injuries. He got stitches at age 4.
I'm going to speed him up because I can't. This is as much as I can speed him up, because if it goes too long, then we can't skip through the break and all the. If I do it too fast, we can't get through the break. So here we go.
He unfortunately tended to hit himself in the head when he got really upset or was having a meltdown as both a child and an adult. He's reported that at times he knocked himself unconscious from punching himself in the head. He was knocked out in his mid-20s, passed out, and then there was a suicide attempt that involved strangulation where he was unconscious for some amount of time. So he's had a number of head injuries that could have added, harm to his developing or young adult brain.
And did you consider Tanner's substance use in your differential diagnosis?
I did, and when I do these forensic legal evaluations, we hear about a lot of substance use that often starts very early, middle school or before. And so Mr. Horner did use substances, but for
I need a video. I think we all need a video at this point. Where is it? It's like never in the same place twice, or else I just never can see it. There it is.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
I just don't find, like, I think that the study is interesting and all that, but as it applies to Tanner Horner, I don't care. None of this matters to me. None of this gets us any closer to learning something that might prevent this from happening again to another child. And really, at the end of the day, that's what I care about the most from watching these trials. That's what I hope to learn. And we're not going to get that not from this testimony.
me, it was lower risk compared to other legal cases like this. He tended to prefer cannabis or weed and did use, a lot of that. He also used K2 or synthetic weed from about 18 to 23, and also has used some other things, but maybe not as much. So MDMA and psychedelics were things that he used sometimes. And more recently, before the instant offense, there was use of cocaine as well.
Did you have a chance to review mental health records for Tanner?
Yes.
And how did that factor into your differential diagnosis?
There was a lot there. There's depression, there's anxiety, concerns for bipolar, self-harm, suicidality, suicide attempts. And we know, unfortunately, that when you're going through life with disabilities and the risk factors that he's had, and the childhood that he had, and the family history that he's got, that we really unfortunately expect to see a lot of that. So in young adults with FASD, with his kind of risk factors, we expect to see those. But I don't think that those mental health diagnoses better explain, what we see on his testing.
So what was your ultimate conclusion from the differential diagnosis?
Right. So there's a lot on that slide. There's a lot we just talked about. When I weigh those, I know that the research tells us that alcohol is a dominant risk factor that in our clinics explains a lot of the brain damage and dysfunction. So we'll usually put that near the top of the list of culprits. But in Mr. Horner's case, we've got that really high lead level. We've also got autism. We've got a lot of childhood trauma. And so in terms of weighting those, this is one of those situations where you can't scientifically say 100%, I know what this risk factor did, right? I can tell you with my clinical and research experience that I do think that the high risk drinking caused at least some of what we're seeing. And in particular, I point at ADHD as a common result of maternal drinking. I point at those language difficulties and those IQ splits. I point at some of those behavioral and mental health challenges. But that's not me saying alcohol is the only thing that did those. I think we've got a mix of risk factors here, and I think his FASD diagnosis is part of a broader picture where his brain has had a lot of hits from before he was born to now.
And I know we brought you in here to help give us a why and how Tanner's brain works. But ultimately, those abnormalities are there, they're structural, they're functional issues, and all that's present, and you are just trying to tell us kind of a root cause of it.
Yes.
Approach, Sean?
Yes.
And apologies to you, Dr. Davies, and the jurors that I did not give your this document for. Can you identify it? Or this is potentially the ignorant.
Yes, that's the addendum.
And you're wish to admit this? Let me check.
No objection. Defendant's Exhibit 89 is admitted.
I would know, sir. I'll pass with this.
Let's take a short break, and then we'll call you back in, okay? About 10 minutes, all right?
It was both. There was FASD question.
Good afternoon, Dr. Davies.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back to Texas.
Thank you.
You've been down here a couple times, correct?
Yes.
You've recently testified on capital murder, correct?
Yes.
In Tarrant County?
Yes.
And at that time, I think you were more testifying in expertise related to adoption services and things like that?
It was both. There was FASD question and international adoption questions.
Understood. So I want to talk to you about kind of what you know about this case and where you know it from, all right? Now, you, as an expert in this case, were excluded from the rule of witnesses, correct?
I believe so. I haven't seen any other testimony.
You have not watched 1 minute of the testimony on live stream?
No.
And you haven't seen any of the other experts testify?
Correct.
You haven't heard the prior sexual assault victims of Tanner Horner testify?
No.
Okay. You haven't seen any of the evidence in this case other than just what you're here right now?
I mean, I've reviewed a lot of records, but I haven't seen the testimony about them.
Understood. So I want to talk about the records that you did review. There's a list in your report of the records that you did review, correct?
Yes.
And I think if you look at that report, it would be the last couple of pages of that report.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about a couple of things on that list of records that you reviewed. There's a lot of hospital records, correct?
Yes.
There's a lot of records from other experts that may or may not have already testified in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
There are some different genetic sequencing reports, things like that.
Yes.
There's, it looks like TEA records. Does that sound correct? I just, looking at page 35 of your report, it talks about PRU 822 attendance, And then the next one is discipline, the next one is graduated, and I think the next one says special ed. Is that right?
Yes.
So you've reviewed those education records.
Yes, what's available, yes.
Is that where you got all of your information from the actual records themselves, or did you have other sources of information that you were relying on in making your conclusions in your report?
I would say that the records reviewed here and then the additional records in the addendum, plus I recently received Dr. Ryan's report, plus my interview and examination with Mr. Horner. That's where I got my information.
Well, in those records that you reviewed, did you also receive something that was called a social history?
Yes.
Did that lay out a whole bunch of facts related to Tanner Horner and his background?
It was a summary of his family background and his childhood, yes.
And who produced that summary?
That was his legal team. I think that summary was written by Patricia Rist.
Okay, so you were relying on facts provided to you about the defendant's background that were given to you directly from the legal team with no notations as to where they came from or where this information was gathered from or anything like that, correct?
I think that the point of that document was to summarize the really extensive documents in this case, and so I would say that for most of the things I might have gotten from the social history chronology, there were also primary sources or other records that I relied upon as well.
Understood, but in your notations, you cite to this numerous times this social history that was provided to you by the defense in this case, correct?
Yes.
And so if there were things left out of that social history that were relevant in this case, you would not have known about those things, is that correct?
Well, I might have known about them from interviewing the client or the thousands of pages I reviewed of other documents.
But if it wasn't contained in those documents and it wasn't provided to you by the defense, you wouldn't know about it, is that right?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And so let's talk about your interview of the defendant in this case. Kind of tell us, how you set that up, what were the logistics of how that took place?
Sure. So this was in a contact visit room at the jail. The visit was semi-private. I think they monitor with the CCTV, but I don't think that other folks were listening. I was introduced to the client briefly by one of his attorneys, but then it was just me and Mr. Horner. And we spent about 2 hours and 45 minutes together. That included my medical interview as well as my physical exam and taking some photographs.
Okay, so you did a medical interview. The medical interview, you're just going over medical history, is that right?
Medical history, what he recalls of his childhood, looking to see how his memories match up with the rest of the record, asking about what he recalled of his school experiences, his mental health, his substance use, that sort of thing.
Were you ever given any records as to what actually occurred in this case?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what records you had regarding what actually occurred in this case?
They are in the back of my addendum, and there was a lot of material, I believe, from your office that I reviewed as well.
Tell us what kind of material you're talking about.
That was the video and audio from the truck, as well as some breakdowns of that, and I think there were some timeline summaries from your office as well.
And on those items, did you watch all of those?
Yes.
Okay. And did you watch? What you were provided? Did that include only the day of the abduction, murder of Athena Strand, or did it include all 5 days of videos that were available for you to be able to review?
I know that there was material from before and after the offense. I don't know if I have all of it that your office has, but I know there was material from before and after.
So, for instance, were you aware that the defendant had covered up the video showing what the van could see forward, looking forward, prior to the date of the abduction, kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder of Athena Strand?
I recall some times where he covered the camera. My impression it was because he wanted to smoke or do something around the vehicle, but I'm not sure if I recall what you just said.
Well, I guess where did you get the idea?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. This doesn't have anything to do with this diagnosis.
Where you headed?
I'm trying to figure out what he has reviewed and what he knows about this case.
Okay, just asking.
All right. So you've reviewed the days before, so you're aware of what took place in those days.
It may be incomplete, but I did see some stills and video from before.
Okay. And then as far as the days after, as far as what we did on those days after in those videos, December 1st, December 2nd, the day he was arrested, did you review those as well?
I don't know that I reviewed everything that you have. I recall a little bit of material from after the event.
Okay. And I just want to lay the groundwork because I want to talk about how his NDAE and the comorbid other things, that risk factors that I think you listed out, may have been on display or not during the facts of this case. All right?
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So let's just talk about, first of all, your diagnosis. Because ultimately you made a diagnosis that boils down to one sentence. And then the other things are related to more of the comorbid or the, what do you call it, the differential diagnosis. Is that right?
I mean, the diagnosis is generally pretty short, so if we boil it down to the diagnosis, it's 4 words, but I did write a pretty long report.
I understand. But a lot of that was talking about other things other than fetal alcohol syndrome or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, correct?
Yes, I tried to be comprehensive and look at the other risk factors.
Understood. And then, so let's talk about your diagnosis. I believe that the bottom line diagnosis, which is contained right there on page number 1 of your report, was that, in my opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that Mr. Horner has neurodevelopmental disorder, alcohol exposure. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, that is not fetal alcohol syndrome, correct?
Correct.
So, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you can testify to this jury right now that Tanner Horner, the defendant in this case, the person who has been pled guilty to killing Athena Strand, did not have fetal alcohol syndrome. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Secondly, there's another level before you get down to the level of NDAE, and you call that static encephalopathy. Is that right?
Yes.
SEAE?
Yes.
And Tanner Horner does not have SEAE, correct?
No, as I testified, he came close to it, but I judged him to have the more moderate brain impairment.
And to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you can testify to this jury right now under oath that Tanner Horner did not have severe brain damage, correct? Or severe brain impact?
Yes.
Okay. So let's get down to the actual diagnosis. Now, of the 3 diagnoses that you're talking about, although it is the most common, it is in fact the least serious as far as brain impacts go among the different things that are listed under the umbrella of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Is that right?
If I can quibble with you, it does involve a lower level of confirmed brain dysfunction, but as I was testifying on direct, people who have this diagnosis may fare worse in life because they go through life with that invisible disability.
Do you think, based upon the records, that Tanner Horner's disability was invisible? He had a lot of intervention, don't you agree?
He received interventions for autism and ADHD. I think the FASD part was missed.
Okay.
And I noted that he received interventions at school and sometimes in mental health, but I don't feel that he had the level of support and structure he needed at home, which is maybe the most important of those 3.
And I understand that at least after the 6th grade, would you agree that he had a fairly stable home life compared to people that have this same sort of dysfunction? Would you agree?
I think things got a lot better for him in 6th grade when he was essentially permanently with his grandmother and Bill. But I know that his mother was coming in and out of his life and that there was a fair bit of chaos with that was difficult for him.
But you would agree that he had stability compared to a lot of people that you see that have these types of disabilities. Would you agree?
Yes, from 6th grade on, things did get better.
So, knowing that, let's just go into the idea of the difference in the areas of significant impact. Now, you talked several times about ADHD, and what does that stand for?
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder.
And do you have some experience with that?
A lot.
Okay. Personal and professional?
You name it. Yes, I have a lot of children in my practice with ADHD, and I'm pretty familiar with it at home as well.
Okay. And understanding that, that can be a significant impairment, but it also is not debilitating for most people. Would you agree?
It depends. As I was saying earlier, if you have ADHD because of heavy drinking in the first trimester, it tends to be harder to manage. The meds don't work as well on average, and it can be more difficult into adulthood.
Okay. So that's an area, but it's an area that there is lots of treatments and therapies and other things that are available. Would you agree that Tanner Horner availed himself to many treatments and therapies along the way to deal with his ADHD?
He tried a number of medications, yes.
Not just medications, but at school and at home, and had intervention of multiple different people to help him through that diagnosis.
I would agree. I don't know what this guy's going to say, but I would agree. Look, There are kids, certainly, who have it a whole hell of a lot better than Tanner Horner did. There are kids also who have it a whole hell of a lot worse than Tanner Horner did. Okay? That not only is the abuse, not only is there abuse, which I think neglect is abuse, but neglect, abuse, substance abuse problems, and instability. But at some point, when he was in, 6th grade, so what is that, 12, he had a stable roof over his head. And by all accounts, while perhaps she was not the best equipped as a mother, certainly she did much better as a grandmother. So, which is Tanner's Mimi, and I forget her name because they've said it like a ton of times. I just can't remember what her name is off the top of my head. So I'm just not moved by this. Now, I will say that this research that he's doing is interesting research. However, I don't find it doesn't move me where it comes to, like I said, I'm not going to go over it again. Just this isn't moving me.
I wouldn't say that at home he got a lot of support for his neurodevelopmental differences. I got the impression that his grandparents maybe didn't understand or believe in that as much as some other folks do.
And where are you getting this from?
The records.
What records? Are saying that his parents didn't believe that he had ADHD or that he needed help.
I recall that Mr. Horner told me that Bill, his grandmother's husband, didn't really understand autism and thought he just needed to be different. And I think he also told me that his grandmother didn't really understand neurodiversity or autism.
But Tanner Horner is a lying liar face who tells lies. So you cannot and should not base anything on anything that Tanner Horner says.
So this is coming from Tanner Horner, the person that you were examining, that you're getting these facts from?
Yes, and if I may be recalling incorrectly, but I believe that Dr. Ryan had some interviews with family members that had similar information.
Okay. So, but you didn't talk to any collateral sources?
No.
And what you had at your disposal, other than the records that you went through, was this social history written by the defense?
I had lots of things, and that was one of many records.
Okay. So with regard to the areas of significant impairment, Tanner Horner was tested for IQ when he was 18 or 19 years old, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and at that time, would you agree that was part of a determination as to whether or not he was still going to be eligible to receive benefits based upon his previous diagnosis of Asperger's?
Yes, it was a social security disability evaluation. I don't know if it was to rule in or rule out Asperger's, but I know it was to determine whether he should continue to receive benefits as an adult.
And you also know that as a result of that examination, at that time, that the United States government decided that.
Objection, testifying.
Let me hear the question.
Do you know as to whether or not his benefits were denied based upon that evaluation?
I did read that evaluation, yes.
And were they denied?
They were.
So he had been receiving benefits up until a certain period of time, and then after the evaluation that was done when he was 18 years old, the benefits were no longer available to Mr. Horner, correct?
Yes, and I have to say that was very inadequate.
Non-responsive. With regard to that, at that time, there was a report issued by Dr. Pleads regarding her examination, correct?
Yes.
And you had that as part of your part of what you had available to make your determinations, correct?
I did.
And in that report, would you agree with me? Do you have that with you?
Not on me. I have it. No.
Well, I'll just ask you if you have any quibble with what I'm saying. I'm not asking you to tell me, all right? That as part of that, he had a full-scale IQ of 102. Is that right?
I do have that data, so I'm just going to double check. Yes.
And can you tell us whether or not that is higher or lower than the average person?
That is right in the middle.
Okay. But it is, average is 100, is that right?
Yes.
So he had 102.
Sure.
Did you retest him?
He was retested by Dr. Kaufman in 2025.
Okay, so since between the time of this offense and today, he was retested again. Did his IQ go up or down?
The trouble with the summary score is the significant splits I talked about.
Objection, non-responsive, Your Honor.
All right, can we approach?
I mean, I know what you guys are saying in the chat, like Melissa, or I think that's her name, Tanner Horner's mom testified that her mother was a good mother and that she didn't want anything negative said about her mother. And to be fair, if you're Tanner Horner's mom, hold on, and you're looking at it, okay, if you're Tanner Horner's mom and you're looking at it from her perspective, she probably doesn't want to say anything and probably does feel that overall she was a good mom, mainly not to her, but probably more because she took in her children while she was, struggling with substance abuse issues and, going to rehab, etc. And so maybe that's why she said it. I'm not sure. Is it Melissa? Okay. I cannot remember the grandmother's name either. Heather, good, welcome in, by the way. All I can remember is Mimi, that he calls her Mimi. Well, that, her grandchildren call her Mimi. So yeah, I cannot remember her name. And yeah, Heather says the way I look at it with her is good for her that she stopped drinking and ingesting substances when she found out she was pregnant. So many don't. Absolutely. Absolutely. That Jonah's mom says, I just read that they referred to her as Mrs. Horner. Mrs. Horner is Tanner's mom. We're talking about Tanner's grandmother who's not a Horner. Horner is the last name of Tanner's biological father.
Dr. Davies, would you agree that when he was 18 years old, as part of this testing procedure, that he had a verbal comprehension index of 107?
Yes.
Right. And now we've talked all about the fact that Tanner Horner can't understand what anybody's saying to him or what the nonverbal cues or anything else. Is that verbal comprehension index, indicate that to you?
No.
Okay. Is that higher or lower than average?
107 is just right above average if you include the standard error of measurement, which is about 5.
Okay. And on that same test, he had a perceptual reasoning index of 113. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that higher or lower than average?
Higher.
Now, I realize that he had some other indexes that were lower. Working memory index of 97. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that still within the normal range of plus or minus from 100?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the only one that he had that was lower than the normal range was the processing speed index. Is that right?
Yes, that was 81, which was a very large split between that and his verbal and nonverbal intelligence scores.
And you're saying that the fact that he had verbal comprehension index of 107, perceptual reasoning index of 113, but only processing speed of 81 is an area of significant concern for you?
Yes, because those are unusual splits. If we see a split that's seen in less than 3% of the population, and if it's a split that is commonly seen in fetal alcohol impacted patients, we do consider that a significant finding.
Okay, so significant to you in that you are taking that into consideration as to whether or not he's been impacted by fetal alcohol. Is that right?
Significant in that way, and just statistically significant. These are unusual splits.
I understand they're unusual splits, but what I'm saying, you're not saying it's significant as to his behavior per se, just as to whether or not he's been affected by fetal alcohol.
I think that if you have significant splits and they are part of an FASD diagnosis, then yes, that diagnosis is significant to your behavior.
Let's talk about Dr. Kaufman's report, because I don't have that in front of me. What kind of verbal comprehension did he have with Dr. Kaufman's? Well, first of all, what was his full scale IQ with Dr. Kaufman?
A full scale IQ is listed.
What is it?
It's 103.
Okay. And I understand that's within the standard deviation of normal now. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So he had normal IQ, still 1 point higher than what he tested before. Is that right?
I would have to say not really.
Okay. Well, what was his verbal comprehension index on Dr. Kaufman's?
98.
Okay, so it dropped from 107 to 98, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that indicate anything to you?
Not a lot. They were different. There was the 4th edition and the 5th edition, and you can see some score variation like that.
Is that sometimes also accountable to something called malingering?
It could be, but I didn't have any indication of malingering on the malingering test that Dr. Kaufman did.
Well, I'm asking you, as a medical doctor, is the fact that the person's IQ is tested, and then later, after they've committed some type of horrible crime, it tests almost 10 points lower, can that be evidence of malingering to you?
I'll leave that as it could be.
Okay. What about his perceptual reasoning index?
That one, sorry, he had a visual, in this edition it's called the visual spatial index, and there it was 122.
Okay, so that went way up, is that right?
Which would argue against malingering, yes.
Okay, so, or, I understand what you're saying, it argues against malingering, but it's drastically different from the other one.
Yes, on a different edition of the IQ test.
Okay. So, what were the other indexes on Dr. Kaufman's report?
The fluid reasoning index was 105. Working memory was 106. Processing speed was a lot lower, again, at 89.
Okay, so, but it was higher. It was 89 versus 81. Is that, could be from the different tests, is that right?
Yes.
But it's a lot closer to normal in that test than the other ones, right? Is that right?
Yes, and again, I'm more focused on the very large and unusual splits.
And I think you've explained that, but bottom line, the defendant has a normal, if not above average IQ.
His IQ tests aren't normal because of the splits, and the psychologists that I work with routinely wouldn't give a full-scale IQ when you have a large difference between the verbal and nonverbal IQ. That's just what I've been trying to share.
We had two different psychologists, Dr. Pleads and Dr. Kaufman, that both have given full-scale IQ, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the next thing. And then those were the areas of significant impact. So ADHD and the unusual splits in his intellectual functioning test. But you amended that later, right?
Right, with the additional confirmation of autism by multiple experts and the additional in-depth language testing from Dr. Fritz.
So you moved that one down from significant impairment, the multiple splits one, to borderline.
Correct.
All right. And then you moved up Asperger's/autism spectrum disorder level 1 to the more significant level, based upon Dr. Fritz's report.
No, not just autism. It's autism and language. And it was based on Dr. Fritz's report and the reports of Dr. Spence and Imhoff, who also diagnosed autism.
Did you put a notation in your report that Mr. Horner's functioning in the domains of ASD or Asperger's was not clearly impaired on neuropsychological testing?
I don't recall writing it that way. What I was communicating in my original report was that we had records of autism diagnoses during many years during his childhood, but unfortunately the original diagnosis records no longer existed, and so I could tell that he'd been receiving services for autism through the school district for the second half of his school career, but I didn't yet have the adult autism evaluations that I now have when I wrote that.
So based upon those other experts' reports that were later provided to you, then you moved that one from borderline to significant for you.
Yes, with the confirmation of autism and the additional language impairments.
And so with regard to some of the, what you said, areas of concern, you listed motor tasks. And there were two things that you listed, correct?
Yes, finger tapping and grip strength scores.
You understand that this defendant pled guilty to strangling a 7-year-old girl successfully. Is there some type of grip strength issue there?
We've all heard the video, and I'm sorry to say this, but it took a long time. So I don't think that the video really makes the point that you're trying to make.
No, I'm not trying to make a point other than the fact that he had to use his grip strength in the commission of this crime. Would you agree?
To some degree, yes.
Now, he also said finger tapping. What kind of instruments does this guy play?
Drums.
Does it make sense someone would be tapping their fingers if they're a drummer?
I think that the finger tapping task that the neuropsychologists use is different from what drummers do.
You think it is, or you know it is?
Well, it's more about rapid finger tapping, and I think that drumming skills are more about rhythm and using more of your arm, is my impression of that test.
So, we already talked about NDAE being the least serious as far as brain damage, I guess I would say.
It's in the moderate impairments, yes.
Now, let's talk about the other, quickly, talk about the other neurodevelopment risk factors for the defendant. You said there was a parental history of addiction, use of other substances by Melissa Horner during gestation, which you don't have an opinion as to how that might have affected him, but you're saying it might have affected him. Is that right?
I think I talked about how it might have affected him on direct.
Well, you didn't have any clear delineation as to how that plays into all this. You just said that it was a factor.
A potential factor, but not generally as risky as alcohol.
And childhood adversities. And then the diagnosis of autism. Now, you said autism in your report, and I just want to make sure, just like we have this umbrella term of FASD, and you have 3 different things. It could be fetal alcohol syndrome, which is very, very serious, correct?
Yes.
And then you have the other one, SEAE, right?
Yes.
And that one involves severe brain damage, correct?
Yes.
And then you have this latest one, NDAE, and that's just either mild or moderate, and you're saying it's moderate in this case?
Yes.
All right. But it's the least serious of the 3 as far as brain damage.
As far as measurable neurofunction, yes.
Okay. So does, you talked about head injuries and then substance abuse. There's a number of different substances that Mr. Horner, the defendant in this case, told you about. Alcohol, marijuana, K2, MDMA, LSD, mushrooms, cocaine. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, other than alcohol, are all of these commonly used illegal recreational drugs?
I wouldn't say commonly, but they're certainly used.
Do you consider the regular use of illegal drugs to be criminal activity?
Yes.
Okay. Is supplying illegal drugs to other individuals criminal activity?
I'm not the legal position, not very.
Well, in evaluating people as a physician for pathology and their personality, you have to know whether somebody is a good candidate for probation or parole, correct?
I don't get it. This way is a pediatrician.
All right, so in using, with regard to, I'm going to just get to the part about the possible brain injuries that may have occurred as a result of fetal alcohol syndrome disorder. Is that right? I mean, is that what you call it, fetal alcohol?
Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder.
Because he does not have fetal alcohol syndrome.
Correct.
Right, okay. So the first thing you said was lowered IQ. We've already dealt with that. He does not have a lowered IQ, correct?
No, he has significant splits on his IQ.
Understood. So let's talk about ADHD. Does ADHD cause people to commit the act of murder?
That's an unusual outcome for ADHD.
Are you saying there's any causative effect to the murder of Athena Strand, in this case, by Kenneth Horner?
From ADHD?
Yes.
I can't use ADHD to explain what he did, but it's possible that impulsivity may have played a role.
And that would have to be based upon the evidence in the case, correct? Whether it was impulsive or not impulsive.
Judge, objection, we will conclude again.
I'll let him answer.
Yes, my consultative question was not what happened in that van. What it is, does he have a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder?
And are people with ADHD able to have productive and fruitful and nonviolent lives?
They are able to, yes.
You also talked about language and social difficulties. You watched the video. Does it take language and social skills to convince an unsuspecting gas station attendant to loan him some cleaning supplies to clean up the van?
Relevant.
I'm sorry?
Relevant, and also calling for speculation, and also calling for legal conclusion.
Speculation is a statement.
Okay. Would you agree with, on those videos, throughout them, all 5 days of it, that he exhibited multiple times of using his language and social skills correctly to accomplish goals that he wanted to accomplish?
I didn't see a lot of evidence in that, in the videos. I don't think asking for towels is a high-level language, use of language.
Look, I think, and this is what you're, this is, would it be a better question, or I don't know how you would, how the attorney, the prosecutor could, or the prosecution could put this legally, how to phrase it so that it can come in. But basically what he's saying is Tanner Horner had just kidnapped, murdered by strangulation and beating, sexually assaulted and disposed of a 7-year-old girl's body. Okay. Then drives to a Love's truck stop, not just a gas station, a truck stop. That's different because you can wash your truck there. It's not like it's for bigger trucks. It's not, it's not like a regular gas station car wash where you can put in, whatever you pump, you fill your gas, you get a ticket and you can go get your car washed, right? It's not like that. It's a little bit bigger. All right. Goes into and after committing this heinous crime, he is able to calm himself down, walk into that gas station and get the attendant to give him cleaning supplies under the threat of, I'll just dump it out here on the concrete. That is what he's trying to get to. And I feel like that this prosecutor is I get what I know he knows how to phrase this, but I also know what he's trying to get to. I understand the point that what the question he wants to really ask. And I think that he has to be careful in the way that he asks it, because obviously objection. So here we go.
Social interaction.
What about calling your boss and making arrangements to make sure you still have control of the crime scene the next day?
It uses language, but I don't know that taps some of his deficits.
Now, you talk about learning disabilities. He did have the diagnosis of autism. What are the specific learning disabilities that you saw in the education record?
Have I talked about learning disabilities?
Well, yeah, I believe that it was mentioned in your report.
Princess Warrior, hi, good to see you, by the way, says, as the prosecutor said in opening statements, the devil can appear as an angel. Well, that's because the devil once was an angel.
Sure. In my report, what was notable from his school records is that his first category of qualification was for autism or Asperger's, but his special education services were also under learning disorder.
And Heather says, I think the prosecution said that video feed we saw of him post the murder and disposal of Athena was taken only 10 minutes after he dumped her in the river. He was horrifyingly calm. Yes, 10 minutes. I couldn't remember exactly how long it was. Thank you. I knew it was quick, but I didn't want to say, and I never like to say unless I'm absolutely sure, so I'll leave it vague. Jonah's mom said, did you notice that this doctor was all smiles when the defense was questioning him? Now, not so much. Yes, I did. This is common. This is how, if I were a juror, I would evaluate and weigh testimony of a witness. It is very easy, unless you're a hostile witness, and that's something different. But generally speaking, when somebody is on direct examination, the flow and ease of questioning is easier. It is on cross where you see how well that, in my opinion anyway, how well that testimony stands up to the criticism, to the harder, more probing questions. And yeah.
And unfortunately, we didn't have enough detailed records. I think some were destroyed, that I don't know where that came from. So I included that in my report as, part of having learning being a possible area of concern, but I don't have the data that came from.
And you talked to Tanner Horner about that, and he told you that he didn't have any learning disabilities, correct?
I'm sorry, I just don't recall what he said, so I want to make sure I'm right.
To be under the development, mental, and academic history.
Sure. Yes. He didn't recall learning disabilities, but Spanish was harder for him. That's what he said.
And in parentheses, he said probably because he was sleeping in the first period, correct?
Yes.
Heather said, I do want to say that the other witness who showed her face, are you talking about the, because there were two. There was Dr. Fritz, who was the language and speech pathologist. And then there was Dr. Ryan. She testified yesterday at the end of yesterday after lunch, and then she testified today. Also, I heard that unzipping or whatever the hell that was. Oh, so, okay, the blonde lady, that would be Dr. Fritz. She was the language speech pathologist. I just want you to know, see how my little bubble is moving here? Whatever the hell that noise was, it was not me. I just want you to know that. Anyway, she said, I do want to say that the other witness who showed her face, in my opinion, she basically turned state witness during her cross. She didn't sell her soul for the almighty dollar, in my opinion. I do think that Fritz, in the end, I think she helped the state more than she helped the defense. Coffee and Skeleton says, what I appreciate about this witness is that if he was not hired to focus on something, he says so. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Jurors and I appreciate honesty and forthrightness. Is that a word?
What about, we talked about visual spatial deficits?
That it was an area of concern, yes.
Okay. But on the visual spatial test that Dr. Cochran gave me, you said that he was unusually high.
Oh, so that you're talking about visual problem solving or visual intelligence, and the visual spatial domain that we're talking about, I believe, is copying a complex figure, which is considered differently from intelligence when we're looking at brain domains. And the ability to copy a complex figure is something that the neuropsychologists consider a visual spatial function rather than an intelligence function.
With regard to, what do you mean when you say novel problem solving?
That if you're presented with a new type of problem that you haven't practiced or done before, that your frontal lobes or executive skills get involved to kind of figure out, okay, what's this about? What's my strategy? Is my strategy working? Checking your work, that sort of thing. So it's less of a rote answer and more executive skills required.
And you said that was an area of concern for you.
I said that his executive skills were an area of concern because some scores were average or above, but some were in the 3rd to 16th percentile.
Well, I believe I went down and wrote the ones down that said that were a concern.
Sure.
And novel problem solving was one of them, is that right?
I think you might be getting that from the FASD background part of my report, where I'm talking about general areas of difficulty.
Okay, so this is not specific to Tanner.
No, he had other executive skills that were in the area of concern range.
But novel problem solving was not one of Tanner Horner's problems, is that right?
On the testing that I reviewed, no.
And throughout this case, he's presented numerous different lies to me, different types of evidence as they came forward. Would you agree?
I think so. I haven't reviewed as much of the police interview type of history of the case.
Well, I mean, the fact that he told them that he backed into her and then freaked out because of his autism, that's a novel problem solving. Would you agree?
It's an excuse that didn't hold up.
But it was one that he tried. It was a way that he tried to solve that problem, correct?
He did try to lie about what happened, and the video didn't back that up.
And you're aware now that he's also saying that now he has a reason for covering up the videos because he was using cocaine.
I'm not aware of that.
Oh, I thought you said you had some indication that's why he was covering up the video.
Oh, I thought he was smoking cannabis on one of those, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you saw him smoking cannabis on one of those, correct?
I think so.
Yeah, so that was on the video.
Okay.
Right? There was never any cocaine on the video, would you agree?
Not that I recall, but smoking cannabis on video isn't great problem solving.
I understand that. But making up a story to cover new evidence is problem solving, would you agree?
It's lying or it's problem solving, and I think we're here today because it wasn't effective.
The last thing I want to talk about is zero, because you're, as a physician, you know what malingering is, correct?
Yes.
And that is making up some type of psychosis as an excuse to mislead or gain some favor with the police. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, testifying. I don't think any of the experts will define malingering that way.
Well, you define malingering.
Malingering is either exaggerating psychiatric symptoms for gain or faking bad on neuropsychological testing, things like that.
So if you get caught for murdering a 7-year-old girl after you sexually assaulted her, and you make up this alternative personality to show that you're just crazy, so that maybe they might find you insane at some point, is that malingering?
It's an attempt at malingering that I don't think was very effective.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass it.
Finally, yeah. It was call it for what it is. It's an attempt. It was an attempt at malingering. Just because he wasn't successful at it, which is why I was so irritated with the forensic psychologist that testified today, because she testified that zero was a coping mechanism, that Tanner wanted to confess but found it easier to confess in third person. And that's why let's just be clear. There were multiple reasons why I was irritated with that forensic psychiatrist today. I laid them all out. No need to go through that again. That was a lot of spicy gin. Nobody needs to hear that again. But finally, that is with respect to zero, there's a lot of elephants in the room, but with respect to zero, he is one of those elephants in the room. And I'm glad to hear that there is a witness for the defense who testified that that was an absolute attempt at malingering and not some other BS coping mechanism. About damn ass time. So yay for you, Dr. Davies. I award you 2 points.
Thank you, Dr. Davies, could you pull up the chart that Dr. Connor prepared?
Sure.
The discovery information that you provided.
Okay. But anything that he said as
Oh, what the hell? Why did this do this? Hold on a second. I don't know why this did this. Hold on, let me go back. I don't know why it went all the way back to the beginning. Hold on. I got it. Sorry about that, you guys.
Would you agree?
It's lying or it's problem solving, and I think we're here today because it wasn't effective.
The last thing I want to talk about is zero, because you're, as a physician, you know what malingering is, correct?
Yes.
And that is making up some type of psychosis as an excuse to mislead or gain some favor with the police. Is that right?
Objection, Connor testifying. I don't think any of the experts will define malingering that way.
Well, you define malingering.
Malingering is either exaggerating psychiatric symptoms for gain or faking bad on neuropsychological testing, things like that.
So if you get caught for murdering a 7-year-old girl after you sexually assaulted her, and you make up this alternative personality to show that you're just crazy, so that maybe they might find you insane at some point, is that malingering?
It's an attempt at malingering that I don't think was very effective.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass.
Thank you, Dr. Davies, could you pull up the chart that Dr. Connor prepared?
Sure.
A couple of, let's start with kind of the basics of IQ. You mentioned something about a 5-point plus or minus. What were you talking about there?
That when you do a psychological test and you get a score, there's usually a range of error where the psychologist might say he got a 102, but his score is probably somewhere between a 97 to a 107 type of thing.
Okay, and a good example of that was we had 2 scores that were 9 points apart.
Right.
So the average IQ for someone from the United States would be 100 plus or minus.
Right.
So it's up to 105 and down to 95.
And it depends on the test, how big that range of error is, but something like that, yes.
And you mentioned that, but everyone might not understand. There's a newer version of that IQ test.
Yes.
When you said something about 4 and 5, just
Right.
what that was.
So the Wessler Adult Intelligence Scale, in 2009, it was the 4th edition, and in 2025, it was the 5th edition. And so there's new questions. They've organized the results differently. So I expect that when someone takes a new edition of a test, that they're not going to get the exact same score that they got the last time.
Now, we didn't read through them, but Mr. Berry had you reading through. Matt, or John?
Yes, sir.
These little words down here that I'm sure you can't see from the other side of the room, were these the things that Mr. Berry was asking you to read the scores?
Yes, those tiny bits of text are the individual tests that relate to the score that's plotted above. And so on the far left is the IQ, and those were the IQ subtest scores.
Okay. So you get your IQ over here, and then each one of these is one of these dots, right?
Right.
And you said this green line is,
Average.
and this is,
One standard deviation below the mean, which means the bottom 16th percentile of people who take that test.
so for example here, when you're reading off these scores, you've got a score that's here, well below this red line, and then a score that's way up here.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying is unusual?
That's a pretty big variability, and it's a hallmark pattern that we see in FASD.
But there's no reason to think if he takes this test twice, would his IQ fall within that standard deviation, the overall IQ?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Sorry, maybe a bad question. We're seeing that he has deficits. If this is accurate, the next time he takes this test, he'll probably have a deficit in that area too.
Yes, unless it's the same test and he's practiced it, so he's getting better. But in general, we expect these to show up over time.
I was ignoring the practice effect. The test is a practice effect, and we just tell the jury what that is.
So practice effect is, you're not allowed to give someone a test within a certain time interval from when they've just taken it because they've practiced it, and we expect that you're going to do better.
So ignoring the practice effect, if this test is accurate, he's going to be within that range over and over again, and his IQ total is going to be within the range.
Yes, plus or minus some points because we expect some variation, but the overall pattern would likely hold.
And NDAE is under that umbrella of FASD, correct?
It is broadly considered under that umbrella term, fetal alcohol spectrum disorders.
And you actually have a clinic to treat FASD.
Yes.
And you have patients that are only diagnosed with NDAE who are coming to that clinic for help.
Yes, and the people who come to the FAS clinic are coming for diagnosis and recommendations. The treatment part is happening in the community, and I have a number of those patients in my practice.
And you said about what percentage of your practice are NDAE?
Of people that come to us for diagnosis, just over 50% have NDAE.
Now, as part of your work on this case, were you asked to render an opinion on insanity or any other defense?
No.
Were you asked to render an opinion on whether or not Tanner Horner has an FASD?
Yes.
That's what
Mr. Berry,
No further questions, Your
may Dr. Davis be finally excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, we've got one more witness for the day, and then we'll be done.
Dr. Young? Okay, Dr. Young. Come on in.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Gold.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good to see you.
A couple of questions. Can you tell the jury your name, please?
Stephen Lee Yont, DO.
And what is your profession?
Physician.
A little bit closer.
This one?
There you go.
Are we better?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Can you please review your educational background?
Yes, I graduated at Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine in 1983. Did an internship at Riverside General Hospital in Wichita, Kansas. And am board certified in family practice. And I've been practicing medicine in Bastrop, Texas since 1991.
And do you currently hold any faculty positions?
Yes, clinical assistant professor adjunct at Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine here in Fort Worth.
And were you provided records to review for your work in this case?
Yes.
And what records were you provided?
Got a list of things. You need.
Just give me the general topic.
Okay.
Well, what was relevant to your? Well, let's start there. What were you asked to do? Were you asked to examine Tanner Horner in this case?
Yes.
And that's as a physician.
Yes.
What records did you review that were relevant to that?
Oh, for the love of Pete. He's asked to examine Tanner Horner as a physician. Well, how's that going to help? Huh. You have your Hannah, if you're going to hang out over here at the ward, you need to have your judgy pants on every day. Okay? I wear my judgy pants every day. In fact, all of my pants are judgy pants. You will not hear me say, I listen, I don't judge. Now, to my friends, with my friends, of course, I listen and don't judge. I try to give my friends the best. I have always have their best interest at heart. I try to give them the best advice that I possibly can for their situation when they come to me. Sometimes I do have to tell them things they need to hear, not always what they want to hear. Yes, I am that friend. I will never let you walk out of the bathroom with your dress tucked into your underwear or lipstick on your teeth, toilet paper on your shoe. But you need, everybody wears their judgy pants and over at the ward. All our pants is judgy pants. Why do we need a physician? Why? Why? What are you going to tell me? Come on.
Some records that were involved with his history, medical history as a child, records from some testing that he has gone through since I saw him in 2023. And that's pretty much the important stuff.
Now, you said you saw him in 2023. Did you do a physical exam?
Yes, very
and
thorough.
what did that consist of?
Beg pardon?
What did that consist of, your examination?
Very, very comprehensive history taking and a head-to-toe physical exam. These exams that I do in these cases are typically at least 3 hours, and we try to be as thorough as possible.
As part of your examination, did you take any sort of samples?
Yes, we had blood and urine.
Blood and urine. Did you send those for processing in the normal course of your?
Yes, through LabCorp.
To LabCorp?
Yes.
Dr. Sean?
Yes.
Let's take a look at that. This is Defense Exhibit 86. Can you identify that?
Yes, this is the date. Yeah, this is the labs that we drew on that initial list.
Mayor, I move to admit the Defense Exhibit 86.
Any objection? Can I take one?
Oh, sure.
I got you.
No objection.
States that Defense 86 is in there.
Dr. Yon, can you tell me if any of the results of those lab tests were significant?
Yes, there's significant abnormalities of his testosterone levels. Low, quite low.
And does that include, now that you put his testosterone level, we're going to talk about that one first. What is that? What numbers did you come up with, and what does that mean, and how does that differ from pre-testosterone?
Testosterone, total testosterone level is the circulating hormone that is protein bound and is not active. The level here was low at 199. The reference interval is 264 to 916. So low for at that time, 32-year-old man.
And what about the free testosterone?
Free testosterone is a little bit of a nuance. It is unbound from protein, and it is much more the active form of the hormone. And this level is quite low. The reference interval is 8.7 to 25.1, so roughly 9 to 25, and the level is 3.7.
And how can low testosterone affect the patient?
Can I approach that as to how high testosterone would affect the patient and then back up to low? Or would you?
However you can best explain it, and you can tell the jury because we talked about it.
So testosterone is is a hormone that is the male sex hormone, androgen. Men and women have levels of it. Testosterone has not only properties for developing adult male characteristics, but it also has properties that have to do with the brain, and therefore emotion, and therefore behavior. So testosterone creates aggression by its stimulation of some of the deeper structures inside the brain, in we call it the subcortex. And by creating that aggression, then aggression can find itself manifested as violent behavior. Now, high testosterone is what creates that. Low testosterone, therefore, would be less of an influence on those deeper structures to create violent behavior. Now, this is something that's all mammals have testosterone, but we are humans. We share the biological effects of testosterone upon our brains with the lower animals. We all understand that if you dramatically reduce the testosterone to a bull and make him a steer, he's a lot less likely to hurt you. We all understand that if you take a stallion and you reduce the testosterone levels in that stallion and make him a gelding, he's much less likely to hurt you. If you neuter a dog and reduce those testosterone levels, he's much less likely to bite you. However, the steer still might hurt you, and the gelding might still hurt you, and the dog might still bite you if he is stimulated, fearful enough, panicked enough, whatever, or in pain enough. This can still happen. So,
Dr. Young,
yes.
basically saying about the effect of testosterone on humans, it doesn't take away our brain.
True.
Our ability to think and reason.
Very true.
Now, you are familiar with the charges in this case.
Yes.
And you understand that Tanner pled guilty to kidnapping and murdering Athena Strand.
Is there going to be a question in there someplace, Counselor? What are you doing?
I'm going to go ahead and pass it. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, quickly, Your Honor. Dr. Young, thank you for coming again. I think last time we saw you on Zoom, didn't we?
Okay, well, you may have saw me, but I couldn't see you. But I remember your voice.
It's that whole technology thing.
Amen.
I just want to clarify a couple of things. From that lab test that you have from you, when did you do the draw on Mr. Horner?
It was the day that we did the exam on him. Forgive me, I walked in here without my glasses. I want to say that was September of 23.
Now, of these lab results you got, do you have any reason to believe that any of those are any different back in November of the year before?
I'm sorry, say again?
Meaning, do you have any reason to believe that there are any significant differences if we had tested the defendant back in November of 22?
Okay.
Right? Do you have any reason to believe that those would not be exactly the same?
I'm not aware that he was tested in November 22.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is you don't have any type of medical opinion that any of the numbers in all the labs would be any different than they are now.
That would be guessing.
Okay. I'm just trying to ask in your medical opinion.
Sure, but it would still be a guess.
All right. And that's really the only thing that, as far as in this case, that you're providing is that you did a physical exam. You say he's got, the lab say he's got low T.
Yes.
And that's pretty much it.
Yes.
That's what.
Regret.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
May he be excused finally?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. So the only thing that I can think of that they would bring him in there for to testify about low testosterone is because of what the jury is tasked with finding is the first question. Remember, if he would be a danger to society. Society in those terms, I believe, is prison, the other prisoners, not us free members of society. Okay, because there's only one of two things is going to happen. He's just going to spend the rest of his life in in prison, or he's going to death row. That's it. He's going to be locked up for the rest of his life in one capacity or another. So I think what they're trying to do is say that he would not be a danger to society, other prisoners, because he has low testosterone, which, okay. I don't know.
Okay, we're done for the day. Remember, in the morning, 10:30, so you get to sleep in a little bit, all right?
Oh, 10:30. All right. So if they're going to be live at 10:30, all right, that means that I'll start at 11:30. I like to start it. I think starting an hour later is better because I feel like we get to skip through lunch. And also tomorrow is a nuggy day, which means that I have to be up at 4:30. So, well, I'm not sure how low. Let's look it up. Let me look it up. Here we go. All right. So it says, yes, low testosterone can significantly affect male fertility by reducing sperm production quality and libido. While not directly causing total infertility in all cases, it often contributes to lower sperm counts, poor motility, and ED. Crucially, taking testosterone replacement therapy can further impair fertility by decreasing that sperm production. Look, maybe what happened is it's possible that this is a situation of decreasing testosterone over time. And so I think that his son would have been conceived, a year or two prior to Athena's kidnapping and murder. So maybe it was higher then. I don't know. And also it only takes one. You're right, Sarah. So the family physician, Ginny, is the one that diagnosed him with that. So yeah. All right. So I'll be live tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. No sleeping in for Mindy. In fact, today was my only day of sleeping in. All right, you guys, thank you very, very much for being here. I appreciate it so, so much. I just want to show this one more time just because it's so funny to me. All right, here we go. One last time, and then I'll end the live. I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? Every time it gets to me. That's just so you guys know, that is how Mac talks to me frequently. Okay. This is a hostile work environment. Okay. I'm constantly getting bitched at by him. Constantly. He always has that stank tone with me. All right. You guys have a great rest of your Wednesday. Oh, remember, we have a late day tomorrow, and I think the last update that I read, which was yesterday, there's no court on Friday. So there you have it. All right. You guys have a great rest of your Wednesday, and I will see y'all tomorrow at 11:30. All right. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No militia.
Finish her!
Minutes later.
We all do a little math sometimes.